What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 6 kilometers Chapter 203, Human Cloning Project. Jack is panicking now, very panicking. After withstanding Kaido's hot breath, Yamato was accidentally injured by Kaido after Jack dodged with Maria in his arms, so he fought with Kaido with a mace. After the two fought for most of the day, after Kaido got so angry that he killed Yamato, the injured Yamato temporarily stopped being so excited. Miss Bacon's testimony made Jack realize that he had made a mistake, so he immediately transformed into a red bird and flew away. Although Kaido was a little surprised that Jack transformed into Suzaku, he quickly caught up. Yamato, even transformed into a human beast form, stood on Kaido's head and continuously slashed at him with ice energy. If he hadn't been concerned about Onigashima and Wano-kuni, Kaido would have already been in trouble and in a state of heat. Is this considered domestic violence? Daughter and father team up to bully the son-in-law? How can it be described with just one word, miserable? Damn, try your best. When Fendel and his men found the three people, Yamato had already gone crazy. He was standing on a piece of wood, smashing Jack and Kaido, who were half submerged in the sea, and he kept yelling. Where's my mom? Where's my mom? Where the hell is my mom? Kaido and Jack lay together, being beaten with expressionless faces. After seeing this scene, Fendel and his companions discussed it and decided to come back in 2 days. It was 3 days later when the three were rescued by Fendel and his men. After eating and drinking, Miss Bacon was brought up by Jinrami. Seeing Kaido and Jack's bruised faces, Miss Bacon mocked them unceremoniously. Haha, isn't this the legendary Sea Emperor Kaido, the Beast, and his capable subordinate Jack the Drow? Why are you in such a mess? It's really embarrassing. Shut up, dwarf. After knowing that Miss Bacon was not Yamato's mother, Jack was no longer polite to Miss Bacon. After he finished scolding her, he picked up the pancake on the table and threw it at her. Do you want to eat fried dough sticks? She's not Yamato's mother, why didn't you tell me earlier? Are you kidding me? You damn idiot. You blocked my mouth and you still kept talking to yourself, now you dare to blame me? Advertisement. Miss Bacon was so angry that she ran to Jack with her short legs, picked up her small cane and started hitting Jack's feet. Jack. Stop it. Just when Jack was about to slap her, Kaido stopped Jack and looked at Miss Bacon with a serious face. Stussy. Haven't we seen each other in years? Why are you not happy to see your former companions? Humph. You little devil, Miss Bacon said with disdain. Don't yell my name like that, it seems that we are not so familiar with each other. Ooh. Don't say that, Stussy, I'll be very sad. Stop talking nonsense. Kaido, ding ding. Miss Bacon pounded her cane on the ground a few times and said. We all know the purpose of your arrest. I can help you research human cloning. But you have to agree to a few conditions, clone. After hearing what Miss Barkin said, Jack suddenly understood. That guy named Weeble looks so much like Whitebeard, could he be a clone of Whitebeard? I heard that Whitebeard and brother Kaido were companions on the same ship. Miss Barkin also once served in that pirates group, so it is normal for her to have some of Whitebeard's hair. Who knows, maybe he really has a close relationship with Whitebeard, so it would be easy to get some protein. At this moment, Miss Bacon began to state her conditions, but as soon as she opened her mouth, Jack stood up excitedly. First, I want this Jack to replace Wilbur as my son and protect me. I am your father. Bang! Kaido knocked Jack away with a stick and motioned for Miss Bacon to continue. Miss Bacon was not polite either, and adjusted her sunglasses and continued. Advertisement. Secondly, the research on clones requires a large amount of funds, advanced equipment, and powerful experts. You need to handle these things on your own. Third, I don't want the news of me helping you with human cloning to be spread, after all, I once promised the world government. So this news must be kept secret. Fifth, I can't guarantee the results of the research. Sixth, and the most important point, money. I want lots and lots of money. After listening to Miss Bacon's offer, Kaido closed his eyes and pondered for a while, then looked at Jack and shook his head at Miss Bacon. I can agree to your other conditions, but forget about letting Jack be your son. All the affairs of the Beast's pirates cannot be separated from him, but I can promise that some of the blood and other things your clone needs can be provided to you by Jack besides me. I can also send a small team of up to 1,000 people to protect your safety, how about that? Miss Bacon smiled sinisterly at Jack and said. Sure, but, it costs more, oh la 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 la, happy cooperation then. Captain Rocks admires scientists like you. I'm really looking forward to your research results, Stussy. Seeing Kaido's excited expression, Miss Bacon adjusted her sunglasses and said expressionlessly. You're just as crazy as Rocks, you want to do something he didn't do? What a crazy idea. It doesn't matter. As long as you can give me enough money, I can satisfy your request. Oh la 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 la, someone, keep serving the food, Stussy, let's have a toast. Tons, 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 the smile on Kaido's face never faded. The pirates were now thriving and they had gained a new technical master. Moreover, he had already asked Jack about the strength of Weevil. If the clones made by Stussy were 70% or 80% as strong as himself or Jack, then as long as the number was sufficient, it would be easy to overthrow the world government. Although I know this is unrealistic, even if I make a few, it will be an extremely powerful force. Seeing that the two had reached a cooperative relationship, Jack felt something was wrong when he thought of what Kaido had just said. Not only do they want to clone brother Kaido, they also want to clone me? Draw blood? Don't you need a biopsy? Wait, damn it, you won't let me provide more. Chapter 204 You are a B************* D again. See Circle Calendar 1516, Onigashima, where the fire festival had just ended. A merchant ship loaded with a batch of brand new instruments docked at the port of Onigashima. More than a year passed before Miss Bacon finally had everything she needed. The most precious of these are these instruments. Even the current beast's pirates have tried every possible means, and with the help of the Don Quixote family, they have now been fully assembled. With the arrival of various advanced instruments and several pirates sent by Jin with bounties of over 100 million, Miss Bacon began her research in Wano-kuni in full swing. Miss Bacon's laboratory was located in the most desolate Shimi village in Wano-kuni. Kaido had built many laboratories in this place in recent years and recruited many scientific researchers from all walks of life. Even Quinn has a lab here. After Miss Bacon drew several tubes of blood from him with a pale face, Jack watched Miss Bacon take out a bigger syringe and suddenly became angry. That's enough. That's too much, clang. After the needle was bounced to the ground, Miss Bacon gave up the idea of continuing to draw blood. Jack stood up and said disdainfully. As long as Lousy doesn't want it, you won't get even a drop of blood. Want to take revenge? Beat Lousy to death? You want me to die, unless I drink too much and have appendicitis? Right. Brother Kaido. Kaido. Looking at Kaido, who had just walked out of the next room with unsteady steps and dark circles under his eyes, and then looking at Bantong and a few radiant aunts next to him, Jack silently closed his mouth and helped him walk out. Brother Kaido, you are so cruel. Is this how a man perseveres in his dreams? Advertisement I haven't seen you for 3 days, 3 days. Where's Tran? Go tell him to prepare some kidneys, they need to be very nutritious, for Mr. Kaido. It has to be pure, no additives. After resting for a few days, Jack, who had obtained the Suzaku fruit just over a year ago, could no longer control his restless heart. The flames on Jack's body can burn with his own consciousness, so normally he can let Black Maria and Yamato sit on him. Once a person gains the ability to fly at will, the desire to soar freely in the air will reach its peak. Flying only in the nearby sea area obviously can no longer satisfy Jack's desire. And just like Kaido, he can go wherever he wants to cause trouble, get a beating, and increasing his proficiency in immortality is also something Jack has always been looking forward to. After consulting Kaido and practicing Black Maria and Yamato, Jack took a few permanent pointers, a wine gourd and a seasoning packet and flew into the sky. As for food, it is no big deal for Jack to go without food or water for a month or two when he reaches this point. Although the deserted islands in the New World are hard to find in the ocean, it is still no problem to find a few deserted islands after flying into the sky. There are usually ferocious beasts on them, so there is no need to make special preparations. Moreover, when Jack's physical skills have reached such a level, he can eat a lot of food in advance and store the nutritional essence in it. At the critical moment, he can even draw energy from the muscles to survive. The wine gourd is of course used to make it convenient for you to get water. It is also filled with wine so you can take a sip whenever you want to drink. Of course, these things were told to Jack by Kaido, who had rich flying experience. In response to Jack's desire to enhance his immortality, Kaido also specially selected 2 good opponents. Whitebeard lodged a serious protest to Kaido because of Marco's incident. Kaido and Jack even confronted Whitebeard. Later, some islanders who escaped in advance confirmed that Jack was indeed not a pirate who went to rob, so Whitebeard gave up. However, Whitebeard is even more angry towards Kaido and Jack. The two sides have been enemies since the last war, and Kaido no longer provokes Whitebeard for no reason like before, so this person is naturally not a good choice. The 2 opponents chosen by Kaido are Shanks and Garp. There is no need to say much about Garp. His haki and taijutsu are at their best. This kind of opponent is the most effective in tempering his immortal body. Shanks, after losing his left arm, did not lose his strength but instead increased. He defeated countless opponents. There was even one time when he faced Kaido and the battle lasted for most of the day without a clear winner. This made Shanks even more famous and attracted a large number of challengers, but Shanks has never been defeated so far. Advertisement According to Brother Kaido, Shanks' companions are all very strong and are very suitable to be sparring partners for Jack. Jack also missed Shanks very much. After all, that Diaomao left too deep an impression on Jack. So after flying out of Onigashima, Jack started to fly at high speed towards Shanks' territory. Although the weather in New World is unpredictable, sometimes the sun is so hot that it can grill lamb kebabs, and sometimes it rains heavily with thunder and lightning, but for Jack's physique, these extreme natural weather conditions cannot stop him from flying. Except for a day's rest on a deserted island and killing some wild animals to fill his stomach, Jack was flying at high speed all the way. When they were about to fly out of the New World and reach their destination, Jack flapped his wings and landed in the air. Next to the island with snowflakes floating, a small boat that looked like a coffin appeared below Jack. Mihawk, wearing a hat and carrying a long sword, was unbuttoning his trousers, not afraid of the unusually cold weather. After a while, a wave of heat rose and Mihawk closed his eyes with a look of comfort. Looking at Mihawk, who was urinating and defecating everywhere again, Jack spit out flames at him without saying a word. Boom! Mihawk, who was releasing water, suddenly felt a sense of danger. He opened his eyes and nimbly dodged the attack. After the urine drew a circle in the air, Mihawk landed steadily on the shore. However, seeing that his beloved boat had been completely destroyed by the flames, with only a few wreckage floating on the sea, Mihawk raised his head angrily and looked at Jack flapping his wings in the air and shouted. What do, you big bird? Why did you sneak attack me? Jack tilted his head and said with disdain, didn't Lousy tell you? Don't pee or poop anywhere. Why don't you learn your lesson? Why are you still so uncultured? Besides, haven't you become a Shichibukai? Why are you still so poor? Can you buy a speedboat with a private toilet? Hearing this familiar voice, Mihawk looked at the burning bird in disbelief, then drew out the black knife behind him. You be asterisk 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 D. You again. Chapter 205 I just want to be beaten to death or beat you to death. In the cave, Shanks was patting Lakilu's shoulder and said with a smile. Hey, Lucky will be relying on you in a while. I heard that Mihawk brought me some bottles of good wine. We have to hold a banquet today, so you better stop stealing food. After swallowing a large mouthful of barbecue, Lakilu said confidently. If I don't eat first, how can I have the energy to cook for you? And I didn't eat it secretly. I was giving it to you to taste. This is the benefit I deserve as a chef. You be asterisk 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 D. Thump. Thump. When Shanks was about to say something to him, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard, and then several port guards rushed in with terrified faces. When they saw Shanks, they immediately shouted. Captain, something bad has happened. Mr. Mihawk has been stopped near the port. Now there is a big fight between the two of them. It is very fierce. We dare not get close. What? Shanks's face turned cold and he asked sternly. Who dares to come to our red hair pirates' territory and cause trouble? I don't know, Captain, but the other party is a big burning bird. It can breathe fire. A burning bird? One that can breathe fire? After hearing his subordinate's answer, Shanks touched his chin, turned to his companion and said. Interesting. Let's go and take a look together. Which brave challenger is looking for me again? Ha 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 ha. Mihawk's usual cold look had disappeared. He held a long knife in his hand, his beard trembling with anger as he looked at Jack in the air and shouted. Get down here. Get down. Lousy will definitely chop you to death. Chop you to death. He. Pooh. Jack sneered and spitted a bunch of phlegm at Mihawk. After Mihawk chopped the burning fireball apart with a knife, Mihawk turned around and slashed at Jack in the air. However, Jack flexibly turned his body, and Mihawk's eyes turned red. You be asterisk 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 D. Haven't you been hiding all along? Come down. I will chop you to death, hee. Pooh. 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 After swallowing several mouthfuls of thick phlegm and seeing Mihawk dodging in a panic, Jack said slowly. Advertisement, what if I hide from someone like you who has no manners? Don't think I didn't see you pee on your hand. You peed on your hand, and you still hold a knife. So you let Lousy not hide? Although Lousy is not misophobic, you can't be so disgusting. You be asterisk 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 D. Mihawk turned his head and took a look. Only a cross sail was left of his beloved ship. His heart was bleeding. What the hell, I just had a master customize a luxury version of the sea canoe, which combines mechanics and aesthetics. With just one strike, it can sail 30 kilometers without wind, but it was destroyed by this B asterisk 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 D. It's ruined. However, even though Mihawk was extremely angry, he could do nothing about Jack who was flying in the air. The fireball that Jack spits out not only has great impact force, but also has a very high temperature. The hole created by the explosion had turned red. Mihawk didn't want to be exposed to such a temperature. Moreover, this guy seemed to have become much stronger, and his control of distance was very precise, always making his attacks in vain. He also kept chasing him and spitting fire, so he could only keep dodging. This is really too humiliating. When has Mihawk ever been treated like this? Thinking of this, Mihawk dodged Jack's attack with a few steps and slashed again. Buzz. The slash launched this time was wider and faster than the previous ones. It seemed that Mihawk used all his strength. However, when the slash was about to hit Jack's body, Jack opened his mouth and spit out blazing flames to stalemate with Mihawk's slash. Boom. After an explosion, Jack reappeared unharmed, and Mihawk took this opportunity to hold the long knife with both hands, jumped into the air, and slashed at Jack. Look at my chicken feet. Clang. Bang. The powerful force caused Mihawk to roll several times in the air before falling to the ground. Just when Mihawk was about to attack Jack again, Mihawk and Jack looked at a group of people who suddenly appeared on the battlefield at the same time. Ha ha ha, Mihawk, it's rare to see you looking so miserable. Shanks first teased Mihawk, but when he saw that Mihawk had a serious look on his face and didn't intend to pay attention to him, he raised his head awkwardly and looked at Jack in the air. Oh, what a beautiful bird, a person with special abilities. Shanks looked at Jack hovering in the air and shouted. You are here to challenge me. Who are you, sir? What's your name? Are you a pirate? A bounty hunter? Or an adventurer exploring alone? Seeing Shanks's dignified expression, Jack lowered his voice and said. Advertisement, my name is Daddy. My purpose of coming here is, of course, to witness Captain Shanks's demeanor. Ha ha ha, so you're the guy who worships me, Dad. Shanks looked at the burning Suzaku carefully and said excitedly. Mr. Dad, would you like to join us, the Red Hair Pirates? But Shanks didn't notice that Mihawk and Beckman looked at him as if he were an idiot. When Mihawk saw Shanks inviting Jack, he couldn't help it anymore and shouted. Are you an idiot? Can't you tell he's playing tricks on you again? Don't you think this voice is familiar? Shanks stroked his chin and thought, you do sound familiar when you say that. Hey, who the hell are you? Of course it's your father, my son. Jack transformed into a human beast form, revealed his head, flapped his wings and smiled at Shanks. Long time no see. Daddy misses you so much. You be asterisk 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 D. Shanks looked so serious that Jack thought he was going to attack him, but Shanks' next words almost made Jack fall into the sea. You're so handsome. Hey, how the hell did you do that? Aren't you in some mammoth form? FK. Damn, you are stupid. Jack steadied himself, and seeing the defensive expressions on the faces of the others, he shouted. Your crew is much more reliable than you, Shanks. It seems that our relationship is not that friendly? Hearing this, Shanks also said in a deep voice. Oh, then what is the purpose of your visit this time? Purpose. Jack looked at the sea surface, and when he saw Mihawk's only remaining cross sail, he slowly landed on it and turned into a human form. I have only one goal today. I hope to be beaten to death by you all. Or I'll beat you all to death. Pull the boat over. Chapter 206 God avoids me. I am better than God. Hey, stay away from me first. I'll let this guy take care of me. Seeing Jack rushing up with a mace, Shanks excitedly drew out his rapier and went forward to fight. Clang. Boom. The collision between Conqueror's Haki produced a strong impact, causing Beckman and his companions, who had not walked far, to take a few steps back. Shanks and Jack said excitedly at the same time. You be asterisk 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 D. Not bad. Jack's purpose in finding Shanks was naturally to improve his proficiency in immortality. Relying on such an outdated method as bungee jumping was really too slow. So the stronger Shanks gets, the more excited Jack gets. Shanks has made great progress in his strength in the past few years, and most of the time he doesn't even have to fight his opponents, which is very boring. Ever since his arm was broken, Mihawk no longer competed with him in swordsmanship. Even after he had mastered right-handed swordsmanship, Mihawk still ignored him, using the excuse that he could not bully disabled people. Jack's arrival was like a blessing to Shanks, who had been bored for a long time. It was a perfect opportunity for him to vent his desire for fighting. Ding! Ding! Although there was a huge difference in the size of the two people, after several competitions, Shanks did not retreat at all except for the blue veins on his forehead that bulged high due to excessive force, which surprised Jack. His strength is already full, so he won't lose even in a competition with Big Brother Kaido. According to Brother Kaido, he has actually reached the limit of physical skills in terms of both strength and stamina, and is standing at the top of this world. Except for some gifted people, he has actually reached the limit of what the human body can reach. This has been confirmed by Quinn and Miss Bacon. No matter which race, the strength of the physical body has its limits, so when you reach the peak, the physical quality is actually the same. Although Shanks seemed to be struggling a little, he was able to block his attack steadily, which meant that his strength had almost reached the limit of the human body. Perhaps compared to his own strength of 120, he had 119? After fighting for a while, Jack was shocked at Shanks' growth. It hasn't been a few years since the last time this happened, right? I remember the last time I fought with Shanks. Shanks' strength was probably no match for Brother Quinn at that time. Now, he is not inferior to me in terms of armament haki or physical strength. Not only is Shanks' swordsmanship far superior to his own, but even his observation haki is definitely much better than his own. The most important thing is that this kid's Conqueror's haki is a little bit special. His Conqueror's entanglement was obtained through the system. Whether in theory or in reality, the skills granted by the system were of the highest level at the current time. Shanks' Conqueror's entanglement actually defeated his own Conqueror's entanglement? What does this mean? It means that this red-haired non-mainstream Conqueror has reached the next level. This is something that neither Big Brother Kaido nor I, who have the system, have been able to do, but this red-haired kid has done it. It's understandable that Garp, at that age, has reached the ultimate level of armament haki, but how can you, Shanks, do that? Could this guy be the son of the plane? Is he the protagonist of this world? Humph. So what if I'm the protagonist? Advertisement. You, the protagonist, are so damn good unless you are cheating like me. Otherwise you will just become my target for fleecing. Thinking of this, Jack transformed into a mammoth human beast form and activated the awakening mode. After seeing this scene, Shanks frowned. He was just an ordinary human form just now, and his attacks could not cause much damage to Jack. Even if it was the damage from the armament haki emission, Jack could withstand it without changing his expression and recover quickly. Even Kaido would feel ashamed of himself for this kind of powerful recovery ability. Now that he has transformed into human beast form, he can feel the powerful defense just by looking at the thick elephant skin. Thinking of this, Shanks calmed down after venting his anger. I do like fighting, but facing this situation, forget it. Why bother? Unless I use that trick, if I really want to kill him, that madman Kaido will never let it go. Clang. Thinking of this, Shanks withstood Jack's attack and said seriously. Jack. There's not much hatred between us. Why don't you give me some face and stop fighting? How about we sit down and have a couple of drinks? Give you a favor? Jack's eyes turned red when he heard this, and he yelled at Shanks. I gave you face once last time. Do you want me to give you face this time? What, are you the face person who ate the face fruit? You want face? Sure, I'll give it to you right now. Boom. A flame burst out from Jack's mouth. Even though Shanks quickly lowered his head, the fireball still passed over Shanks' head. A burnt smell came, and Jack was so happy that the mace in his hand fell to the ground. Jack pointed at Shanks and laughed. Ha 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 ha, the Mediterranean hairstyle suits you quite well. Ha 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 ha, Captain Shanks. He's right, this hairstyle suits you very well. Lakilu and the others were so happy that tears came out of their eyes. They looked at Shanks in the middle whose hair was burnt and mocked him. D. My hair. Buzz. Shanks touched his hair and felt the bald patch in the middle of his head. Conqueror's Hockey couldn't help but burst out. This is the hairstyle I finally got from Mr. Tony. D. Feeling the aura of Shanks getting stronger every second, Jack stopped laughing and looked at Shanks seriously. Advertisement? Oh, are you angry? Come on, Shanks. Shanks's face was full of murderous intent, and he said to Jack word by word. Although I don't want to kill you, you've really gone too far. You came here to cause trouble and didn't even give me face, you even burned my hairdo. Then I will have no choice but to kill you, FK. You're so stupid, you're pretending to be me again. Jack was so angry that he shouted at Shanks. Lousy wants to see how you can kill me this time. You pretended last time, and you're pretending with me this time. You can't kill me today. You didn't sing Conquest last time. Today you must finish singing it on your knees for Lousy. Jack's eyes were red. Armament Hockey covered his entire body, and he charged straight at Shanks. Shanks, who had been preparing for a long time, raised his griffin and slashed at Jack. God avoid. Boom. Huff. After the attack, Shanks knelt on the ground panting. Shanks was not proficient in using this move yet. Every time he used this move, he would use up all his strength. Of course, the power was also amazing. Even a mountain can be flattened by this move of his, so Shanks is naturally full of confidence in whether he can kill Jack. Huff. Da. The smoke cleared, and Jack, covered in blood, slowly walked out. He opened his mouth and showed a very kind smile to Shanks. This. How is it possible? Shanks was stunned as he watched the wounds on Jack's body continue to heal. Ha. Not bad. I'm already kneeling, then sing Conquer for Lousy. God avoids. Huh. What a pretentious name for a move. But, gods avoid me but I don't. I am better than the gods. Sing for Lousy. Chapter 207 Jack vs. Red Hair Pirates. D. It seems like you really like conquering this song. Shanks stood up from the ground, looked at Jack who was walking towards him, and pointed Griffin at Jack with a serious face. But I can't sing, sorry, Seeing Shanks' serious expression, Jack thought he was going to use some powerful move again and stopped cautiously. That move was called Divine Avoidance. To be precise, it caused considerable injuries to Jack. If it was Jack before he obtained the Suzaku fruit, he might have lost his combat effectiveness by now. With the help of the Suzaku fruit, his body's defense became stronger and his recovery ability became more perverted. This allowed Jack to withstand Shanks' divine avoidance and recover from his wounds quickly, with enough energy to continue fighting. But if Shanks used the same move again, Jack couldn't guarantee that he could continue fighting. As expected of the protagonist, the lucky child of this world, Jack clenched the mace and stood in place confronting Shanks. The two of them looked at each other, and the aura on their bodies became stronger and stronger. Then Shanks suddenly looked surprised and looked behind Jack. Jack looked back in confusion, and when he saw that there was no one around, he turned his head back again. Grass. Seeing Shanks running faster than a rabbit, Jack was so angry that he started to curse. D. Despicable, dirty. Did you give birth to a child? XXXXX. Shanks ignored Jack's curses and ran ahead without looking back. Beckman and his group followed closely behind. Mahawk heard Jack's curses and couldn't help but said to Shanks. You're just going to run away like this? Don't you have any dignity? Dignity? I'll immune to death him. I don't have much strength left now. Didn't you see that move just now? I evaporated all the seawater behind him in a short time. He is fine. If you can do it, go for it. If you can't, don't force me. Thinking of how Jack was fine despite taking so much damage just now, Mahawk closed his mouth. That's not right. Lousy can fly. After cursing for a long time, Jack's body recovered. He then remembered that he could fly, so he quickly transformed into Suzaku and chased after him. Huff, don't run. I guess you can't catch up with me. Advertisement. Shanks sat down on the ground and said to them. This guy's body defense is stronger than in previous years. I feel like even Kaido can't resist that well. I can't kill him. I'd better stay away from him if I see him next time. It's really tiring. Yeah. Beckman and Usopp looked up at the sky at the same time, and then Usopp said to Shanks helplessly. If I remember correctly, that guy seemed to be able to fly. What are you waiting for? Run. Red hair. Don't leave. Boom. Jack, flying at high speed, also caught up and fired a fireball from his mouth. Then, relying on his speed advantage, he flew in front of several people and started vomiting violently. Boom. Ha. Shanks, is this your escape route? Boom. Boom. After dodging Jack's attack, Beckman shouted helplessly. No way. There's no way to escape. This guy is just like a mad dog and won't stop. Let's go together. Lakilu and the others looked at Shanks, who waved his hand and said. You guys go ahead, I'll take a break first, take it easy. After getting the captain's consent, Usopp raised his rifle and shot at Jack, and Beckman also shot at Jack in the air with his pistol. Bang, bang, hiss, it hurts quite a bit. Feeling the pain in his body, Jack transformed into a human beast form, flapped his wings, and slowly landed on the ground. Looking at the serious faces of the few people, Jack laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Run, run. I can fly, how can you run? Shanks stood in front of Jack and said sternly, if you can't run, then don't run. Young ones. Go ahead. After shouting, Shanks turned around and hid to the side. Before Jack could react, Lakilu transformed himself, retracted and extended his limbs, and turned into a meatball and rushed towards Jack. Bang! Suddenly, there were flashes of lightning and thunder, bullets flying, and the constant sound of drums and monkeys screaming, which resounded throughout the forest, startling countless hibernating wild animals and causing them to run quickly out of the forest. Advertisement, what the hell? Also, where's the wine you brought me? Where did it go? Mihawk drew his sword and rushed into the battlefield. Why are you looking at me? I am not your subordinate. I have no obligation to stop the powerful enemy for you. Although Shanks' companions were all very strong, their attacks on Jack were like tickling him. Even Beckman, the strongest among them, quickly recovered from the injuries he inflicted on Jack due to Jack's amazing recovery ability. Squeak, careful. Just as Jack was about to fight back, a strong impact hit Jack's face again. Shanks shouted excitedly from a distance. Seeing Mihawk's reaction, Shanks covered his chest exaggeratedly. Usopp and Beckman shot at Jack with incredible accuracy. Shut up, a-hole, knock, knock, boom. While several people were still attacking wantonly, Usopp suddenly shouted. Lime Jones, wearing sunglasses, attacked Jack from behind. A stick flashing with electric light hit Jack's shoulder hard, instantly emitting a dazzling light. As soon as the huge mammoth appeared, several people flew backwards, and its long trunk rolled towards the monkey Mengshita in the air. Just when the trunk was about to fall on Mengshita's head, Beckman suddenly appeared and kicked Jack. Why didn't I see it? Ivory Jet, bang, good job, Gab. Bang, boom. Shanks frowned for a moment, then turned his head to Mihawk who was observing the battlefield carefully. Jack's huge body was kicked by Beckman and he took a few steps back. Looking at Beckman who was smoking a cigar, Jack said with red eyes. The most important thing was that after fighting for a long time, Jack transformed into a mammoth and actually grew wings. He rushed towards Beckman and others from midair with flames burning. The huge impact force was so great that no one dared to block it easily. My heart is broken. If it wasn't for saving you last time, I would never have offended him. Elephant hoof attack. Bendix Snake drew out 2 long knives from his waist, rushed towards Jack with strange steps, chopped him down, and then kicked Jack in the face. The ship's Dr. Deeg also chopped at Jack with a long knife. Bang! You guys, you really are quite strong. Hey, you're taking it too far. Where's that deluxe version of the canoe you said you spent a lot of money to customize? After the 3 of them finished their attack, Bank Punch beat the waist drum, and a monkey jumped from his shoulder and rushed towards Jack, attacking him with its claws. Chapter 208 Reflection and Expectation. Jack was defeated in the end. Under the siege of a group of people, Jack finally couldn't hold on and fell to the ground exhausted. After Mihawk slashed at Jack with his sword more than 10 times without causing any harm to Jack, the angry Mihawk was finally dragged away by Shanks and his group. A day later, Jack woke up from a sweet dream, stretched and stood up. Jack scratched his head as he looked at the scattered islands in the distance that were still emitting black smoke. This is... Jack inexplicably had a better understanding of swordsmanship in his mind, and he quickly opened the panel. Congratulations host for completing the docking. Do you want to draw the reward? Because the host has not made a selection for a long time, the system has now automatically extracted it. Congratulations host for receiving the shining reward. Your swordsmanship level will increase by 1. Swordsmanship, Great Swordsman. Is this the title for reaching the highest level of swordsmanship? With a big word in front of swordsman? I'd like to try and see if it's that big. Swish. Boom. Jack put the mace back into his waist, feeling a little disappointed. When swordsmanship reaches this level, the most important change is the ability to launch the most powerful attack with the least amount of force, increasing the penetration and cutting ability of the swordsmanship. Other than that, there isn't much difference from when I was a swordsman. This is a skill enhancement, but it is more suitable for sword weapons than maces. After a long period of using armament hockey to refine his weapon, Jack has become very skilled at using the fang, and he doesn't want to change weapons. Moreover, compared to slashing with a sword constantly, his favorite way of fighting is to conquer others by force. So becoming a great swordsman only improved my strength to that extent. Advertisement. In addition to enhancing one's understanding of swordsmanship, it also broadens one's horizons in swordsmanship, and one can perceive how far the opponent's swordsmanship attack can reach. But do I need to be aware of this? No, because they can't kill me. After the battle, physical strength was urgently needed to be replenished, and it was obvious that there was no breath of any living creature here, so Jack transformed into Suzaku and flew into the sky. Crackle, fat dripped onto the ground, and the aroma of the barbecue attracted countless ferocious beasts. Jack fired a fireball, and the amount of ingredients for the barbecue increased a lot. Jack turned the barbecue to ensure even heating while thinking back to his shortcomings in this battle. There is no need to say much about defense. Even if he lost consciousness, it was because his physical strength had reached the limit. Apart from losing a few hairs, even the wound caused by Shanks's divine dodge was healed. Although the name of the destruction flame sounds sad, the damage caused is minimal if you use armament hockey to defend yourself. As for the active skill Flame Slayer, although it can make your next attack more penetrating, referring to the power when Weevil hits you, after hitting the enemy, even with armament hockey defense, it is estimated that if not killed, the enemy will be seriously injured. But the prerequisite is that you have to hit the target. When Yanmi uses it, the aura it emits is too conspicuous. It is difficult to hit the enemy unless you launch a sneak attack, or you encounter someone who is as confident in his or her own defense as you are. It seems that, Brother Kaido, compared to Shanks, Jack's observation hockey is also the biggest weakness, although this may not be a weakness for Jack. After all, the main function of observation hockey in battle is to observe the enemy's movements and evade his attacks or avoid sneak attacks from others through the aura emanating from his body. Judging from Jack's current defense and recovery level, if he just lay there without fighting back, he would probably be exhausted to death or immune to death. What's more, there is a rebirth skill to support it. However, Jack was a little bothered by the fact that his perception had not reached the maximum level of 120 points. If the perception attribute points are also full, will there be a next level? It is impossible to grow by relying on one's own training. Advertisement this year, I have been on the boat many times with Yamato, Black Maria, and even Brother Kaido, but I have never given them a single attribute point. When the attribute points reach 110, the system starts to become extremely stingy. If this continues, I don't know how long it will take for my perception to reach its limit. Thinking of this, Jack opened the panel and saw the empty space for the third fruit on the panel. What fruit can greatly enhance perception, and it shouldn't be too junk? I think Brother Kaido once mentioned that his fish fruit, the blue dragon form, can greatly increase his perception. But where else can I find the same fish fruit? Is there a red dragon? If Kaido's fish fruit determines the quantity by color, then even if it's pink, I can accept it. Alas! Jack wiped his saliva and stuffed the barbecue into his mouth. The battle with Shanks and his gang also made Jack discover many new changes. Although the system did not prompt, after transforming into a mammoth, Jack found that he could also burn the flame of Suzaku in the form of a mammoth and transform into wings to fly. Given the mammoth's exaggerated size and the blazing flames as it swooped down from the sky, few people dared to stop it head-on. This form is used to destroy countries and eliminate miscellaneous soldiers. It is a first-class miracle. And perhaps it was because the various attributes of their bodies had reached their limits, or perhaps it was because the skills given by the system were the most proficient at the current level. Jack and Beckman and their group suddenly awakened the Suzaku fruit while fighting. After this awakening, Jack discovered that the Suzaku fruit, as his own mythical beast, did not greatly increase his recovery ability like the mammoth form. Perhaps it felt that his recovery ability was perverted enough, so it increased the user's control over fire. When using the awakened form of Suzaku, the temperature of his own flames rises rapidly, and can even be compressed into small suns. If released together, the damage caused is even stronger than Kaido's catastrophic attack. The shattered island now is the result of the damage caused by Jack's move. If Shanks had not finally joined the battle and split many small suns into pieces, the island might have disappeared. However, the system does not show this move as an independent skill. Perhaps the system assumes that this is a way to use fire. However, this move consumed a lot of physical strength. After using this move, Jack's physical strength dropped drastically and he was knocked unconscious by Shanks and others. Nowadays, in terms of pure strength, I am no different from Brother Kaido. Maybe I am even stronger? But if that's all, I won't be able to become a shipping king. After eating and drinking his fill, Jack stroked his chin and thought of Garp. How about going to have some fun with that old guy? Advertisement Chapter 209 Sky Island Burka. Just do it when you think of it. Now that you can fly, you can go wherever you want. It's so amazing. But first I have to go see my half-brother. It seems like this place is not far from Dressrosa. It seems that Mingja's family has a way of making fruits. If it doesn't work, why not ask him? Dressrosa, after watching Suzaku falling from the sky transform into Jack's appearance, Doflamingo and the family's executives breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, Jack. What's wrong with you? I thought a powerful enemy had invaded our Dressrosa. No. You are. Doflamingo wiped the sweat from his forehead, then reacted and looked at Jack with some confusion. Mr. Jack, what are you doing? Jack's transformation into Suzaku has shocked everyone in Don Quixote. It is common knowledge on the sea that only one devil fruit can be taken, but Jack has broken through their long-standing cognition. Hey, Torble. Stay away from me. Jack dodged Torble, whose snot was about to drip onto the ground, with a look of disgust on his face, and sat down at the table opposite Doflamingo and whispered. This was an accident. Due to some private reasons, I was able to eat more devil fruit. I came here this time, not only to convey Brother Kaido's urgency for the artificial devil fruit, but also to ask you for a favor. Oh, Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses and said with interest. The thing you are asked to do seems to be very challenging. What is it? Jack shook his head and whispered to Doflamingo. It shouldn't be that difficult for you. Your Don Quixote family has auction houses all over the world, and they prefer to buy devil fruit. I want you to find me a devil fruit that can increase my perception. It's better not to be too ordinary. It would be even better if it was the same fruit as Kaido-sama. Ha ha ha. Looking at Doflamingo's dazed look, Jack said softly. Don't worry, I was just joking. If the fruit you find can satisfy me. Jack patted Doflamingo's shoulder, then leaned his head towards Doflamingo's ear and whispered. I can personally help you once and kill your enemy, or I can handle some things that are difficult for you to solve. Of course, I prefer to buy it with money rather than this payment method. After hearing Jack's words, Doflamingo's eyes hidden under his sunglasses lit up, and then he laughed. Advertisement, ouch, 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 ouch. Mentioning money hurts our feelings a little. Don't worry, I will notify everyone during this period and do my best to find the devil fruit you want. Torbull, I leave this matter to you, remember to be quick. I have to say that the women of Dressrosa are really smooth and proactive. That night, after eating and drinking, Jack was dragged away by a dozen tall women. Although Jack wanted to fight back desperately and refused to obey, it seemed that Brother Ming had put some drugs in his wine, which made his hands and feet sore and his whole body weak. After helplessly shedding a drop of saliva, Jack gave up resisting. The next day, Jack ate hundreds of kidneys in a row, and was still crooked when he flew in the sky. The battle last night was so brutal. After flying to the Grand Line, Jack continued to fly upwards in order to hide his body. The G3 branch where Garp is located on the Grand Line, where the number of Marines begins to increase. Jack didn't want to waste his strength on the weak Marine soldiers. Brother Kaido said that if you want to find Garp, you have to rely on luck, because this guy often takes leave, and you don't know if you will be lucky this time. However, after flying for a few days, Jack raised his head and looked upward. From his perception of observation hockey, Jack discovered a small sky island. What was even more rare was that he could smell the breath of many living people on it. Jack instantly became interested and flapped his wings to fly upwards. Bang! After breaking through the clouds and landing on the edge of Sky Island, Jack couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature. You can see the seawater on your left side, and in the distance, there are some fishermen with wings catching seafish. The place where he was located was a cliff, and in front of him were all kinds of trees and flowers that he had never seen before. It looked like a forest. The air here is thinner than on Earth, but it doesn't have much of an effect on Jack. Just after Jack took a few steps, someone suddenly shouted anxiously. Careful! Roar! A completely white tiger with no tattoos jumped to Jack's side, and then when it saw the tall Jack, the tiger was stunned. Dubai! Stop it, you! A young man with wings and a bow and arrow walked out of the woods. When he saw Jack, whose arms were thicker than his waist, he just stood there in a daze. Advertisement, that. Ahem! Jack cleared his throat, smiled what he thought was a very kind smile, and said softly. Don't look at me because I'm ugly, I'm actually very gentle. Oh my god, monster, roar, it would have been fine if Jack didn't laugh. As soon as he laughed, the boy and the tiger ran backwards like they had seen a ghost. Seeing this, Jack chased after them closely. Hey, why are you running? Don't run, I'm very gentle, I'm a good person. As they were chasing, several tall men with wings appeared in front of them. The leading man was more than 3 meters tall, holding a spear, with bulging muscles. He looked like someone who was not someone to be trifled with. The boy and Baihu quickly hid behind them, and Jack slowed down his pace upon seeing this. Who are you? You're from Qinghai. To Jack's surprise, the man's attitude was very enthusiastic. He looked at Jack carefully and stretched out his hand. I'm Jerry, the mayor here. It's rare to see a Qinghai person as tall as you. Mayor Jerry? Oh shit, Tom's good friend Jerry? Hello. I'm Jack. After saying hello, Jack asked with some confusion. Is Sky Island also divided into towns? Ha ha ha. This was all taught by you Qinghai people. I used to be the village chief, but there were too many people, so I adopted the suggestions of a few Qinghai people who accidentally broke in. By the way, were you also blown in by the tornado? What size tornado must it be to blow someone of your size to Sky Island? Jerry's expression was full of emotion, and Jack didn't know what to say. By the way, Mayor Jerry, what is the name of your place? Jack looked around carefully and found that although there were more and more Sky Island people gathering, the eyes they looked at him were not only curious but also very friendly. It seemed that they were all very kind people. Oh, our island is called Burka. We are all residents of Burka Town. Come, Qinghai people, come to our town and let us treat you well. Chapter 210 Golden Lion. Thor, by the way, Jack, were you the only one who got rushed up here? Where's your partner? Oh, my friend should be living happily on Earth now. Really? That's really pitiful. Once we get here, it's hard to get down. Do you have any ideas? Ideas? I haven't thought of any yet, really? Then you? Along the way, Jack slowly felt that something was wrong. The people who gathered at the beginning were not very old, and most of them were boys and girls, so they looked at him with curiosity. Now that he had walked into the town, Jack could feel the strong malice coming from the houses through observation hockey. Moreover, it is very strange that this guy named Jerry has been consciously or unconsciously confirming whether he is single. However, Jack was very skilled and brave, so he pretended he knew nothing and continued to follow the others. What is that place? Looking at the smoke in the distance, Jack was very curious. From the perception of observation hockey, he could sense that there were a lot of weak breaths coming from there. Oh, that's the factory where clouds are processed and furniture is made. Forget about that, come on, we're here. The food should be ready, let's go eat first. Looking at the unnatural expression on Jerry's face, Jack nodded at Jerry. This is the only restaurant in our town, what do you think it tastes like? How does the food compare to Qinghai? And these are the wines we brewed ourselves, would you like to try them and see how they taste? Looking at Jerry and the others who were looking expectant, Jack picked up his glass and drank it all. Tons, oh, very good, ha ha ha, really? Then keep drinking. During the meal, Jerry had no idea how many times he had forced Jack to drink. It was not until everyone had confused looks on their faces that Jack realized that the wine and the meal were drugged. Bang! Seeing Jack lying unconscious on the ground, Jerry stood up and cursed. With such a height, does the effect of the medicine take so long to take effect? Send him to those adults. A Qinghai man who is this tall should be very capable. Damn it. You better be serious when you do this, otherwise, Lousy will kick your back. Jack, who pretended to be unconscious, was lifted up by a group of people with great effort. From the perception of observation hockey, they were heading towards the smoking factory. Jack's curiosity was aroused, so he continued to pretend to be unconscious to see what they were going to do. Advertisement, bang. Damn, it's so heavy, I'm so tired. Huff, after finally transporting Jack to the factory gate, several people threw Jack to the ground and sat down panting, exhausted. Ding ding, Jerry knocked gently on the factory door. After a while, several people came out of the factory and scolded Jerry. What? You bastards, my lords, please look, Seeing Jack on the ground, the leading tough guy said in surprise. He is quite tall, this. Wait a moment, this guy is. Jack the Draught from Beast's Pirates. Jack never expected that there were people here who recognized him. He opened his eyes and was surprised to find that these people were actually human beings. Do you know me, Master Jack? This is a misunderstanding? I can explain. We are members of the Flying Pirates. Our admiral is Golden Lion Shiki-sama. You bastards. Snap. Snap. Seeing Jack's expressionless face, several pirates panicked instantly. After a volley of bullets, several people fell to the ground with their eyes open. Golden Lion. Like Whitebeard and Roger, they are known as the legendary pirates. Hasn't he disappeared? Jack was a little confused. Golden Lion's name was famous throughout the sea before Jack was born. During his most glorious period, he almost destroyed Roger pirates. Of course, Kaido told Jack all these things. Although he failed later and was captured in the Impel Undersea Prison, the world's largest prison, he also broke its record of no one escaping from prison, although he lost both legs. But this guy, even though he knows Brother Kaido, he should be quite old, right? And the ability to control lightning, at your age, instead of taking good care of yourself, what are you doing on Sky Island? After several pirates looked at each other in panic, the leading one-eyed pirate said loudly. Advertisement. Seeing Jack's impatient look, another person quickly added. Boom. You know nothing, Golden Lion. The cries of several people attracted dozens of pirates armed with various weapons to come out of the factory. However, when they saw their boss kneeling on the ground, they were dumbfounded. The remnants of the old Golden Lion era can't threaten me. Master Jack. That's Yunbei. Boom. Thinking of this, Jack looked down at the few people and said in a deep voice. Following a loud roar from the spherical cloud shell, countless flashes of lightning followed, and the first to be hit was the factory where Jack was. Could it be that Logia has the fruit that can control lightning? This is the punishment that Thunder God has bestowed upon you. Should I kill him? See if I can get the fruit by luck? Or should I subdue him? We are here to have the people on Sky Island make and process clouds for us, and also to salvage some empty shells. For a moment, apart from the bodies of Jerry and others, only Jack was standing there. We only got the news about you through newspapers brought by others. Young men. Go. Golden Lion. Thor. As lightning and thunder roared, Jack looked up at the sky in confusion. Interesting. Hey, stop talking so much nonsense. Please let us go. This guy is called the God of Thunder? Master Jack, we don't know anything else. Just as Jack was stroking his chin, thinking about how to deal with them, he suddenly felt the sky getting dark. These things, in sufficient quantity, are generally transported to the land and sold. What is that? Damn it, who is that? A person with special abilities. When facing Jack, the pirates were timid and did not dare to resist. However, faced with this unknown enemy, they still mustered the courage that pirates should have and rushed towards the enemy. Master Golden Lion is not here. We are just staying here. Someone will come and take away these goods every few months. Ha ha ha. Burka. Accept your destruction. If you dare to hide anything, since you know me, you know how I act. Chapter 211. What's your level? While Jack was still thinking, the battle ended quickly. But in an instant, dozens of pirates were dealt with by four strange-looking men. After the fight, a man wearing a white turban and with his upper body naked jumped down from Yunbei. Humph. This is the price of rebelling against God. Thump, thump. As they got closer, Jack was surprised to find that the man's earlobes reached his chest, and there were no wings unique to the Sky Island people on his back. Instead, there were several small drums connected by painted magatama. Damn. Another non-mainstream. She even wears earrings on her earlobes. You're from Qinghai. Seeing Jack's dazed look, the man muttered to himself and ignored him. After walking past Jack, a bolt of lightning fell straight on Jack from the sky. Humph. Boring mortal. After speaking these confident and domineering words, the few of them did not stop at all, but soon a voice coming from behind made them turn around in surprise. Hey, who have you hacked me? It's like setting off firecrackers. Oh, yeah, ha 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 ha. The non-mainstream man stopped several of his men from rushing forward, and with a slight flick of his fingers, a bolt of lightning quickly fell on Jack again. Boom. However, after the thunder sounded, the man's expression became serious as he looked at Jack, who still had no reaction. Boom. 30 million volts Thunderbird. The man slapped a small drum on his back, and a Thunderbird transformed from lightning rushed towards Jack. Boom. Call. Not bad. Keep going. Jack exhaled a puff of black smoke and hooked his finger. Seeing Jack make such a provocative move, the man's men quickly hid to the side, and the man known as Thor grinned grimly, then quickly hit the small drum behind him with the golden stick in his hand. 60 million volt thunder dragon. The strong lightning made Jack narrow his eyes, and then a ferocious blue dragon emitting dazzling blue light rushed towards Jack. Boom. Boom. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Along with the sound of thunder, a smug smile appeared on the man's face again, but soon the smile disappeared. His eyes widened, giving people a sense that they were about to jump out of their sockets, and he looked forward. How is that possible? Call. Advertisement. Jack touched his upright long hair, smelled the burning smell on his body, looked at the thing on his hand that looked like ash from the bottom of a pot, opened his mouth and said, "Do you know that Lousy has hair on his head? Do you know what these hairs mean to men? If Lousy splits my head into baldness, this gene will be passed on to my descendants." Swish. Bang. Enel adult. Using the 6 styles, Jack instantly appeared next to the man, then punched him. The man fell to his knees and vomited violently. Jack pinched his nose and jumped aside, looking at the man with disgust, and said contemptuously, "Your name is Enel. Why are you so weak? Brother Ming was fine after being hit by me a few times, but you're on your knees after just one punch?" Vomit. After vomiting all the bile, Enel was helped up by several of his men. He looked at Jack and shouted angrily, "Qinghai people, you will pay the price for your ignorance. I don't know how you did it, but as a mortal, how dare you anger a god? I will grant you death. Damn, retarded, come here, Lousy, look at how you can bestow death on me." Jack patted his chest and said sarcastically to Enel. Enel leapt high into the sky, his body emitting dazzling lightning. Countless lightning bolts appeared from Enel's body and then slowly returned to Enel, while Enel's body became bigger and bigger and turned blue. This is. Run. After seeing this scene, Enel's 4 men fled frantically, while Jack stood still, with his arms folded across his chest, looking at Enel in the air with an expressionless face. It was not until Enel's body turned into a blue giant that he opened his mouth and shouted loudly, 200 million volts, Thunder God. Boom. 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 What level are you? Are you worthy of being a god like me? You almost got to eat elephant steak, but what a pity. However, a giant elephant burning with flames appeared from the sky, flapped its wings and flew up towards Enel's thunder. Advertisement, Thor. Can't hurt you. Oh, continuous lightning struck Jack's position, the dazzling lightning blocked everything. Judging from the constantly appearing cracks, the dense lightning like raindrops, and the deafening thunder, the power of this move was like a natural disaster. Jack's trunk smashed down Enel again. Just when Enel used elementalization to dodge again, he felt a sharp pain, then he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. This island is doomed. It couldn't withstand Lord Enel's power and was destroyed by God. From the looks of you, you should be a god too. That is, the smoke had not yet disappeared, and in the puzzled eyes of several of his men, Enel's face changed drastically. After shouting in panic, he used up his limited physical strength to create lightning, which suddenly struck in the direction of Jack. How could it be? Bang, bang, give up, we can actually live in peace. Looking at the 4 people who were rushing towards him without fear of life and death, Jack praised them, nodded and said, "This is a bit difficult for you, you said I should be a god too. You are so brave, Lousy, please be merciful and spare your lives. I am the word of God, he's quite loyal." As the island continued to collapse, Enel returned to his original state and looked on breathlessly. "I just didn't notice it just now, Enel adult." Swish. That's it. After swinging his long trunk towards Enel, Jack's trunk passed through Enel's body and missed. Putting Enel and the others together, Jack was hesitating whether to kill Enel and try his best to get the fruit, but he suddenly remembered something. "It's no use, Qinghai people, you can't hurt me." Enel gave Jack a kind smile and said quickly. After a moment, the 4 of them lay on the ground. Boom. Shit, I'm not on a boat. Chapter 212. Let's go mining first. Burka had been completely destroyed. The people in the factory were chopped into pieces by Enel before Jack even saw them. As for the others, no one knew what deep hatred Enel had with them, but he killed them so early. And after Enel's move of 10,000 thunders just now, Burka only had a space as big as a ship. After much thought, Jack decided not to kill Enel. The nature of the system is that what it gives you when you fight with all your strength for the first time is the best. If I fight again now, I probably won't get this natural fruit. It seems that Enel is pretty good at developing the fruit, and observation hockey is also okay. After he is captured, let Kaido give him a good education. Who knows, he may become a senior executive of Beast's Pirates in the future. As for Enel's 4 men, their skills are decent enough and with some training, they can become middle-level managers. Just as Jack made up his mind, Enel opened his eyes in confusion. The pain made Enel's face look painful, but after seeing Jack, Enel still endured the pain, glared at Jack and said, "You lowly mortal. How dare you hurt me, face the wrath of God." Bang. Enel, who was fanning himself with a big fan, had a nosebleed and looked at Jack in disbelief. Bang. Is it God? Is it immortal? Have you read too many Chunin novels? Snap. 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 You are just a Logia demon fruit power, and you dare to call yourself a god? Come on. Show me your anger. A dozen or so Dabi came and completely woke Enel up. Enel touched his face, looked at Jack pitifully and asked, "We are both gods, why do you treat me like this? Didn't I tell you, What level are you? Are you calling me by the same name? Pa. Sitting on the large thundercloud, Jack looked ahead. Enel and his companions sat on one side, huddled together with bruised faces and noses. Not to mention that the cloud shell of Sky Island is driven by thunderclouds and flies into sky at a very fast speed, not slower than flying by itself. Jack stroked his chin and thought slowly. This trip was not in vain. I got a Logia user. If I train him well, he will be at least a disaster level player. Given the characteristics of lightning, even if this Enel is not as good as the three admirals, it should be no problem to beat a Shichibukai or the like. Advertisement, Jack turned his head, looked at the trembling Enel, and cursed loudly. Hey, why are you slowing down? You didn't eat, idiot. I really didn't eat, I'm hungry, also I seem to be sick, I'm so cold now. Jack transformed into Suzaku, grabbed the 5 people tied together with his chicken feet, and flew at full speed. Enel's poor physical condition really opened Jack's eyes. I held back when I beat him. Now the child not only has a fever, but is also vomiting blood. Damn, how miserable it would be if a Logia user died like this. After much haste, Jack finally arrived at Dressrosa when Enel was on the verge of starvation and death from illness. Ming Jie was wearing sunglasses and playing with a group of beauties by the swimming pool when he saw a huge vermilion bird flying over. Quick! Find a doctor. Get ready to save lives, we must save this long-eared guy. Jack was relieved only after the doctor confirmed that Enel was not in danger of death. Doflamingo asked curiously, but stood up in surprise. What did you say? This guy is a Logia Thunderfruit user. Thunderfruit? Jack was stunned, then nodded and said. The thunder was quite loud, it should be this fruit that can transform the body into elements. It's just that your physical condition is too weak, it's a bit of a waste of this fruit. Worse than you. Doflamingo looked at Jack's strong arms, then looked at his own waist that was envied by women and didn't know how to refute Jack. But the Logia Thunderfruit? The attack power of this fruit is among the top few even in the ranking of all devil fruits. The beast's pirates have obtained this person with special abilities. With a little training, they will have a promising future. A-hole. Why didn't I eat the Thunderfruit in the first place? Because Jack had lost his Den Den Mushi during the fight with Red Hair, he had to let Doflamingo contact Kaido. When Kaido was told about Enel, he acted very calmly. Advertisement after Jack's description, Kaido became slightly interested in knowing that the power of Enel's lightning could destroy a Sky Island. Think you are God? Weak constitution? Is the fruit development good? Do you have some talent? If his fruit development is indeed good, send him to Jin. Let Jin train him. Jack mourned for the few people in his heart. As a teacher, Jin's training attitude was very strict. The most important thing was, if you couldn't meet his requirements, he would not beat you, but interrogate you. There are hundreds of tools that Jin uses for interrogation. However, when it comes to laying the foundation, Jin is more professional than Kaido and himself. All the methods I used to train Tran, such as frog jumps and walking upside down, were learned from Jin. Since Kaido specifically asked Jin to teach Enel, it shows that Kaido still has expectations for Enel. But I hope this Enel can live up to brother Kaido's expectations. After all, Beast's Pirates doesn't keep idlers. After Enel recovered from his injury, Jack and his crew boarded Dressrosa's merchant ship and headed for the continent of Allen. Because Enel and his companions were not physically fit enough to sustain a long journey without supplies, and in order to prevent them from starving to death, Jack had no choice but to be patient and choose to go back by boat. However, he was beaten by several people along the way. Enel felt that his teeth were about to be knocked out by Jack. When the merchant ship arrived at the continent of Allen, Jack handed over Enel to Jin and flew into the sky. Just when Enel thought his nightmare was about to end, Jin said to Enel, "Are you that idiot who thinks he's the god of thunder? Someone, come. Take them to mine first." When Enel heard the contempt in Jin's tone, a nameless anger surged in his heart. It's fine that Jack bullied me, but who the hell are you, a mortal wearing a mask? Mortal. You will pay the price for angering God. Lord Enel. Don't. While several of his men tried desperately to stop him, Enel fired a bolt of lightning at Jin. Boom. Bang. Looking at Enel lying unconscious on the ground, Jin sighed helplessly and said, "Your physique is indeed very weak. Someone, put seastone chains on him. Take them down to mine." Chapter 213 Ancient Column Catform and Unknown Devil Fruit. It has to be said that the Don Quixote family is indeed professional when it comes to doing business. During the time when Enel was being treated, Doflamingo told Jack that he had roughly got some information about the fruit he needed. Just wait for a while and he will naturally send someone to deliver the fruit to Onigashima. This made Jack overjoyed, and he even promised Doflamingo that if the devil fruit he found satisfied him, he would help him stop Kaido if he wanted to beat him up. Doflamingo also stated on the spot that this fruit is an ancient species of zone and can indeed increase the user's perception. Jack was also very satisfied with this. Devil fruit was extremely rare, not to mention that it was an ancient species. For me now, the first thing is to maximize my perception to see if there is any possibility of breaking through. If there is no possibility of breaking through, I must speed up the growth of my immortal body, and also work harder to make my strength stronger. After returning to Onigashima, after finishing the daily training with Black Maria and Big, Jack hurried to report to Kaido before he got angry. Tons, belch. After a satisfied burp, Kaido looked at Jack drunkenly and asked, "You said you met Golden Lion's men? Are there any survivors?" "No more. What did they say?" "No. Where's Shiki?" No, at this time, Dressrosa and Torble looked at the two fruits in front of them and asked in confusion. Brother Ming, what kind of fruit is that? Ouch 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 ouch. I brought this fruit from Geis especially. This is the first artificial devil fruit made by Vegapunk, although Geis said it was a failed devil fruit. But I think it shouldn't be that simple, advertisement. Besides, this fruit is indeed the same as Kaido's fruit in some ways. Give it to Jack as a gift. Even if Jack doesn't want it, this fruit still has special meaning to Kaido. Jack has been very upset recently. Runti and Peggy Wan were left to him by Kaido, along with some children with great potential. He returned to his old job and became the principal of the kindergarten. In order to avoid being harassed by Yamato all day, he rode to the sky and told her several bloody love stories about terminal illnesses. The result was the opposite of what she thought. Yamato was yelling that if Jack got a terminal disease one day, at least she should leave a child for him. She chased after Jack all day, wanting to have a baby. This is outrageous. Lousy will have a terminal disease. What a joke. Even if I have a terminal disease, what does Master do? But fortunately, the new year has passed, and it is a new fire festival again. Yamato also gradually calmed down because Jack's little fanboy Sasaki came back and asked Jack to drink all day long. Jack was happy to get rid of Yamato and he was either attending one drinking party or another all day long. It was not until 2 days before the fire festival that Don Quixote's merchant ship arrived at Onigashima. What Jack didn't expect was that Doflamingo actually came in person. Jack was very confused about this, because after Ming Jie was beaten up several times by the drunk Kaido, he looked at Kaido as if he had seen a ghost. He hasn't been to Onigashima for a long time, let alone participated in the fire festival. Oh, right, is the fruit I want here? Hey, brother? Jack glanced at Doflamingo and asked excitedly, have I found the fruit I want? Ouch 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 ouch. Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses and laughed. Jack, I found the fruit you wanted. There's also a little surprise, which is the world's first artificial devil fruit. Jack was a little confused and asked quickly, the world's first artificial devil fruit? What is that? Doflamingo touched his chin, pondered for a long time, and said seriously. It's still an artificial devil fruit, advertisement. You're kidding me. No, Jack. We met with Mr. Kaido about this fruit. How about I tell you more about it? Seeing Doflamingo's confident look, Jack had no choice but to take him to meet Kaido. Doflamingo handed Jack another box containing devil fruit. Zone Nako fruit ancient species pillar cat form? Can it significantly increase the reaction speed and perception of the consumer? After Doflamingo's introduction, Jack was satisfied and relieved. Now, except for perception, all other attributes of mine are full, and the attributes added by this pillar cat form are in line with my expectations. As long as you take the time to eat it, you will know whether the system can help you break through the limit of your physical fitness. But what is that artificial devil fruit? What makes Doflamingo so confident that he would take the initiative to find brother Kaido? Just as Jack was full of curiosity, the two of them arrived at Kaido's palace. As soon as they entered the large courtyard, Doflamingo almost felt dizzy because of the wandering around, and Jack suddenly stopped. Kaido stood up and looked at Doflamingo with some confusion. Mr. Kaido, I'm here to deliver the devil fruit I found on behalf of Jack. It's a zone ancient species of pillar cat fruit. Plus I brought a devil fruit. Mr. Kaido, please look. Doflamingo opened the box in his hand. Kaido walked over, picked it up, looked at it carefully for a while, and asked. What kind of fruit is this? It's the world's first artificial devil fruit. The world's first artificial devil fruit? What is that? It's still an artificial devil fruit. Seeing Kaido draw out the 8 rings from his waist, Doflamingo quickly said. Mr. Kaido. This is the first artificial devil fruit made by Vegapunk using your bloodline factor. Chapter 214. A new fruit form and a mission to break through the limit. After hearing what Doflamingo said, Kaido was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized and said. Oh, what is that? It turns out to be this. Vegapunk? The first artificial devil fruit made from Kaido's bloodline? Just when Jack was full of doubts, Kaido threw the devil fruit in his hand to Jack, walked up to Doflamingo and said. Come on, follow me, I'll show you a treasure. Huh? What is Mr. Kaido treasure? Bang! After transforming into a blue dragon and grabbing Doflamingo and flying into the sky, Kaido's roar reached Jack's ears. Are you free? Why are you bringing this to trouble me for no reason? What a treasure. Lousy will show you how hard Baji is. Jack closed his eyes, observed 3 seconds of silence for Doflamingo, then raised the artificial devil fruit in his hand and looked at it carefully. It looks like a purple orange with 7 or 8 small yellow circles on it. Judging from its appearance alone, this artificial devil fruit is very ordinary. But if this fruit is really what Doflamingo said, then this artificial devil fruit, if successfully ingested, will also turn into a blue dragon? Or a purple dragon? A green dragon? If this fruit can have half the ability of Kaido's blue dragon form, then it will exceed the devil fruit in the form of the pillar cat that Doflamingo found for himself. If you eat this devil fruit yourself, you won't die. But can this devil fruit be successfully activated after taking it? Will there be any negative effects? For example, a dragon head growing under your crotch? Forget it. If you are like Hold'em, you are doomed. You are always making trouble and attacking chickens. Just when Jack was about to give up, a voice suddenly came. I'll see where you run. Bang. Ah. Along with scattered pink feathers, a figure fell on Jack. After Jack fell to the ground, The devil fruit in his hand fell into his mouth, and Jack swallowed it subconsciously. FK. Just when Jack was trying to force the power of the fruit out of his body and prevent it from taking effect on his body, a voice suddenly rang in his mind, which made Jack freeze. Advertisement. An unknown devil fruit has been discovered. It can fuse fruit forms. Will the host devour it? Fusion fruit form? What does it mean? Is this devil fruit still awesome? Because the host has not made a choice for a long time, the system has automatically merged. Please choose the main form of fusion. No matter which form it is, it has the characteristics of 3 devil fruits. What the hell? I just thought about it for less than 10 seconds, it merged automatically. In order to prevent the system from automatically selecting, Jack chose the mammoth form without hesitation. Since any form can have the characteristics of 3 devil fruits, of course we should choose the one with the largest tonnage. After all, bigness is king. It hurts. The system has started fusion. Please stay awake, host. This will increase the chances of successful fusion. If the fusion fails, the host will explode and die, and rebirth skills will not be able to revive him. FK. Doflamingo quickly jumped aside, holding his chest, and looked at Jack rolling on the ground in pain and cursing, confused. Kaido also fell from midair. After seeing Jack's expression, he was silent for a moment and asked Doflamingo beside him. You smashed his balls? Well, I don't think so. Doflamingo answered uncertainly, and then he and Kaido looked at the wound on Jack that was noticeable due to the severe pain and congestion. Congratulations on the successful fusion of the host. We are now extracting the proficiency of the devil fruit. The proficiency of the devil fruit will be drawn from the 3 proficiency levels of the mammoth form, the Suzaku form, and the dragon form. I'm so meow. Jack's eyes were filled with painful tears, and he was no longer able to complain about the system. Congratulations, host, the fruit fusion is successful. The 3 fruits have merged into one and you have obtained the Dumbo fruit, awakened. Host, please check for details yourself, Dumbo? What is this? Advertisement. After opening the panel, Jack looked at it carefully and found some changes. Observation Hockey. Observation Hockey Devil Fruit. Awakened Pink Dumbo, a devil fruit that combines the characteristics of the 3 fruits. Zone, Elephant Fruit, Ancient Species, Mammoth Form. Zone, Mythical Beast Species, Bird Fruit, Suzaku Form, Artificial Devil Fruit, and Dragon Fruit. New fruit skills. Can control wind, fire, lightning to produce attacks comparable to natural disasters, and produce some material changes. Because of the characteristics of the Suzaku fruit, the power of fire is the most powerful. Ultimate Recovery. A skill created by combining the recovery properties of the 3 fruits with the recovery power of the immortal body, which can allow the host's recovery power to exceed the limit. The Advanced Observation Hockey is a step up, with 3 devil fruits fused into one, and while retaining the original skills, it also gains the ability to control wind, fire, thunder and lightning like Big Brother Kaido, not to mention the ultimate recovery skill. Jack was very satisfied with this, but why was this thing called Pink Dumbo after the fusion? Could it be? Thinking of this, Jack stood up and jumped hard. In the shocked eyes of Kaido and Doflamingo, a huge pink mammoth appeared in the air. Although the elephant is huge, it has a pair of small wings waving on both sides of its body, and its 4 hooves are burning with flames. With its pink skin, it is full of strong oppression, but... Kaido turned his head to the side, looked at Doflamingo's damaged pink coat, and couldn't help asking. Did Jack eat the feathers on your coat? Jack flew around the island with an expressionless face, then slowly landed in the middle of the island, next to the stone statue built for Kaido. This stone statue, which looks exactly like Kaido, is nearly 40 meters tall, but now it is only barely as tall as himself. Such an exaggerated height is called Pink Dumbo? After flapping the small wings on both sides of his body, Jack slowly returned to human form. Damn it. System UXXXXX. Such a big body, such small wings. Does it conform to biology? Does it conform to dynamics? Are you good at playing? After venting his anger, Jack drove away the pirates that were attracted to him and looked towards the attribute points. All attribute points have reached the maximum level of 120, but the rating on the character card is still which makes Jack feel disappointed. This is. A line of glittering small words caught Jack's attention, and he looked over quickly. Because the host's attribute points are full and have reached the limit of the human body, the system gives the host a task that exceeds the limit of the human body. Mission. Beyond the limits, in a battle with more than 20,000 combatants and more than 20 level combatants, fight with more than 10 level characters and survive. Mission reward. God's Body. Chapter 215 Jack IXXXXX. Jack was confused when he saw this task. The number of people participating in the battle is fine, but more than 20 level characters? Damn it, this is clearly a way of not letting me break through. The lowest level of a person who reaches is at least a Shichibukai, right? Taking Beast's pirates as an example, apart from himself and Kaido, perhaps the only 3 people who can become are Jin, Quinn and Yamato. Lim might also be counted as one, so there are only 6 of them in total. There are only 6 Beast's pirates that are this powerful, not to mention the other pirate groups. The only way to have 20 level characters joining the war is if Brother Kaido decides to go to war with the world government. Don't even think about making a breakthrough in the short term. But it's good to have the possibility of a breakthrough. If a war really breaks out, I can break through in the battle. No matter what cards the world government has, I should be invincible, right? Hey, Jack, what's the matter with you? Seeing Kaido and Doflamingo with worried faces, Jack felt warm in his heart. Just as he was about to answer, he heard Kaido say with disgust. Why did the beast form become like a woman? Have you been in contact with this guy more? Do you like pink too? Jack, I'm telling you, Yamato complained to me that she wanted a child, but you always avoided her. If you're sick, go see Master. He's a real man, he likes the pink color. If I didn't know, I would have thought you had a story. After saying that, Kaido turned around and walked away. Jack and Doflamingo looked at each other, then both looked away silently. Since Jack ate the artificial devil fruit, the ancient seed that Doflamingo had worked so hard to find was naturally given to Kaido. Kaido didn't care about the changes in Jack, so Jack didn't have to rack his brains to find excuses. Although he was not satisfied with the color, Jack gradually accepted it after getting used to it. From the feeling, this proficiency should be drawn from the proficiency of the mammoth form, which is the level given by the system. As for the skills that Kaido possessed, such as heat breath and bad wind, Jack could use them easily, and the power was even greater than Kaido's, especially the two skills heat breath and flame cloud. Jack secretly experimented with it and found that the heat breath penetrated the seabed that was several thousand meters deep, and the flame cloud could easily drag an island larger than Onigashima into the sky. After Jack's observation haki reached the level of Kanjima, as the name suggests, his observation haki's perception level was greatly increased, and the range covered even exceeded the entire Onigashima island. And the sense breath is more detailed, which makes up for Jack's last weakness. Soon after the fire festival ended, Jack began to get restless again. Advertisement last time, because of Enel, Jack failed to find Garp. Now that his strength has been improved, Jack can't help but want to seek revenge on Garp. After all, the last time Garp dived into the sea and beat Jack up, he left him with a bruise all over his head. This has always been in Jack's mind as he has a strong desire for revenge. On a dark and windy night, after training Yamato into a deep sleep, Jack transformed himself into Dumbo and left Onigashima. Lim and his group also quietly set off on the mammoth. In order to prevent any accidents, the salvage team can go late, but they cannot not go. This is all Kaido's experience. As for why, it is said that Kaido was once stuck in a crack in the rocks on the seabed and stayed there alone for half a year. It is said that the sea area is very dangerous, so it is difficult for ships to pass through safely. However, with the addition of the fishmen, this kind of thing has never happened again. With the experience of the last long-distance flight, this flight was even more familiar to me. I first went to the continent of Allen and stayed there for a few days to see how Jin trained Enel and his men. Jack was surprised to find that this Enel was quite talented. At least now he was wearing a seastone chain and could pee upside down, which meant that his physical strength had increased a lot. Then Jack flew straight towards Dressrosa without stopping. As Doflamingo of Shichibukai, he now knows all the marine's movements much better than the beast's pirates. After a few days of simple rest, Jack confirmed that Garp was still patrolling the Grand Line on his Doghead warship, and he immediately flew into the sky. However, when they saw Jack transformed into Dumbo, the officials of the Quixote family turned their attention to Doflamingo. Don't look at me like that, I don't know either. He obviously ate the pill that contained Kaido's blood factor. Wait a moment. Doflamingo suddenly sat down on the sofa and muttered to himself. So Jack ate the artificial devil fruit, which means he has Kaido's blood factor. However, the relationship between Kaido's daughter, the famous demon princess Yamato, and Jack. Kaido also wants them to have a child, if they had kids. And this fruit was eaten by mistake because of me, Jack. All of you remember this, never mention this fruit again. Do you understand? Several officials of the Don Quixote family nodded in shock. It only took Jack 3 days to fly from Dressrosa to Grand Line at high speed, which was much faster than taking a boat. In order to seek revenge on Garp for turning into a Buddha last time, Jack sped up his speed and flew towards the sea area under the control of the G3 branch. According to Doflamingo, Garp's activities were usually within these sea areas. One word, cool, didn't Lousy tell you? Buy a speedboat with a separate toilet? Advertisement, did something go wrong with the last deluxe version of the solo canoe? Are you really that poor? Looking at the kind-hearted boss, Mihawk shook his head without saying anything. After throwing a bag of gold coins to the ship owner, he stood up and jumped onto the canoe. He tapped the sea surface with his scabbard lightly, and the canoe then sped away. Boom. Clatter. After confirming that there was indeed no smell coming, Mihawk began to release the water with confidence. You give birth to a baby XXXXX. After a while, Mihawk emerged from the sea, his upper body tightly hugging the only remaining cross sail. First observe the seabed, then observe the air. Feeling a sharp pain, Mihawk quickly jumped onto the cross sail, bringing up a huge lobster. Mihawk knelt on the sail in pain. A-hole. Jack. I XXXXX. Huff. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Just as his observation haki detected a particularly powerful aura, that guy flew above him in the blink of an eye. Mihawk, who was halfway through peeing, twitched his mouth twice and looked up into the air. Oh, what is that? What the hell, hot breath. Wow, always so wild and uninhibited, so unique. Before Mihawk could react, a familiar voice sounded. You XXXXX. It's such bad luck to meet you, as expected of Shichibukai Hawkeye Mihawk-sama. The boat owner held the gold coin and looked at Mihawk's receding back with admiration. If you could bring it here, we could actually fix it. Master Mihawk, this is the member-only canoe you reserved. I can't stand with you, damn it, it's you again, the one with no sense of public morality. A flying mammoth? After sailing for most of the day, Mihawk felt the urge to urinate and was about to take off his pants to relieve himself, but suddenly he remembered something and quickly used the observation hockey to observe his surroundings. Lousy. Burn you to death, you uncultured B*****************. D. Chapter 216. Do you know where the iron in Iron Fist comes from? Jack was naturally unaware of Mihawk's curses and insults, otherwise he would have to go back and teach Mihawk to focus on his personal qualities. After destroying a base of the G3 branch, Jack finally found out where Garp was. At the same time, the naval headquarters also learned about Jack's news. After Sakazuki, who was handing over the task at the naval headquarters, learned the news, he took the initiative to ask Marshal Sengoku to capture Jack. Sakazuki set off on the warship with full confidence. What is the same physique as Kaido? Even Kaido himself has caught it before. Although several people attacked together, and Kaido finally ran away, he still injured Kaido. I, Sakazuki, am not Borsalino who just wants to waste his time all day, or Kuzan who just wants to sleep at work and has no aspirations. I'm Sakazuki. I'll never be inferior to anyone in my life. No matter who my opponent is, I will always uphold justice behind me. I have no sympathy for evil. After watching Sakazuki leave, Sengoku was about to leave when he heard Crane beside him whisper. If we send Sakazuki alone, can he defeat Jack by cooperating with Garp? I got the news a while ago that Jack took 2 devil fruits and obtained the zone bird fruit mythical beast Suzaku form. This should be the fruit of that guy Wable, although I don't know how he did it. The news is indeed true and has been confirmed by Mihawk. Mihawk provided us with very detailed information about Jack and was very cooperative. It looks like he suffered a lot at the hands of Jack. I heard that it took all the red hair pirates to defeat Jack. The red hair pirates are now extremely powerful. Just because. Crane, Sengoku turned his head and whispered. Although that D Garp is unreliable, don't forget his strength. Marine's hero. Garp the Fist. You and I both know how strong he is. Huh. I really envy that B*********. D. He's so old, but apart from his appearance, nothing else seems to have changed. After hearing what Sengoku said, a smile appeared on Suru's face. Haha, that's true. That unreliable guy. After receiving the news that a base was destroyed by Jack, Garp, who was resting on an island, also learned that Jack was looking for him. He immediately made a prompt decision and asked the surviving Marine to tell Jack his location and let his men leave first on the warship. Garp was eating barbecue and waiting for Jack's arrival. As for Jack's purpose of looking for him, Garp only thought about it for a moment and understood it, because Kaido had also looked for him for no reason before and fought with him. Although I know this may help their physical constitution, I still have to fight them. This D really has Kaido's style. But after Kaido was beaten up by me twice, he never dared to provoke me again. Advertisement, I just don't know how long you can hold on like a little brat. This time, I will definitely leave you a deep impression. Garp didn't have to wait too long. Not long after he had eaten and gone to the toilet, a huge pink elephant flew over, flapping a pair of small pink wings. Marine hero Garp. I'm here for revenge. When Garp saw Jack's look, he didn't react for a moment, but after hearing the familiar voice, Garp immediately laughed. Ha 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 ha, Jack the Drow. What got you into this state? Pink. Don't say that, it suits you very well. What are these little wings for? Why are they so discordant? Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Looking at Garp who was holding his stomach and laughing, Jack got angry and opened his mouth with a flash of fire. Hot breath. Boom. With just this one strike, the beach where Kaido was standing suddenly disappeared. Just as Jack was looking around, Garp's figure suddenly appeared above Jack, and his pitch-black fist instantly struck out. Bang. The tall flying elephant was easily knocked to the ground by Garp's attack, knocking down several huge trees and splashing countless dust. Snort. Jack changed into a human beast form, shook his head, looked up at Garp opposite him and said, Garp, you old thief, you're still as strong as ever. Those vendors selling kidney tonifying medicines really have no vision for not inviting you to advertise. Garp clenched his fists, and after a few clatters, he shouted. Ha 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 ha. Little brat. Stop the nonsense. You came to me just to fight, didn't you? Come on. Jack patted the dust off his clothes and said disdainfully. Humph. I respect the elderly, I'll let you punch me 3 times first. Stop bragging, little brat. Mr. Garp was stunned, then rushed towards Jack angrily. Do you really think I'm old? Bang. Jack's body retreated several dozen meters before he stopped. Then Jack smiled at Garp and said. You call yourself an old man, aren't you old? I really don't understand you old people. You and Whitebeard are both so old, but you don't stay at home to enjoy your grandchildren and educate them well to take over your place and make way for the young people. Advertisement, you're still working so hard here. How much salary do you pay? Is it that important? Oh, do you have no biological sons like Whitebeard, or are your sons or grandsons unfilial? Hearing Jack's words, Garp seemed to have thought of something and his face turned red with anger. Hey, where's the other punch? Master Garp? After Jack yelled several times, Garp regained his composure, looked at Jack seriously and said. You little brat, you are so arrogant, another punch? Do you know my nickname Garp? Where did the iron in Iron Fist come from? Looking at Garp, whose aura was getting stronger and stronger, Jack was stunned at first, then laughed. Anyway, it's not made by iron or steel. As Garp's aura became stronger and stronger, Jack's eyes changed, because he felt a strong sense of oppression, and this sense of oppression was particularly strong. This aura, Conqueror's Haki. What's going on, this old guy? Ha 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 ha. Little devil, you never expected that, although your strength has increased a lot. But you are still far from being able to act arrogantly in front of me. Iron Fist. Boom. A black lightning exploded from the air, and then Garp's figure disappeared from the spot, and instantly appeared in front of Jack, and hit him hard. Bang. Click. Puff. Under Garp's blow, the earth shattered, the forest collapsed, and Jack's tall body spat out a mouthful of blood, and was thrown hundreds of meters away by Garp's punch. In Garp's punch, Jack felt the same blow Shanks had delivered to him that day. This guy, he's actually a man who has reached the top of both Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. Marine's hero Garp. I finally understand why Kaido said you are the best fighter in Marine. Chapter 217 Red Dog? Oh, really? Kaido actually said that to me? I really don't deserve it? Garp slowly walked out of the thick smoke, and when he saw Jack standing up from the ground, he said in amazement. But after you took my blow, your aura didn't change much? Even Kaido couldn't do this back then, you really gave me a surprise. Ha 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 ha. Then I won't be polite. Bang, thundering 8 trigrams. After seeing Jack block his attack, Garp said sarcastically. Why don't you dare give in, you arrogant little brat, now you know how powerful I am. Jack yelled at Garp. Are you bad at math? I let you win 3 times. I'm not an idiot, I'll let you hit me, watch out, Hurricane Assault. Swish, swish, Jack swung his mace, and dozens of wind blades flew towards Garp one after another. After dodging for a while, Garp punched the last wind blade and asked seriously. Can you control wind and fire like Kaido? Is Kaido dead? Did you get his fruit? You're the one who just died, why are you still cursing my elder brother? My eldest brother is full of energy every day, and recently he is even making a little man. I told you not to talk nonsense. Lightning strikes 8 trigrams. Bang. He blocked Jack's attack with one punch, and felt his body go numb, which made Garp more confused. These abilities are clearly only possible with Kaido's blue dragon form. The report said that he obtained Weevil's devil fruit, which is the Suzaku form of the mythical beast type of the bird fruit, but why did he use Kaido's ability? Fire thunder roars. Just when Garp was distracted, Jack spit out a fire and at the same time a lightning appeared above Garp's head. However, Garp reacted quickly. After covering his fist with Armament Haki and withstanding the incoming fire, his body was struck by lightning. Bang. Do you have to be so exaggerated? With just a pair of iron fists, Garp was able to disperse Jack's flames, and after being hit by lightning, he had no reaction at all. This time, Garp, firing at full power, truly demonstrated his strength as the top marine. At this point Jack also confirmed one thing. This Garp definitely had a special physique, his strength was comparable to his own, which meant that he had also reached the maximum level. And considering his age, it simply goes against the laws of nature. Advertisement. It is absolutely impossible for an ordinary person to do this. However, lousy has a cheat. Even if your Armament Haki and Conquerors are stronger than mine. Even if you are as good as me for a while, or you have the upper hand temporarily, but in the long run, your endurance will definitely be far inferior to mine. Although we cannot kill you now in order not to anger the world government, we can still smash your head into the shape of a Buddha. When it comes to taking a beating, I'm second to none, not even Kaido. In this way, the two of them fought back and forth for 2 days and 2 nights without realizing it. Huff, old man. Sure, you managed to hold on until now? You got my Jack's approval? I would like to call you the most powerful old man. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Jack praised sincerely. When the strength reaches this level, the tolerance rate is greatly improved. It would not happen that someone could kill someone else in one move. Such an outrageous thing would not happen. The two sides compete in physical strength, endurance, and Haki. If both sides conserve their energy, it is normal for the battle to take more than 10 days to determine the winner. But Garp and I have no intention of saving energy. What stands out is the word, fierce, and the word, hard work. In this situation, anyone who could hold on for a day was considered a tough guy. However, he and Garp had been fighting with all their might for 2 days and 2 nights, and Garp only looked slightly tired. Apart from anything else, his physical strength was definitely beyond Whitebeard's. Wow, such strong muscles, with clear edges and corners. It's Ant's favorite. While Jack was expressing his emotion, Garp was also shocked by Jack's performance. Considering Jack's age, he is just a kid in Garp's eyes. But Jack's strength is not much worse than his own, especially his physical strength. This was somewhat unexpected for Garp. Ever since Armament Haki reached his current level, Garp has never seen anyone who can fight better than him. Although my defense cannot be compared with Kaido's, my endurance and recovery ability are definitely not worse than Kaido's. Being able to retain peak strength at such an old age, his strong endurance and recovery ability are also the key. Jack's strength has increased again, so this time he has to use all his strength. It was in this state that Jack not only withstood his attacks, but after becoming familiar with his attack methods, he was even able to fight back and forth with him. Even now, he felt that his condition was better than his own. Isn't he tired? The last time he fought Kaido, it was only 2 days and 2 nights. This Jack. If he continues to grow, not to mention Roger, even the Guy Rocks won't be able to beat him. Who will be able to defeat him then? Will there be the next marine hero, the next Roger? Grandpa Garp. Take that. Jack's roar interrupted Garp's wild thoughts, and Garp calmed down and started fighting with Jack again. However, one thought lingered in Garp's mind for a long time and refused to go away. Advertisement, maybe this time, I will lose to him, am I really old? Just as the two were fighting fiercely, a warship was approaching at a high speed. Admiral Sakazuki. We're almost there. According to the news from Vice Admiral Garp's ship, on the island ahead, Vice Admiral Garp has been fighting with Jack the Drow for 2 days and 2 nights. At present, there is still no winner between the two. Snort. Vice Admiral Garp? He's old, speed up? Yes. Admiral Sakazuki. After withstanding Garp's iron fist once again, Jack wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth excitedly. After being hit hard by Garp, his body now felt warm, as if he had had a massage. This means that his immortal body is growing rapidly. That's... A figure in a marine uniform jumped into the air from a warship and rushed towards Jack. Dog bites Red Lotus. Boom. The dog head like lava bit Jack, and after a strong explosion, Sakazuki fell aside with a grim face. When the thick smoke cleared, Sakazuki opened his mouth in surprise. How is that possible? Except for a slightly black chest and ashes on his clothes, Jack didn't even lose a hair after enduring the strong blow. This stunned Sakazuki. Oh, fireworks? Wait, you're the guy who played saxophone. No, truck driver? No, let me think about it. Yes, you are the red dog, assholes, damn pirates. Before Sakazuki could get angry, Jack clapped his hands and shouted. Mad, I forgot one thing. Wait a moment, you two. In the confused eyes of Garp and Sakazuki, Jack transformed into Dumbo and rushed towards the warship. A-hole. What do you want to do, kid? Stop it. As the two were trying to catch up, Jack landed on the evacuating warship and quickly jumped into the air. What do I want to do? Pull the boat over. Thank you, Red Dog. If it weren't for you I would have forgotten about it and would have just been white hits. Chapter 218 You Can't Do It Alone. Sakazuki. Why are you here, Vice Admiral Garp? This is an order from our headquarters. I have to cooperate with you to capture Jack. Hearing Sakazuki's answer, Garp was stunned at first, then shook his head helplessly. Headquarters? That Sengoku guy is still not giving up. He doesn't believe their report. Would you like us to confirm for ourselves whether this Jack really has the same physique as Kaido? Oh, it's my fault that I didn't explain this matter clearly to him last time because I was in a hurry to take a vacation. Sakazuki, don't even think about capturing him. I've already confirmed it myself. This Jack's physique is even stronger than Kaido's. Humph. Vice Admiral Garp, no matter how powerful he is just a pirate's. Evil pirates, how dare you take the initiative to provoke our marines? Even Kaido, we have defeated him before, and it is my duty as Sakazuki to uphold marines' justice. After Sakazuki finished speaking, he rushed towards Jack, while Garp stood there to rest, trying to observe the fight between the two, trying to find Jack's weakness. Dark Hound. Facing Sakazuki's smoking, burning fist, Jack stood there without moving, which made Sakazuki overjoyed. Boom. After hitting Jack's face hard, the joy on Sakazuki's face disappeared instantly. The touch from the fist made Sakazuki feel something was wrong. Jack's head suddenly started to burn, and the high temperature from it made Sakazuki feel something strange. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Garp picked his nose, flicked it at his feet, and said nonchalantly. Sakazuki. That guy's flame is very hot. Your lava may be able to injure Kaido, but it won't have much effect on this guy. What? While Sakazuki was still surprised, Jack had already raised the giant tooth in his hand and smashed it down fiercely. Bang. Puff. The 81 hexagrams of Lei Ming's father. Advertisement. It was not until Sakazuki was knocked away by Jack's stick and spat out a mouthful of blood that Jack shouted out the name of the move. Hateful. Boom. Jack was a little surprised when he saw Sakazuki rushing towards him with black smoke coming out of his eyes again. His previous attack had used the armament hockey emission and Conqueror's entanglement. Sakazuki took this powerful attack head on and just spit out a mouthful of blood? This guy has a good physique, and his strength is also very strong. Jack was generous in his praise for the master. After withstanding Sakazuki's attack once again, Jack shouted to Sakazuki. Not bad, you deserve to be called a Kainu. This dog's head is well bitten. It's worthy of being called the Red Dog. This dog's head is quite red. Dark Hound. Boom. Seeing that his attack was ineffective again, Sakazuki shouted angrily. Lousy is called a Kainu. Just pirates, stop being so arrogant. Great eruption. After seeing Sakazuki's arm being quickly wrapped by the lava and growing larger, Jack felt a strong presence from within. Boom. Just like a real volcanic eruption, Sakazuki's arm suddenly threw a giant magma fist at Jack. The impact force from the fist pushed Jack, who was on guard, back continuously. A trace of blood flowed from Jack's mouth Kakuzu under this powerful impact. Boom. However, this was not the end. After a loud bang, the giant fist made of magma exploded instantly, and countless lava fragments, like exploding fireworks, splashed in all directions. However, this power was like a cannonball from a volcanic eruption, and wherever it landed, there was a strong explosion. In an instant, it was like the end of the world, like a meteor falling from the sky, and the island that had been tortured by Garp and Jack for a long time was instantly broken into several pieces. Ahem, the smoke cleared, and Garp looked in Jack's direction with wide eyes. At the same time, Sakazuki's roar was heard. This is impossible, they're just pirates, hee. Hiss. After pulling out several pieces of debris from his body, Jack looked at Sakazuki with contempt and said with a hint of sarcasm. Although your attack was indeed very powerful, it also made me spit out a lot of blood. But I, Jack, am known as the mobile blood bank. I lack everything except blood. Advertisement, and the temperature of your flame is too low. It's just lava. I'll just take a bath in it if I have nothing else to do. Arrogant little brat. Dog bites red lotus. As a new force, Sakazuki is obviously in a state of explosive growth. After discovering that his lava fruit has little effect on Jack, he decisively uses armament hockey as the main means of attacking Jack. Although he despised Sakazuki, Jack actually didn't dare to underestimate Sakazuki. Sakazuki's attack is based on the penetrating power of flames and the impact of lava as its main means of attack. If you encounter other people facing Sakazuki's attack, it would probably be difficult for them to escape unscathed. He can materialize lava and turn it into boiling magma. In terms of pure destructive power, Sakazuki's fruit should be ranked first among the three admirals. But unfortunately, he met himself. The Suzaku form originally gave him a fire body that was immune to fire, and after the fusion of the three fruits, his most powerful attack was of the fire attribute. Therefore, the only damage that Sakazuki's lava fruit could bring to him was the powerful impact force. As for wanting to use the high-temperature flame as a weapon to penetrate his body, Jack could only tell him that he was overthinking it. After all, if we really talk about the temperature of my flame, it is still higher than Sakazuki's flame. However, Sakazuki's emission of armament hockey is also used well, and his observation hockey is also quite advanced, not inferior to Jack's observation hockey, and even stronger. In terms of resistance, it is also beyond Jack's expectation that Conqueror's entanglement can be blocked with his face, which is worthy of being one of the three marine admirals. Compared to Aokiji, the natural refrigerator, and Kizaru, the fake Ultraman, Sakazuki called Akainu gives people the strongest sense of oppression and his attack method is the most radical. The look he gave Jack was filled with murderous intent, as if he and Jack had some deep hatred. He kept talking about upholding justice and pirates, and Jack knew that Sakazuki must be a hawkish figure in the marine. Bang! Unfortunately, no matter how much he wanted to kill Jack, he could never do it on his own. After withstanding Sakazuki's attack again, Jack shook his head and said expressionlessly, Akainu, stop shouting about upholding justice. It seems that you can't defeat a mere pirates like me by yourself. Jack originally thought that Sakazuki would yell at him like he did before, and then rush up to fight him again, but Sakazuki's answer was beyond Jack's expectations. Yeah, you're right. Sakazuki nodded seriously and suddenly shouted. So, Vice Admiral Garp, how long are you going to watch? You should have rested enough. Jack looked at Garp who was slowly walking towards him from a distance, and a nameless anger surged in his heart. What the hell? Are you AB***CH? Do you have any dignity as a master? I am just provoking you. Why are you the same as me? You are so shameless. As expected of you, Akainu. You're really a dog. Chapter 219 Why don't we retreat? Ha 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 ha, Sakazuki, this brat is not easy to deal with. Snort. Sakazuki did not refute Garp, but just turned his head silently to the side. Little devil. Garp clenched his fist and said softly. Although it's a bit embarrassing, you have my Garp's recognition. For the sake of justice, I have no choice but to help you teach you a lesson. You are such a shameless thief. What justice is behind you? I have burned all the cloaks of justice. You are dressed like a beggar, how can you pretend to be a moral gentleman? But it's 2 against 1, do you think I, Jack, am afraid? Jack. But I want to be the king of ships. If I want to push the limits of my body, the enemies I face are not just you two. Boom. In the pink beast form, Jack folded his wings, his whole body bursting with scorching flames, and rushed towards Garp and Sakazuki first. Giant elephant impact, trunk whip, burning tusks. Ivory flame bomb. The burning elephant was charging forward, and some unknown objects were flying towards the two. After Garp and Sakazuki dodged in a panic, the two worked together to knock Jack down. However, when their fists landed on Jack, it was as if Jack was tickled. A row of huge tusks, burning with flames, rushed towards the two. Pink memories of that summer. The two men who had just been bombarded by the tusks looked at Jack's huge butt sitting down towards them, and their faces darkened. However, Sakazuki suddenly had an idea and stretched out his arm towards the chrysanthemum that had not yet bloomed. Dog bites red lotus. Boom. You're so mean, despicable, shameless villain. The huge flaming elephant disappeared. Jack held his crotch, covered his butt with one hand, pointed at Sakazuki with one hand, and danced in place while accusing angrily. Advertisement, humph. What's the point of using any tricks to deal with pirates? Go to hell. Dark Hound. Boom. With this punch, Jack, who was still dancing, flew backwards dozens of meters in an instant. Then Sakazuki rushed to Jack, and while Jack was unable to resist, he used his big fist covered with armament hockey and rained down on Jack. Bang. Bang. However, as he was hitting, Sakazuki saw Jack looking at him expressionlessly. Even when his fist hit Jack's face, Jack still stared at him intently. Gradually, Sakazuki began to feel a strong sense of frustration, and the speed with which he hit Jack became slower and slower. Didn't you eat? Do you still need me to dub for you? Create some atmosphere for you? Jack thought for a moment and then shouted, "Ola ola ola." You, Akainu, who had just been enraged, suddenly found that Jack's long trunk was tightly wrapped around his waist, and at the same time, his hands were also controlled by Jack. Jack stood up, gave Sakazuki a kind smile, and then said softly, "I just endured such a hard massage from you, so I'll give you a gift in return. It depends on whether you can eat it or not." A dangerous aura came from Jack's tusks, and then Jack tilted his head back, and the slightly bent tusks moved slightly towards the struggling Sakazuki. However, the strong shock coming from the elephant's trunk made it very difficult for Sakazuki to transform into an elemental form. Fortunately, at the last moment, Sakazuki's body successfully transformed into magma. At this moment, the ivory turned a strange red color, then burned, and stabbed straight at Sakazuki, who had just transformed into an element. Bang! Crack! Puff! Even if Garp arrived and broke Jack's tusks with one punch, the front end of the tusk still easily pierced Sakazuki's shoulders and remained on Sakazuki's body. Why, this temperature? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It's just a flame. Advertisement, ahem. After pulling out the tusk and throwing it on the ground, Sakazuki looked at the holes on his shoulders with an expression of disbelief, and at the same time felt a strong fear in his heart. It was almost, just a little bit, and I would have died just now. Even Garp looked shocked after seeing this scene. He only felt that the temperature of Jack's flame was similar to Sakazuki's, but he didn't expect that Jack's flame could actually hurt Sakazuki in his elemental form. Garp was also a little scared. That was a close call, that kind of attack. Fortunately, I didn't act carelessly every time. I either dodged or interrupted it in advance. Otherwise, if it fell on me, even I might be seriously injured. After seeing the power of this move, Sakazuki and Garp began to be cautious, and after Jack tried several times and found that he could not hit them at all, he gave up the idea of using Flame Destroyer. The three of them fought together again, and the cooperation between Garp and Sakazuki showed great understanding. Although Sakazuki's lava is not a big threat to Jack, Sakazuki, as a Marine Admiral, is also very powerful in terms of both physical strength and hockey. Both of them were slightly petite compared to Jack, but at the same time they were more flexible than Jack. Even though Jack's agility was full, the two of them were not much behind. Relying on this, Sakazuki and Garp gradually gained the upper hand, and their fists fell on Jack frantically. But what stands out about Jack is that he can both resist and fight. Observation hockey never cares about the direction of the two people's attacks, but only pays attention to the movements of one of them. When the two people attack together, Jack uses all his strength to attack one of them. If it weren't for the good cooperation between Garp and Sakazuki, he might have been seriously injured by Jack. The two men did not dare to be careless at all. Not only did the observation hockey keep a close eye on Jack, but the armament hockey also stayed on Jack without stopping for a moment. Just like that, they fought for another 3 days and 3 nights. Feeling that he had very little armament hockey left, Garp looked at Jack, who was a little tired but still full of energy. After frowning, he said to Sakazuki, "Sakazuki, why don't we retreat first? Vice Admiral Garp, what are you saying?" Sakazuki looked at Garp angrily and shouted, "Are you worthy of the justice behind you? We are just a bunch of pirates. As long as we hold on, victory will surely be ours." Ivory bomb, hot breath, fire thunder roars. Just when Sakazuki was about to give Garp a political education lesson, Jack transformed into Dumbo mode, flew into the sky and started bombing indiscriminately. Boom, 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 huff. After everything calmed down, Sakazuki felt a sharp pain in his shoulder and said to Garp, "Vice Admiral Garp, I think you were absolutely right." Chapter 220 Armed Color Bone Temper. Sakazuki is just a little paranoid, but he is not a fool. Although he wanted to eliminate all evil and kill all the pirates, there was no point in upholding justice if people were dead. Before I came, Garp had already fought with Jack for 2 days and 2 nights. After I came, Garp still played the main role. Although we cannot look at Garp as an old man, no matter how strong Garp is, he will feel tired. The opponent Jack obviously has more endurance than the other two. If Garp can't hold on, it would be difficult for me to be a match for Jack if I'm the only one left. At that time, if the two were defeated by Jack, it would be a devastating blow to Marine's reputation. Therefore, while we still have strength left, driving Jack into the bottom of the sea can be regarded as a victory for justice. Since the two men had already decided to retreat and made up their minds, the way of fighting began to change. The two of them mainly dodge and slowly consume Jack's physical strength. Once they seize the opportunity, they will knock Jack into the sea. Jack didn't notice this, he just thought that the two people's physical strength had been almost exhausted and needed to recover, so he changed into human form and began to taunt them. "Come on, beat me, take me away, maintain the justice behind you. Bah, two naked men, you are old, and you are not ashamed. But Vice Admiral Garp, you're wearing something very flirty. Unlike that red dog, whose main theme is single-mindedness, his underwear is all red. Could it be his zodiac year? You little b****************. D. The two men's faces were green with yellow, and yellow with black. Then Garp took a closer look, pointed at Jack's tattered pants and said, "Don't think I didn't see that you were wearing a cartoon elephant pattern. It's a good match for you. Go and have some milk, you little brat." You. Sizzle. After tearing off his torn pants, Jack pointed at his underwear and said, "You call this a cartoon? This is a famous brand? Specially made for you. Do you understand? Look at the material, the elasticity, the..." As Jack said this, he turned around and Garp rolled over, holding his stomach. "Advertisement, ha 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 ha. Little brat, are you wearing your crotchless pants backwards?" Touching his butt, Jack looked at Sakazuki. "A-hole. It's you, the B*************** D who set off the fireworks. Mean, shameless villain. Take that." While cursing, Jack transformed into an adult form and rushed towards Sakazuki. "Sakazuki, get ready." Sakazuki nodded, then jumped into the air first. Because the islands under the feet of the three people turned into rocks of different sizes, the battle was basically taking place in the air. Thundering 8 trigrams. Boom. Jack, who turned into a human beast, flapped his wings and hit Sakazuki, who jumped up with a stick. However, Sakazuki's entire body turned into a magma monster, and he pounced on Jack's attack with black smoke. Puff. After this blow, Sakazuki spat out a mouthful of blood, but it quickly evaporated. Jack and Sakazuki were in a stalemate for a while, but suddenly he felt a strong breath. "That's... Garp? Snort. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Come on." Swish. The aura of Garp was getting stronger and stronger. Just when Jack thought that Garp was still attacking him from the side as before and he was entangled by Sakazuki, he suddenly found that Garp appeared above him. Iron Fist. This guy, could it be you? However, Jack was unable to break free from Sakazuki, who was holding him tightly. Garp's domineering attack hit Jack directly from above. Boom. After Jack dragged Sakazuki to the ground, the already fragmented island was completely shattered, and the two of them sank to the bottom of the sea together. Seeing Sakazuki still awake and looking at him with murderous intent, Jack also widened his eyes. After the two of them had a battle of eyes for hundreds of rounds, Garp took a short rest and then swam down slowly. Advertisement. Seeing the two men's hands tightly clasped together, Garp scratched his head and then hit Jack's head violently. Bang. Bang. Damn you. Here you go again. Unfortunately, this time Garp's physical strength was really reaching its limit. After only hitting a big bump, he quickly dragged away Sakazuki, who was still killing him with his eyes. The seabed slowly returned to calm, and a mechanical voice rang out from Jack's ears. "Congratulations, host, for completing the docking. Do you want to draw the reward?" Extract. Thump, thump, thump. Following the harsh accompaniment, a flash of light appeared in Jack's mind, followed by the mechanical voice of the system. "Congratulations, host, for receiving the shining reward. Your armament color level will increase by 1. Holy shit. Full level armament hockey. You are worthy of being the hero Garp of Marine. Others always give good things for the first time, but you don't follow the usual path." With excitement, Jack quickly checked the panel. Armament hockey bone tempering. Armament hockey that reaches its peak can temper the bones of the body, increase the hardness of the bones, increase one's own attack power and penetration, greatly improve one's own endurance and recovery ability, and maintain one's peak until death. Bone hardening? To increase one's own attack power and penetration? Is this why Garp's beatings hurt so much, and this one that increases endurance and recovery? Could it be that Garp doesn't have a special physique, but hockey has tempered his bones, so? Jack carefully recalled the battle with Garp and slowly became certain, because the last sentence explained it very clearly. Maintain one's peak until death. This is probably why Garp is not like others whose strength declines as they get older. Wait. The system gives the best. Does that mean my bones are already tempered and I don't need to temper them anymore? Closing his eyes, Jack quickly felt the changes in his body. As soon as he calmed down, Jack felt the changes in his body. All the bones in his body gave off a warm feeling. Even though he couldn't move in the seawater, Jack could confirm that his bones were many times heavier than before. Although armament hockey has reached its peak, and the recovery and endurance it provides are dispensable to me, but even my bones have been tempered. With my current defensive power, who can be my opponent? Etc. What the hell, the cartilage is also tempered. Chapter 221. Jack, what did you say? Neither of you defeated him? Just take advantage of his unpreparedness and knock him to the bottom of the sea? Facing Sengoku's questioning, Garp picked his nose nonchalantly and wiped it on the back of Sengoku's favorite sofa. He then fumbled out a bag of senbei and threw it into his mouth, saying while eating, "I forgot to tell you last time, Jack's physique is only stronger than Kaido's. And the most terrifying thing is his ability to recover. I've been fighting with all my might for 5 days and 5 nights, and I can't hold on any longer, but his aura hasn't weakened much. Whether it's the number of armament hockey or every aspect of his body, he's already at the top of this world. If we compare them, I don't think even Kaido can be his match. If there was a fight between the two of them, the winner would definitely be that brat." Garp. Sengoku was furious when he heard what Garp said and saw how carelessly he was eating the senbei. Then Sengoku suppressed his anger and said to Sakazuki, "You've worked hard, Sakazuki, go down and rest for a while and recover." After Sakazuki left the room, Sengoku said to Crane, who was sitting beside him with his eyes closed, Tell the world government the details of this incident. Block this news. This must not be spread. Marine's heroes must not fail." He opened his eyes and nodded, but Garp beside him suddenly laughed loudly. "What's there to hide about this? Marine's hero. I'm really tired of carrying this title for so many years." Garp. You be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* This is not something you can decide alone. Sengoku grabbed Garp's collar, looked at Garp who was still nonchalant, his forehead was squeezed into a kawa shape, then looked at the senbei in Garp's hand. Sengoku snatched it away, took out all and stuffed them into his mouth. Sengoku. You. How despicable. He actually took advantage of people when they were least prepared. Shut up, Garp. This is my senbei. After everyone left, Sengoku took off his glasses, sat on the sofa with a slightly tired look, closed his eyes and began to ponder. The Beast's pirates, the Whitebeard pirates, the Big Mom pirates, and the increasingly powerful Red Hair pirates. Kaido, Whitebeard, Big Mom, Shanks. Jack. The era of great pirates has reached its peak. Roger that B asterisk 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 D. Humph. Oh. And that B asterisk 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 D son of Garp. Advertisement, more and more masters are making the world more chaotic. The world government is trying its best to maintain the balance, but how long can it last relying on Shichibukai and Marine? Although Vegapunk is currently being developed for the world government and the Marines, whose side is it on? And those celestial dragons? Where is the future of Marine justice? My head hurts. After being rescued by Lim and his men, Jack ate and rested well, then flew to the New World alone. Hearing that the Red Hair pirates have been very famous in the New World recently and have defeated many veteran pirates, Jack decided to educate them and experiment with the power of his armament hockey to reach the top. Lim led his men to look for the S asterisk 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 E King first. After inquiring from many sources, the island where the S asterisk 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 E King was located was finally found out. This was related to whether Master could truly restore her body as a daughter, so Lim was quite concerned about it. Master Mihawk, please take care, welcome to visit us next time. Looking at Mihawk sailing away on the lone boat, the shipyard owner said with some gratitude. Thanks to Lord Mihawk, in just 1 month, he ordered 2 canoes from us. I was planning to close the business, after all, it's just a niche hobby, I didn't expect that. Lord Mihawk, you really love collecting canoes. You already have 4. On the boundless sea, a lone boat with an independent toilet is drifting with the wind. Shaking the red wine glass in his hand, Mihawk stood up and walked a few steps. Just as he was about to unbutton his pants, he suddenly remembered something. He looked around quickly and walked into the independent toilet with a little hesitation. Jack was transforming into Dumbo, soaring in the sky and showing off his flying skills close to the sea. Just when Jack was concentrating on enjoying the thrill of flying, a lone boat suddenly appeared in front of him. It's broken, it's going to crash, bang. At the critical moment, Jack's body rose into the air at a high speed, but half of the independent toilet was knocked away. Mihawk was holding a red wine glass, sitting on the toilet and staring blankly at the familiar figure in the air. You scared me. So it's an acquaintance, not bad. I bought one with a private toilet. The quality has improved, but the main cause of this accident is still you. Next time choose a canoe with a taillight. And, what is your taste, drinking wine while taking a shit? Make your own snacks, is this what the upper class does? It's really pervert. Watching Dumbo flying farther and farther away, Mihawk suddenly stood up, without even pulling up his pants, and drew out his long knife and slashed at the sea. Advertisement, whoosh. The lone boat shot out suddenly like an arrow. I'm going to kill you, I XXXXX, you XXXXXX. XXXXXX. Jack. After getting the news about the fight between Jack and Garp, Kuzan, who was on vacation, was riding his bicycle on the sea heading there. While riding, he suddenly raised his head and saw a giant pink elephant, flapping its small wings, flying quickly over Kuzan. Before Kuzan could react, a lone boat whizzed past him. A flying mammoth? And that guy is Mihawk? Kuzan closed his eyes and thought for a while before saying, Allah, I've been traveling for too long and I'm starting to have hallucinations. Let's find a place to sleep first. Looking at Mihawk who was following him closely below, Jack said helplessly. Stop chasing me. Stop chasing me. You be asterisk 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 D, I forgive you. Isn't it just that you crashed into half of the toilet? Are you so stingy? You want to blackmail me, right? We are acquaintances after all, doesn't your conscience hurt? How about this? I'll give you an ivory tusk as compensation, okay. Come down, I'll kill you, aw, what did you say, 1 isn't enough? Well, take it, I'll give you some more. Ivory Gatling. Boom. Bang. 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 Looking at the lone canoe with only a cross sail left, Jack muttered to himself. It's your fault, don't blame me, the extra ivory is yours. Goodbye. Puff. After climbing onto the cross sail, Mihawk looked around, picked up the ivory floating next to him, and couldn't stop crying. Wow, Jack. Chapter 222 Pervert and 4 Emperors. Jack didn't know that Mihawk would break down and cry because of him, just like he didn't know how the Red Hair pirates would treat him. After Shanks greeted him, he started a sneak attack, and then a group of people worked together to pull him into the sea. After lying alone on the seabed for 3 months before being rescued by Lim who had returned empty-handed, Jack was certain of one thing. Next time you see this Shanks, first hide yourself, and it's best to launch a sneak attack first. The most prominent feature of the entire Red Hair pirates is that they have no moral principles. After being rescued by Lim, the pirates who met Jack along the way were in trouble and all became tools for Jack to vent his anger. After Jack had trained Enel well in Allen Continent, snowflakes began to fall in Allen Continent. This means that the fire festival will be held again in a month. Jack stroked his chin, thinking carefully about what he had done this year. Practice Yamato and Black Maria, hurry up. Practice Dressrosa's life secretary team. Fighting Gar Pakainu, 1 month of underwater viewing. Being attacked by the red-haired villains, watching the scenery under the sea for 3 months. Educational pirates, had a lot of fun, flew too low and was hit by the waves and fell to the bottom of the sea, watching the underwater scenery for a month. Practice Enel. Tay Miao spends 5 months of his year under the sea. This year has been really fulfilling. In Sea Circle Calendar 1518, Jack followed Jin back to Onigashima. After losing several pounds, he was released by Black Maria and Yamato. Lim was also a little tired. When Master learned that Ivankov had been missing for several years, his attitude towards Lim became more clingy. Just when the two were enjoying their meal at Tran's barbecue restaurant, Kaido, with dark circles under his eyes and pale lips, fell from midair, staggered to the two of them, grabbed a kidney on the table and stuffed it into his mouth. Then Jin staggered down carrying Quinn and walked into the private room of the barbecue restaurant. Judging from the direction the 3 people were coming from, they should have just returned from the laboratory. Bang! Tran! Hurry up, you don't have to be so familiar. Damn it. Why call it Beasts Pirates? Why not just call it Kidney Deficiency Pirates? The fire festival is getting more and more lively every year. The mermaid ladies who perform and the various courtesans are wearing sexier clothes every year. Advertisement, however, Kaido and several other top Beasts Pirates officials were too lazy to even look at the beauties who were twisting their waists and casting seductive glances, and they only focused on eating all kinds of strange foods. This made Kurozumi Snake, who was drooling, a little embarrassed. After coughing a few times, he pretended to be serious, picked up the wine glass, accidentally took a bite of the food, and then left quietly. After the fire ceremony ended, Jack was very quiet for a while. Yamato has been very dissatisfied with his own strength recently, thinking that it wouldn't hurt even if he hit Jack, so he strongly asked Jack to train him. Although Jack was reluctant, he thought that if he had to fight the world government in the future, Yamato would definitely have to participate. The stronger she was, the more at ease he would feel. So Jack began to work hard, practicing Yamato and Black Maria day and night. Whether it's Conqueror's Hockey or Armament Hockey, the system not only gives level rewards, but also provides methods on how to reach this level, so the strength of Yamato and Black Maria is also visibly increasing. After Kaido saw this, the Runty siblings were also thrown over, along with a mermaid sister named Kriya who had eaten the pillar cat form. In the continent of Ani, Jin had the habit of going to the beach to watch the moon at night. After Kriya chose to live in the continent of Allen, one night she met Jin who had taken off his mask and turned into a literary youth. Kriya then launched a strong pursuit of Jin. Kriya's strength is rare and she is one of the very few mermaid ladies who is not weaker than male mermen. After they enthusiastically signed up to become Jin's subordinates, on a dark and windy night, Jin was captured by Kriya, who was not yet old enough to transform. That was last year. After Kaido learned the news, he specially gave her the pillar cat-shaped fruit. But Kriya's talent is indeed good, at least now he is more than qualified to be a mainstay. After more than half a year of uneventful days, the merchant ship brought a group of strange people. When Jack arrived at the port with a puzzled look on his face, the first thing he saw was a man wearing black swimming trunks and a big gold chain on his hand. The man's forearms were very thick and had 2 blue stars on them. Beside him were 2 twin sisters with square haircuts, people wearing fishnet stockings and goggles, and a dozen or so guys dressed at the forefront of fashion, all performing with excitement on their faces. After the man finished playing the ukulele, facing the booze, he shamelessly turned his butt towards everyone, put his hands together in a strange shape, then turned around and walked towards Jack, who was speechless. Mr. Jack. Thank you very much. I came here for no other reason than to repay you for your kindness to me. Let me introduce myself. I'm Master Tom's disciple, Fram, who is asking for your help, but now I've changed my name to Fran, Kai. The unique way of speaking made Jack frown. Frankie pointed at the people next to him and said loudly. These people are all my family members, we are the Frank, Kai family. Advertisement. After the duck-voiced Frankie finished posing with his family members, Jack held it in for a long time before whispering. Why don't you just change your name to the Pervert family? Pervert. Thank you for the compliment. I have already met my master from Allen Continent. I once told him in a letter that as long as you rescue the old man, my life and my people will be yours. So I am here to repay you. No, you didn't say. I did, you didn't, I. Clang. Jack was silent as he looked at the wrench that fell out of Frankie's swimming trunks. Oh, never mind. As everyone knows, I'm a shipwright, so it's reasonable for me to carry a wrench with me. Clang. As I said before, I'm a very good shipwright, so it's normal for me to have an extra hammer. Jack blinked and said softly. I don't mind what you have on you, but why can your swimming trunks hold all this stuff? Jack's voice became louder and louder, and then he shouted to Lim who had just rushed over. Take this Mr. Pervert to the shipyard, and these guys who lead the fashion trends, take them all to the shipyard. Lim, who came over, nodded, handed Jack a newspaper, and said softly. Master Jack, something has happened again, please see for yourself. Huh? After opening the newspaper and reading it carefully, Jack stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. 4 emperors? Can that red-haired idiot become the Emperor of the Sea? See, I have to take some time to celebrate for him. Chapter 223 Revolutionary Army. Jack admitted that he had made a mistake. Frankie, who has an exhibitionist fetish or is obsessed with swimming trunks, is worthy of being Master Tom's disciple. In just 1 month, he impressed more than a dozen masters in the shipyard, designed many warships, and even alarmed Kaido. Moreover, this guy even gave him the design drawings of Pluton. Although Pluton is available and Master Tom has memorized its structure, the design drawings of Pluton are of great help to the current Beast's pirates. Beast's pirates can learn from Pluton's design drawings and create pirates' ships with powerful attacks. When Jack handed the design to Kaido, Kaido was overjoyed and personally summoned Franky. He promoted him to be the mainstay on the spot and also let him take charge of the Beast's pirates shipyard. And realizing that Franky was a cyborg and a genius who could transform himself, Kaido stuffed Franky into the Beast's Pirates Scientific Research Institute for further study. Although Franky's personality is somewhat incompatible with the Institute of Science, what is rare is that Franky has a very harmonious relationship with Quinn. Quinn also wanted Franky to join his rap band, but unfortunately Franky refused because Franky formed his own band. The two also agreed to compete at the Fire Festival after the new year. After flying out to look for red hair several times without success, Jack had no choice but to return to Onigashima, training day and night and eating kidneys. Rensk, the capital of the Kingdom of Widna in the Alan continent. As the king of the only remaining country in the continent of Alan, Hedain, who relied on the Beast's pirates to become the final winner, has been very distressed recently. Although there was a Beast's pirates above his head, relying on the Beast's pirates military force, the domineering Hedain did not feel uncomfortable about it. He used to be a grandson and was always afraid of being killed. He is still a grandson now, but as long as he serves the grandfathers of Beast's pirates well, he will be the king in the continent of Alan. Even though I am over 60, those 16-year-old girls still have to fight for my favor. This is power. However, recently, there has been a wave of rebellion against themselves in many places. The other two countries were destroyed not too long ago, so it is natural that there are remnants who resist them. This has happened before, and most of the time the Beast's pirates don't even need to take action, their own army can handle it. But this time, several of his masters, even one of whom was a cadre from the Beast's pirates, were defeated, which made Hedain feel a sense of danger. And I heard that the rebellious civilians seemed to have taken some forbidden drugs and became strong and powerful, and defeated their own army. If the reinforcements from the Beast's pirates haven't arrived yet, the situation will be dangerous. After receiving Hedain's call for help, Jin thought for a while and came to the mine. Enel, who was wearing a seastone chain and working hard at mining, and several people around him who were also mining, were so scared when they saw Jin coming that they dropped their shovels and shouted in fear. "What are you doing? I'm not being lazy." Advertisement. "Untie the shackles for them. Follow me." After watching Enel and the others eat and drink their fill, Jin said softly, "I'm here to give you a mission this time. King Hedain is asking for our assistance. There have been some abnormalities in the cities of Alan continent recently. Many people have launched a massive resistance. I want you to lead 3,000 people to Rensk to support King Hedain. You must keep him safe, and I'm going to investigate this in private." Looking at the people with strange faces, Jin said softly, "Of course, you can also take this opportunity to escape. But don't forget, your life card is still in my hand. I don't want to enjoy standing upside down in the manure pond like last time. I advise you guys not to try to escape again." After hearing these words, several people showed painful expressions on their faces, and it took them a long time to calm down. Enel looked at Jin, patted his chest and said, "I fought him before, he was quite tough." After Jack flew up and took a look around, he carried the three of them straight to the Alan continent. Seeing the frightened faces of the few people, Jin nodded with satisfaction. "Aren't they just a bunch of mortals? Don't worry, Master Jin, Enel, promise to complete the mission." The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, has also appeared. Below the sea train built by Master Tom, there is a simple small base at a distance. Inside, there is a team of 5 fishmen who are dedicated to protecting the tracks. Jack didn't care about it at all. This kind of thing happened every year in Alan continent, and he was used to it. "You don't even need to do anything, I'll let them know that angering God." After pushing open the door and taking the Den Mushi from Kriya's hand, Jin's voice came. Advertisement. After all, the hatred of national destruction cannot be resolved in just a few years. Jack wanted to get out of bed to get it, but Yamato attacked with a conqueror's attack. Jack began to think about what color Den Mushi he would get next time. "Come over here. Okay, follow me. Let's go." Now that more than half of the work has been completed, perhaps the sea train between Alan continent and Ghost Island will be completed next year. When Jack and his companions arrived at the continent of Alan, they learned from Korea that there had been riots in all aspects of the continent recently, and that Jin was bringing people to provide support. Jin walked up to Enel, patted his shoulders lightly, and said, Polo, the whereabouts of the Revolutionary Army cadres have been discovered on Alan continent. What's going on?" Jack pulled up his pants, and seeing that Yamato still looked unhappy, Jack said softly, "Ahem. The consequences of angering Master Jin. Oh no. Something happened. After Korea returned to the Alan continent, Yamato and Ranti, the brother and sister who had a good relationship with her, quarreled every day. Jack had no choice but to take them to the Alan continent for a trip under the pretext of visiting Korea. Lord Jin wants to see you. Baloo, Master Jack, are you asleep? HMPH, watch your tone, don't get too carried away. Jack, since you're here, I won't bother Mr. Kaido. Understood. I don't want to hear the word God from your mouth, or you know the consequences. Okay, I have something important to do. but in this kind of situation, just killing a group of them will calm them down. Maybe Big Brother Jin will be able to come back soon, and he can see how much Enel has grown. These riots were all caused by them. After a while, there was a sudden knock on the door, and Korea's anxious voice reached their ears. Chapter 224 Bello Betty. After finding out which city Jin was in, Jack transformed into Dumbo and flew into the sky, dragging Yamato, who insisted on following him, and the Runty siblings, who were clamoring to go with him. Jack first heard the name Revolutionary Army from Master a few years ago. Moreover, the name Dragon also appeared in Master's mouth. He was together with the King Ivankov a few years ago. I don't know what the relationship between them is. The Revolutionary Army has been in the newspapers many times, and I heard that it has liberated many countries in the past 2 years. While helping the common people to rise up and the serfs to sing, he also gained a very good reputation among the common people in the past 2 years. However, Jack was somewhat disdainful of this, because the lives of those overthrown countries were not necessarily better than before. After the monarchy was ended, the new ruling class that emerged would not sincerely work for the common people. When it comes to rights, once people have tasted the benefits they bring, it is difficult for them not to change. No matter what era, people are divided into different classes, the difference lies in the different titles. Even in an era where people shout slogans and believe that everyone is their own master, in reality they are just slaves busy working hard to make ends meet. Moreover, unlike Brother Kaido, the Revolutionary Army openly rebelled against the world government and showed its intention to overthrow the rule of the Celestial Dragons. If the Revolutionary Army's whereabouts had not always been mysterious, they might have been eliminated long ago. Relying on the lowest level of civilians, they preach equality and freedom everywhere. Naive and unrealistic, he dreams of overthrowing the world and building an ideal utopian kingdom. The changes of royal power over the past thousands of years had already made Jack know the answer. They don't see this point as clearly as Brother Kaido. Although the goals are similar, the ideas are very different. Even if they succeed, the Dragon Slayer will eventually become a dragon. But before that, they shouldn't mess with this beast's pirates. This is a very unwise choice. Runty, his sister and Yamato lay on Jack's broad back and fell asleep in a short while. In order to prevent them from falling, Jack's elephant hide bulged slightly like a meteorite crater, protecting them firmly on his body. The continent of Allen is very vast. Even at Jack's current speed, it would take about a week to reach Rensk where Jin is. Unfortunately, they left in a hurry and didn't bring any food or water. When they were almost at their destination, Runty and his sister could no longer hold on. Jack had no choice but to find a nearby city to sail down. Advertisement. While replenishing food and water, Jack also wanted to understand what was going on. As soon as they landed in the most magnificent Earl's mansion, the leading nobleman shouted in surprise when he saw Jack, who had regained his human form. Jack is an adult. Stop talking nonsense and prepare food and drinks, hurry. After eating and drinking, Jack learned most of the situation from the mouths of several nobles. These rebellious civilians seemed to have planned it in advance. They attacked at the same time and gained the upper hand from the beginning. Although Hidean later sent troops everywhere and destroyed some rebel forces, he almost died at the hands of a rebel force composed entirely of civilians. Not only were several of his men brutally murdered, but even the army was won over. If it weren't for the several members of the beast's pirates who were living here and risked their lives to save him, Hidean might have died long ago. Now the rebels have also gathered and are heading towards Rensk in 2 groups. Jin has brought people to guard Rensk, but this place has been abandoned because one of the rebel forces is heading here. Jack's arrival made those nobles who wanted to escape feel relieved. After all, the latest bounty announced by the world government, Jack's bounty has reached 4.5 billion. It is higher than that of Shanks, who just became the Emperor of the Sea. Jack hesitated for a moment and then agreed to help several people. Brother Jin can still hold on for the time being. If the 2 revolutionary armies merge together, it will be the worst situation. If I cut off one of the revolutionary armies here, it can also ease the pressure on Brother Jin. Yamato's sister, look at those guys, something's wrong. HMPH, Demon Princess Yamato. We can't let you get in the way of the leader's plans. Several flame clouds floated into the air. Jack jumped on them, hit his body, and floated towards the city gate. That is, seeing Yamato getting closer and closer, the woman smoking a cigar did not panic at all, and said to herself. As soon as Bello Betty finished speaking, a strong aura emerged from his body. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have grown bigger, and the muscles in his arms and thighs became extremely exaggerated. He raised the flag and smashed towards Yamato. A dozen civilians with fanatical faces rushed towards Yamato. Yamato's face turned cold, and he opened his mouth, blowing a strong cold air towards them. In an instant, they all turned into ice sculptures. Jack did not stop her. Yamato's current strength was enough to make her a top player in the sea. With the armed Cullery mission and Conquerors entangled in her hands, she once made people think that she was cheating. Runty, Peggy Wan, you 2 go help those soldiers first. Advertisement, bang. What rebels? Let's go meet them first. At the back of the crowd, a scantily clad woman smoking a cigar and holding a large flag made Yamato even more alert. When Yamato and the other 2 arrived, the city gate had been breached and several thousand soldiers were being chased by a group of ragged civilians. Stop. Don't get in the way of Lady Betty, call. As for the Runty siblings, although they were still young, they were not much worse than the average pillars. Kaido had made them bleed a few years ago, killing many disobedient slaves. With bulging muscles and fanatical looks on their faces, everyone, regardless of age or gender, is in this state, which looks extremely weird. Without waiting for Jack to say anything, Yamato and Runty rushed out with maces in hand. Call. Here comes a big shot. Oh, who are you? What's wrong with people nowadays? She was so sexy just now, and in the blink of an eye she turned into a muscular cute girl? Jack almost vomited after seeing this scene in midair. It's a good opportunity to see what kind of strange people are in these revolutionary armies. How dare they come to the Beast's pirates' territory to cause trouble? As they were talking, Yamato changed into human beast form and rushed forward. Runty and Peggy 1 looked at each other, then also changed into beast form and rushed into the crowd. Kaido's daughter, Demon Princess Yamato. I'll deal with that woman. Is this a person with special abilities? A cadre of the Revolutionary Army, bellowed Betty. Even if Jack didn't take action himself, the 3 of them alone would be enough to give the Revolutionary Army a hard time. Betty? I remember now. 2 days later, when Jack and his friends were still happily attending the banquet, a soldier ran in a panic. Just as Yamato was about to reprimand the soldiers, Page 1 suddenly shouted. My lords, the rebels have reached the city. We can't hold on any longer. Chapter 225. The rabbit just turned into a dog. Bang. Xiao Pei. These small fry are so annoying. After Runty knocked the man unconscious with a headbutt, she complained to her brother. Peggy 1 turned her head and shouted angrily. Hey, what are you guys doing? Don't watch the show from behind. If you keep going like this, after we kill them, all of you will be executed. After hearing Page 1's roar, the soldiers finally reacted and rushed forward together. Runty and Peggy 1 also took the opportunity to rest for a while. They were still too young and their bodies were not fully developed. Even though this group of civilians watched their companions die in front of them, they rushed forward without fear. In addition, their bodies had been strengthened, so they felt tired even after eating the ancient seeds. However, Yamato had an absolute advantage over Belabedi. Yamato, who is already 22 years old, spends his time eating, reading novels, and training hard to catch up with Jack. As for why, it is because Yamato, who has been influenced by Jack for a long time, believes that although she is a woman, she is definitely not worse than a man. Therefore, catching up with Jack, who grew up with him, has become Yamato's long-cherished dream. Especially after the 2 of them broke through their substantive relationship, Yamato trained even harder. Being trained day and night by Jack, and with Kaido also guiding Yamato from time to time, Yamato, who is already quite talented, is now so talented that even Jin is not sure who is better between him and Yamato. Although Belabedi was older than Yamato and had strengthened his body with the special nature of the fruit, he could only hold on for a while before being hit hard by Yamato and flew away. Just as Yamato was about to hit her with another stick, the place where Betty fell suddenly cracked open, and a giant with a beard, hair all over his body, wearing a plaid skirt, and a boy with a top hat and a scar on his left eye jumped out. Betty, are you okay? Does it hurt? The giant had a rough voice, but he spoke like a woman. Jack, who was hiding in the flame cloud, looked distraught. As expected, there is not a single normal person in the Revolutionary Army. This guy is awesome. Let me give it a try. Sabo, be careful. Clang. The boy named Sabo rushed towards Yamato with a water pipe in his hand, but was then hit back by Yamato with a stick. Advertisement, ha ha ha. Awesome. However, Sabo was not seriously injured. Instead, he threw the water pipe at Yamato and rushed forward again. Dragon Claws. Sabi put his fingers in a very strange position, put his palms together and put 3 fingers together like dragon claws, and hit Yamato. Dad Lei Ming's 64 hexagrams, clang, boom. The powerful impact caused the dust under the feet of the 2 people to fly, and then Sabo flew back again. When Betty saw this, she shouted, you are no match for her, Mori Sabo, let's go together. Okay, I'm sorry. This beautiful lady. Sabo bowed slightly to apologize. Yamato's face darkened when he heard what Sabo said. Miss, you are the lady, your whole family are ladies. Go to hell. You boring B*****************. D. Boom. The strong conqueror's hockey made everyone stunned, and then the weaker soldiers and the elderly all fainted on the ground, and Yamato rushed towards the 3 people with great momentum. Sabo didn't know the word, miss, which represented the role when Jack was making dirty jokes with Yamato and Black Maria before, so of course he didn't know why Yamato was so angry. Facing the combined attack of 3 people, Yamato remained extremely brave, swinging the big stick with great vigor. Kaido's bloodline made up for the gender gap, and the mythical beast species enhanced Yamato's physique. He had received top-level instruction since he was a child, and with the belief that he would never admit defeat, Yamato had great confidence in himself when he fought. Relying on his physical flexibility, he beat Betty and the others to a pulp. However, just when Jack thought that he didn't need to fight and the battle would be over, a strange breath approached from a distance at a very fast speed and flew onto the battlefield in the blink of an eye. He was carrying strange equipment and wearing a top hat, and Jack recognized his identity from the brown fur on his body. Lindbergh, from the Fur Tribe, captain of the Revolutionary Army's Southern Army. Swish. Advertisement 2 missiles appeared from Lindbergh's shoulders and flew towards the Runty siblings. The Runty siblings, who were already a little tired, had no time to dodge and were hit instantly. Jack knew that he had to take action. The condition of those civilians was a little stronger than the lower-level pirates of the Beast's pirates. It was beyond Jack's expectation that the Runty siblings could hold out for so long under the siege of so many people. The reason why Jack was so familiar with Lindbergh was because he had seen the bounty on him. Jack learned about Lindbergh's status as the commander of the Confederate Army of the Revolutionary Army from Kaido. He is not only a powerful master, but also a very capable scientific researcher. Brother Kaido originally wanted to recruit him, but he never found him. When he heard about him again, he had become the commander of the Southern Army of the Revolutionary Army. After seeing the Runti siblings injured, a group of civilians rushed up like crazy. But soon they stayed where they were, because a strong breath suddenly appeared and then turned into a real impact. Boom. Bang. In an instant the city wall collapsed and smoke filled the entire battlefield. What? This conqueror's hockey? You are kidding. Yamato, Sabo and others who were fighting were also separated by the impact. Faced with such a strong aura, they certainly understood what caused it, but this was the first time they had seen such a powerful conqueror's hockey. Even the leader's conqueror's hockey did not have such a strong impact. Ahem, how is it possible? As the smoke slowly dissipated, the entire battlefield suddenly became quiet. Both the civilians who were encouraged by Betty and the soldiers wearing standard armor all lay on the ground unconscious. A tall figure slowly emerged. After seeing the man clearly, Lindbergh shouted. The strongest fishman, Jack the Drow, boom. Jack took one look at the civilians who looked like corpses, and spit flames at the densest group of people lying on the ground. What? You be asterisk 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 d. Seeing such a brutal scene, Lindbergh's men turned green in the face, and Jack spread his hands and said nonchalantly. I'm just experimenting to see what changes they have made. What a pity. It looks like it just changed from a rabbit to a dog. Chapter 226 Confident Dragon, run, run, Sabo, Betty. Mori, run. Go find the leader, we are no match for them. After just a few rounds of fighting, Lindbergh knew that he and his men were no match for Jack. His most powerful technological weapon could easily blow up a mountain, but when it hit Jack it only made him stagger a few times. He could injure himself with just a casual strike. The reward of 4.5 billion seems to be absolutely true. When Lindbergh flew into the sky and wanted to gain distance to attack Jack, his heart suddenly turned cold when he saw Jack flying into the sky. Bang! After taking a look at the three people entangled by Yamato, Lindbergh used the power of Jack's attack and fell to the three people like a missile. Boom! Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lindbergh shouted to the three people. Run! Run off the ground! That guy can fly. We are definitely no match for him. The world government has concealed a lot of information. Only the leader can deal with that guy. Run! I'll lead him away. As soon as Lindbergh finished speaking, a white light emanated from Bello Betty's body again, and his body became even larger. After forcing Yamato back, Bello Betty chuckled and said. What nonsense are you talking about? How can you possibly get away from him with his speed? Mori takes Sabo and goes with Lindbergh. Betty. Quick. Don't act on impulse. No one of you can stop him except me. Betty. Quick. Mori glanced at Betty, then at Jack who was approaching quickly, and at Yamato who was rushing up, and grabbed Sabo and Lindbergh and dived underground. Oh, is that giant a person with special abilities? Advertisement, it's very rare. Can it burrow into the ground? But you can't hide your breath. Swish. Just when Jack was about to chase after him, a large flag brushed past his face and got stuck behind him. Looking at Betty's exaggerated muscles, Jack shifted his gaze to the side. Do you know that your face, coupled with your muscles, can easily cause me to have an adverse reaction? Stop talking nonsense. Bang. A few minutes later, Bella Betty was lying on the ground unconscious. Although the ability of the fruit made her physical abilities increase dramatically, the gap in hockey was irreparable. Besides, she was facing Jack and Yamato. She was able to save her life only because Jack stopped Yamato from killing her because of her special abilities. After tying up Betty, Jack did not chase Lindbergh's men anymore. From their conversation just now, he learned that they ran to find their boss, Long, and he came here for Long. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. I wonder what kind of strength this guy, who is known as the most vicious criminal in the world, has. Betty. A hole. A hole. A hole. Why did Jack come here so early? We are only a few days away from successfully conquering the Allen continent. Sabo grabbed his hair with an annoyed look on his face and said self-reproachfully. It's all my fault. If only I were stronger. This time the mission failed, and even Betty fell into Jack's hands. Sabo. Stop blaming yourself. This is not your fault. I just don't know if she's still alive. King Hedan, don't worry. Since the Revolutionary Army has given up the attack, it means our reinforcements will be here soon. Jin, whose arm was bandaged, looked at Enel, whose entire body was wrapped in bandages, and loudly rebuked him. Even the Revolutionary Army will know the price of angering us beasts pirates. Who knows, Betty hasn't been caught by him yet. We'll decide what to do after we meet the leader. There are so many people who know armament hockey, I told you so. Wow, advertisement. What a waste. A Logia who didn't even use the characteristics of his fruit ability was defeated. The rich mineral resources of Allen Continent made Lindbergh suddenly think of the miserable finances of the Revolutionary Army. After discussing with Long, although they knew that it was the territory of the beasts pirates, in order to improve the economy of the Revolutionary Army, they decided to take action against Allen Continent. Let me meet him in person. Let's see what kind of strength he has as the world's strongest fishman. After angrily scolding Enel, Jin looked at Hedan who looked worried. If we continue to delay, it will be very troublesome when the beasts pirates arrive. It's only been half a month since we launched the operation, and Kaido definitely didn't make it. In order to ensure the success of this operation, almost all the main cadres of the Revolutionary Army came, and even the leader went out in person. If the mission still failed, it would be a strong blow to the Revolutionary Army. Outside the city of Lensk, in a group of simple tents, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, and the commander of the Northern Army, Crow, who was wearing a black feather coat, were waiting for Mori and his companions with worried looks on their faces. Lindbergh shook his head and said softly, "In the royal palace of Lensk, the capital of the kingdom of Widna. Should we cancel the operation now? Give up Betty?" The expression on Lindbergh's face was very bitter. It was he who took the initiative to propose the attack on the Allen continent because his men joined a group of civilians who escaped from the Allen continent 2 years ago. After learning that Jack had appeared and Betty's life or death was unknown in order to prevent Jack from chasing her, Long immediately gave up fighting with Jin and ordered the entire Revolutionary Army to stop. "Shut up. I know what you want to say, Chief. If it's true as Lindbergh reported, Betty should have fallen into the hands of that Jack. This is not Sky Island, this is New World. That Jack will definitely come to our door." From their description, Lindbergh also learned how rich Allen continent was. The dragon in the dark green coat firmly rejected the crow's proposal and said seriously. The crow closed his eyes, thought for a while and said, "Those civilians are not important. After all, revolution always requires sacrifices, but Betty is different. Her abilities are crucial to the revolutionary cause. Incite the people, break into the continent of Allen, and then plunder the wealth of the country and the mines. As long as the action is completed within a month, even Kaido and his men will not be able to catch up." However, they never expected that Jack would come with Kaido's daughter. "No need. You are so arrogant. If you can't change this, you will always be just a clown. But now that Jack has arrived, we must be prepared for failure. Chief, let us go first. Whether Betty is dead or alive, we can't give up." Chapter 227 Logia Storm Fruit. When the capital of Lensk was getting light, the sleeping dragon suddenly opened his eyes, walked out of the tent and looked up into the sky. With the help of the rising sun, Long saw a huge figure enter Lensk and slowly disappear. It was not until this moment that there was a shaking under the dragon's feet, and Mori and others jumped out of the ground. Looking at Enel, who was wrapped like a mummy, Jack asked softly, "This thing is Enel. What happened? Is the lightning out of control? You electrocuted yourself? Stop joking, Jack." Jin glanced at Bello Betty, who was being held by Yamato, and said softly, "Bello Betty, the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army, and the user of the Paramecia encouragement fruit. Jack, you caught a big fish. With her here, the Revolutionary Army won't escape." Looking at the bloodline seeping out of Jin's shoulder and the red bandage, Jack asked seriously, "Who did this? The dragon? Is he that strong?" "Humph, he is the leader of the Revolutionary Army after all, so it's only natural that he should be stronger, but I was just careless for a moment." Looking at Jin, who was still stubborn, Jack said softly, "I don't think you were careless for a moment, you just had kidney deficiency, right? Roll. Don't worry, brother Jin, just take a good rest and wait and see how I, Jack, will avenge you. You are old now, let us young people do the work." "Shut up." Looking at Jack's receding back, Jin couldn't help but shout loudly, "Be careful, that dragon's hockey is very powerful." When the thousands of pirates in the city saw Jack, they all shouted excitedly. It was thanks to them that Rensk was not defeated by the Revolutionary Army. Of course, Jack also comforted them. Hearing the cheers coming from the city of Lensk, Long and all the cadres slowly walked to the city gate. Boom! As the tall city gate opened from the inside, the tall Jack also walked out. Jack's height has reached 9 meters because he loved playing basketball during adolescence. The proportions of his upper and lower body are also normal, and he is not like some pirates with underdeveloped limbs. Advertisement: the long golden hair fluttering in the wind, coupled with Jack's bulging muscles, gave people a bold and unrestrained feeling. Long had to admit that Jack's oppressive power was indeed very strong, and he deserved to be called the strongest fishman. But when Jack opened his mouth, Long Chi's mouth almost twisted. With just one glance, Jack could tell from his position that the man in the dark green coat was probably Long, but after seeing the mark on his face, Jack was a little confused. "Are you Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army? How come your face was hit with a slipper by your father when you were a child? What does it mean to leave half a shoe print? Jack." After calming himself down, Long shouted loudly, "Where's Betty? Where is she? Is she alive? Betty?" "She's alive. I think she has a good figure. We have a lot of orphans on Ghost Island. I want to take her back and let her be a wet nurse. Let those poor orphans enjoy some maternal love." "A-hole. This brat." After Jack finished speaking, even Crow couldn't help it. Long grabbed Crow and said to Jack seriously, "I have a suggestion. How about if you hand Betty over to me and we retreat now?" Seeing Jack looking at him as if he were an idiot, Long shook his head helplessly and said to the people around him, "I'll lead him away, and you guys find a way to rescue Betty. After I defeat him, we will carry out the mission as planned." Hot breath. Boom. As soon as Long finished speaking, a red pillar of fire rushed over. In Jack's surprised eyes, Long actually exploded the pillar of fire with one claw. From that strong aura, Jack seemed to see the shadow of Garp. Swish. Is thunder and lightning caused by wind-gathering clouds? Clatter. Boom. It turns out it wasn't a strong wind. You can give it a try. Advertisement. Bang. Jack asked in confusion as he watched the dragon jump out of the soil. The dragon didn't brag. He threw his dark green cape aside, made a weird pose, and said to Jack. Thundering 8 trigrams. Boom, dragon claw. Boom. Jack didn't say anything else. He opened his mouth and a flame came out. After the dragon waved its hands like claws a few times, the flame that Jack had sprayed out was actually shattered by the dragon again. Several wind blades hit Jack, and the dragon flew into the air. Seeing the dragon's intention to lead him away, Jack was not worried. He jumped into the sky, transformed into a beast and chased after the dragon. Boom. Buzz. It's not the strong wind. For a moment, Jack was a little confused about what kind of ability Long had. The wind? You know too much. You be asterisk 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 D. After a fierce battle, looking at the dragon who did not show any characteristics of the zone fruit ability user, he carefully recalled the details of his battle with the dragon. Hockey is pretty good. Your hockey is pretty good too. As for what happened just now. And it wasn't just hockey just now. I really didn't expect that a storm like this would be Logia. The clash of Conqueror's hockey instantly dispersed the dark clouds that had just gathered. Although Long's entire body was smashed into the ground by Jack, he successfully blocked Jack's attack. Along the way, the two launched long-range attacks against each other to test their opponents. Jack was surprised to find that the dragon not only ignored the lightning attacks he launched, but also gathered dark clouds to produce more powerful lightning attacks on himself, and the wind blades he casually launched could bring considerable impact to his body. Looking up at the suddenly dark sky and the heavy rain, Jack shook his head and looked at Long, who remained silent. Jack said seriously. You used elemental transformation to dodge my tusk just now, right? You have really obtained an incredible fruit. Bang. Jack touched his hair, which was blown back by the strong wind, and grinned. A strong gust of wind suddenly rose from a distance. Long looked at Jack and shouted. After flying for a while, the dragon slowly landed. Jack naturally followed without hesitation, and with the help of the momentum of the descent, Jack transformed into a human beast form and swung his huge fangs at the dragon. So you are Logia? Chapter 228. Sorry to disturb the two elder brothers. A storm does not just refer to strong winds and natural disasters, it is a general term for strong disturbances in the atmosphere and drastic weather changes. Such as severe thunderstorms, squall lines, tornadoes, typhoons, low pressure and cold waves, etc., involving a lot of extreme weather, which also means that it has strong destructive power. Jack confirmed that Dragon's armament hockey had indeed reached the bone-tempering stage, and was not much weaker than Garp's. Its Conqueror's hockey had also reached the same level as his own. Combined with the ability of the Stormfruit, Dragon was the most difficult opponent Jack had ever encountered. This kind of trickiness does not mean that the dragon's strength exceeds Garp, but that the dragon has many ways of attacking and is not as straightforward as Garp, and the fighting is smooth. Although Long has a very powerful claw skill, after realizing that he could not gain the upper hand in the fight with Jack, he slowly used the power of the fruit to assist. The thunder, lightning and strong winds made Jack very annoyed. It can be seen that Dragon's control over the power of the fruit has reached an extremely high level. He can easily use these abilities even in close combat. Moreover, Dragon's elementalization is different from the opponents Jack has encountered before. It does not have a fixed color and is very illusory. But unfortunately, no matter how diverse the abilities of the dragon's fruit are, the damage to Jack is still zero. After fighting for most of the day, Long finally realized that the only way he could cause damage to Jack was through Conqueror's entanglement and armament hockey. Jack's body's resistance to those natural elements had almost reached the ultimate level of the human body. However, Ryuya discovered that whether it was armament hockey or Conqueror's hockey, Jack was no worse than himself, and even armament hockey had the upper hand. If this is the case, no matter who wins or loses, the only way to determine the winner is by physical strength. But Jack ate the zone fruit, and his recovery ability definitely surpassed his own, and his defense was also beyond his reach. If we keep fighting like this, even if we don't want to admit it, we will be defeated sooner or later. Even if Crow and his men won and joined the siege of Jack, even if they won, Kaido might have already arrived. After weighing the pros and cons, Long has already decided to back out. Bang! Seeing Jack ignoring his attack once again, Long shook his head helplessly. The strongest fishman, Jack the Drow, not the 5th Emperor, the Sea Emperor. This title is truly well deserved. Let's fight again next time. After hearing Long's words, Jack was stunned and then roared. Want to run? Advertisement? Dream. Today Lousy is going to beat you up so badly that your face will be covered in blood, so that your father won't be able to recognize you. He. Long chuckled, and a strong gust of wind suddenly appeared between the two of them, separating them while expanding rapidly. The wind blew under Long's feet, and he flew into the air. A wind blade stopped Jack's pursuit, and the wind covered Jack's figure. Then a few more wind blades made Jack completely trapped in the wind. Long said softly. You want to beat me, Monkey D. Dragon, so hard that even my father won't recognize me. No one in this world can do that. Monkey D. Dragon? I'll remember you. Jack's violent voice flew away with the huge gale. He was entangled by the gale that was like a natural disaster. Even with Jack's strength, he could not break free and could only passively move with it. After realizing that Jack couldn't break free, Long wiped the sweat from his head and left quickly. Shortly after the two left, Kaido, who had transformed into a blue dragon, fell from the sky with his own speaker. Belch. Jack, you little brat, where have you been? Lousy is going to teach you a lesson today. Why did brother Kaido come so soon? Belch. Looking at the strange-shaped sea fish around him in the seabed without a trace of light, Jack knew that he had fallen into the deep sea again. Fortunately, his strength was different from that of humans, otherwise he would only be able to enjoy loneliness. I just clearly sensed Jack's presence, and there was another presence here. Brother Kaido's attack power might be weaker than that dragon, but his defense and recovery ability are definitely far better than that dragon. As long as he is not a fool, he will not be able to stay in the territory of Beast's pirates for too long. And Yamato, you actually smashed up the hot spring in Lousy, you two brats. Led by Yamato, they found Jack. Bang! Passing through the dark passage, when the jailer eagerly opened the cell door, Jack was stunned for a moment when he saw Betty hanging up, Jin holding the torture instruments, and Kaido sitting nearby drinking and watching. He jumped into the room and quickly closed the cell door. While viewing the scenery underwater, Jack also recalled the battle with the dragon, in order to avoid falling into his trap again next time. I'm sorry to bother you two brothers, advertisement. But I can sense Kaido-sama's presence. I knew it would be like this. Tons, the azure dragon form reappeared, staggering towards Lensk. Let me see. Where is it? This underwater viewing only lasted for a week, and the team that salvaged Jack was not Fendel's professional salvage team, but the second-tier team from the Rensk port. Oh, that direction. But it's so meow. There is no boat. How about bringing a boat toy with you next time? After Kaido threw down a dozen wine gourds, he touched the only remaining wine gourd, unscrewed it, and poured the wine into his mouth. It's bad. Brother Yamato and Brother Jin are no match for that guy. After dropping the last wine gourd on the ground, Kaido wiped his beard and said with a puzzled look. Buzz, crash, ding ding ding, belch. As soon as he got on the boat, Jack felt relieved when he saw Runty eating roast chicken with big mouthfuls and riding on Peggy Wan's head. The strong gale dissipated and Jack began to observe the underwater scenery again. Where are the people? Yamato naturally took his two followers to go play with Kriya, and Jack, with his observation hockey activated, followed the scent and found Kaido and Jin. Even if he couldn't do what the Saint Seiya did, with the experience of this battle, he had a general understanding of Dragon's fighting style and methods. Next time, if he wanted to get himself into the gale and blown away, it would be absolutely impossible. Without asking for the details of the battle, Jack knew that his side had definitely not suffered any loss. Belch. Forget it, it should be fine. Chapter 229 Dragons Past. A-hole. Get out of here now, and you, pervert. No matter how you interrogate me, I, Betty, will never join you, the Beast's pirates. Kaido. Stop daydreaming. You are just evil pirates. Do you think I, Bello Betty, will join forces with you? Stop joking. Although Betty was covered in scars, her mouth was as tough as if it couldn't be burned in an incinerator. Jin put away the whip, folded his hands in front of his chest, and his eyes revealed a hint of appreciation. Very good. Even though you're a woman, you're much better than most men. You are worthy of my real efforts. Let me show you my collection. As soon as Jin finished speaking, Kaido, who was still drinking, stood up and walked out silently. Just when Jack was wondering, Jin had already opened the dark room in the room. Crash. Looking at hundreds of strange and unknown torture instruments, Jack was silent for a while and walked out without hesitation. Hey, assholes, don't leave me alone with this pervert. Hello. Bello Betty's voice has become tearful, and it seems that her stubbornness can be cured. Before Jack and his group left, Betty was no longer so resistant, and Kaido even debated with her, promoting his own different ideas from Long. After all, Betty's fruit is still very practical, and Kaido is interested in her talent again. However, Betty did not agree, so Kaido left her to Jin. I guess Betty will figure it out soon. On an unknown island somewhere in New World, Long and several of his companions sat by a campfire in silence. Wow, Betty. Bang, bang. Mori sat under a tree, wiping his tears. Next to him, Sabo, with a bandage on his head, kept hitting the tree with his fists. Even though his hands were bleeding, he did not stop. Stop it, Sabo, it's not your fault, advertisement. Long stood up and walked over to Sabo, grabbed Sabo's arm and said. I decided on this plan, don't blame yourself. I didn't expect the Beast's pirates' support to arrive so quickly. That's why so many people were killed and Betty was captured. I will do everything I can to rescue her, leader. Before Long finished speaking, Crow suddenly stood up and interrupted him. We all agree on this plan, but no one expected Jack to fly, and no one expected Kaido, who had been staying on Ghost Island, to suddenly leave the island. Beast's pirates are not that easy to deal with. Kaido, Jack, and the Jin can all fly. If the leader is entangled by them, the Revolutionary Army cannot take such a big risk. As for Betty, the Crow was silent for a while, then shouted loudly. Revolution requires sacrifice. Whether it's Betty, us, or the leader, haven't we been prepared for this? So let's not make this gesture anymore. Sabo, use this failure as motivation to spur yourself on. Wow, after the Crow yelled, Sabo sat down on the ground and started crying. It's all my fault, if only I were a little stronger. Long looked at the sea with a worried look on his face. He thought that he had lured Jack away, and with the help of the crows they would be able to rescue Betty soon. However, he did not expect that the demon princess Yamato was so powerful that she knocked out the radical Sabo with one stick. Not only that, even the crows were no match for her. And that Jack. Armament hockey people who reach this level think that their father is the only one besides themselves. He can fly, and his defense and recovery abilities are extremely strong. He is worthy of the title of Sea Emperor of the Four Emperors. Plus Kaido, the real Four Emperors. The Beast's pirates are perhaps the most powerful pirates group among the Four Emperors. I shouldn't have come here. I shouldn't have been tempted by some money. It's a pity for Betty. The next step is to find cadres to replace Betty and solve the financial problems of the Revolutionary Army. Advertisement as for Betty. I'm sorry, revolution requires sacrifice. Because there was a merchant ship going to Onigashima, Kaido and his crew did not fly back, but chose to follow the merchant ship back to Onigashima. Along the way, Jack and Kaido discussed Long, and what Kaido said surprised Jack. What did you say? Long is Garp's son. Are you sure, brother Kaido? Garp is a hero of the Marines. I don't know why he doesn't want to be an admiral, but considering his reputation, even a Marine Marshal would be slightly inferior, right? Since Long is his son, shouldn't he be the official of the second generation? Then why does he need to start a revolution? Wait, Garp's full name seems to be Monkey D. FK. It's true. Then what is he doing? His lousy serves the world government. Isn't he rebelling against his lousy? Kaido shook his head and said softly. That guy Long was once the Marines' admiral candidate, known as the Marines' most talented monster, the successor to the hero. But because I couldn't accept what Celestial Dragons did, I finally chose to quit Marine. This is the first time that an admiral candidate has quit the Marine Corps. But since his father is a Marine hero, the world government still agreed. Marine forbade anyone to mention him again in order to save face. But I didn't expect this guy to set up the Revolutionary Army not long after he quit the Marine. Now he has completely become a traitor to Marine. His past in Marine has also become a stain on Marine. I still remember that I wanted to invite him at first, but unfortunately, we have different ideas. After Kaido finished telling Jack about Long's past, Jack felt a little emotional. Holy shit. It looks like Garp is really awesome. Even though his son has raised the banner of resistance against the world government, Garp is not implicated at all and is still a Marine hero. Yes, with such powerful strength, as long as the world government is not stupid, it will not push him to the opposing side. The father and son had a disagreement and became enemies. I don't know if Long has a son. Will his son join the Marines or the Revolutionary Army? It would be more interesting if he joined the pirates. But I have become enemies with this father and son, the Monkey D family? The D clan? I seem to have heard of it. What does it represent? Chapter 230 Trans Diary Sea Circle, Calendar 1519. January 30th. Last year business was good and we recruited many of our compatriots, opened several new restaurants and opened the largest buffet restaurant in Wano-kuni. Dozens of mermaid ladies have been newly recruited. If you want their service, you must become a member. If you want more considerate service, you must become a higher level member. Of course, I own a restaurant, so even if they become the highest level members, they can only enjoy the mouth-wiping service. Even so, a bunch of pirates spent money like crazy, idiots. But for some reason, the one that does the best business is always the palm-sized kebab shop, especially the grilled kidneys. February 7th. Mr. Kaido asked me to be responsible for supplying all the food for this year's fire festival. I was reluctant, but after being hit 3 times, I reluctantly agreed. At night, I cleaned the cow dung into several large buckets and wanted to use the poop fruit to take revenge on Mr. Kaido. However, I forgot that there were pirates who got drunk and made trouble that night, so I slapped him. February 8th. The large hot spring resort on Onigashima had to suspend operations because the water source was polluted by falling cow dung. February 9th. I contacted Findle, gave him a commission, and asked him to help me contact the Chamber of Commerce. February 30th. The fire festival was about to begin, and the food delivered by the caravan had also arrived. Although it is the cheapest and some of the meat has gone bad, after being soaked in cow and sheep urine for a night and pressed into a piece, no one can tell the difference. March 6th. The fire festival ended half a day after it began. The toilets on Ghost Island were packed that day, and there was also a pervert in swimming trunks who pooped all over the floor while performing on the stage. April. Hospitalized. May 6th. I heard that Lord Jack went out again recently. Ever since he learned to fly, he has become more and more extravagant. But why is the only fruit given to me is the fruit of throwing things? I was so angry when I thought of this that I threw out all the animal feces that had accumulated in the restaurant, because Jack had eaten kidneys before leaving, and I had shaken his hand when I took the wine. So the target would definitely not be wrong this time. May 10th. Mr. Kaido came to eat kidneys again. I added some boogers in it. He said the flavor was unique and that my grilling skills had improved. May 11th. I got spanked by Mr. Kaido today because I didn't put boogers in this time and he said it tasted wrong. May 20th. Yamato, along with those 2 little brats and that broken dog, is here to dine and dine again. Perhaps because of the fruit, Yamato could smell that I added something to their ingredients. Lost 3 million Baileys today, slight concussion, June 1st. Advertisement. I saw a few men today. They looked very much like Mr. Kaido and Mr. Jack, but they were a little fat, a little short, and a little mentally retarded. 2 people were drooling over the roasted kidneys, but they didn't pay after the meal. I got so angry that I beat them. He was defeated and his butt was beaten to a pulp. Several people were knocked unconscious by Mr. Yamato and Mr. Kaido who came rushing over. Today I lost 5 million Baileys and a pair of pants. June 20th. Sister Master brought Lim here again to replenish his body. I deliberately left the elephant whip for Lim without adding any ingredients. But for some reason, Sister Master kept looking at Lim's butt. June 25th. After dinner, Fender came to my place and told me that he was going out to salvage Mr. Jack again, and gave me a newspaper. Just as shit rained down from the sky. When 4 Emperors Shanks was fighting the strongest fishman Jack, he was attacked by a sudden rain of shit. June 26th. The escape was fruitless. Wano Kuni has been under martial law recently. It is said that those idiots have gone to cause trouble again. July 30th. There was a warrior from Wadu who got drunk and wanted me to introduce a compatriot to him as his wife, and he also promised to treat her well. I thought about it and introduced him to the employee who had followed me the longest, the female fishman Ahua. The warrior fainted due to excessive excitement when he saw Awa for the first time. Awa looked very satisfied and took the warrior away. August 7th. Those idiots were beaten to death by Mr. Kaido and martial law was lifted. August 9th. Yamato's followers now include a little girl named Ayu and a stinky dog. The little girl is very cute and polite, and she is also a person with special abilities. It is said that he got lost while playing outside, ate a devil fruit, and was saved by Yamato. August 10th. He was scolded by his brother Ladin for selling duck meat as beef, and I took him to the brothel at night and found some Street Utes. He remained silent. September 1st. Mr. Kaido has been very happy recently and has been eating kidneys more often. He heard that the sea train from Onigashima to Allen Continent is about to be completed. September 10th. The pervert who performed the shit show at the fire festival brought a group of people to eat barbecue. Surprisingly, I found that he was a nice guy and became friends with him. His name is Frankie. September 30th. Lord Jack transformed into Dumbo and landed in front of my store. 5 million Baileys lost today. Cow dung really tastes terrible. October. Advertisement hospitalized, November 3rd. After Jack beat me, he flew out to play again. I was very angry, so I threw several buckets of duck manure at him. I forgot that I had just been discharged from the hospital, and before leaving I shook hands with Aladdin brother who picked me up. November 4th. Duck manure was falling from the sky in Yoko. I tried to run away but failed. Black Maria entangled me with spider silk and threw Aladdin and me into the septic tank. Fighting with Aladdin in a septic tank, he accidentally knocked him down and nearly drowned in feces. November 5th. Gastric lavage. November 6th. Because Lim needed to replenish his body, Sister Master covered my nose and helped me purify it. She is so kind, just like my mother. It was the way she looked at Lim that was even weirder. November 20th. Master Jack is back again, and when I gave him some extra ingredients, I didn't expect him to be observing me with the observation hockey. Mr. Kaido is right, grilled kidneys with boogers do taste good. December 1st. Awa brought her husband back. The warrior was right. He was indeed very nice to Awa. But for some reason his eyes were swollen and his body was covered with scars. It seemed that being a warrior was not easy. December 7th. Recently, the number of beasts pirates with smile abilities has increased greatly, and Kaido is very happy, but those failed pirates can only laugh. Sister Master volunteered to help them purify. She is so loving, just like my mom. December 25th. Jack came back with Yamato and a man in a pink coat. The man was vomiting blood and was said to have been beaten by Yamato. Fortunately, he was treated by Sister Master and survived. But after rescuing them, Yamato started chasing the two again. Jack kept saying that he was just doing charity and it had nothing to do with brothers. I understand charity, but who are the brothers? December 30th. Seeing that another year is about to pass and the Flame Festival will be held in 2 months, this time I took the initiative to request to be responsible for all logistics of the Flame Festival. I was beaten by Mr. Kaido, Mr. Jack, and everyone. See Circle Calendar 1520 Yen. January 3rd. Recently, Beasts Pirates has a new member who can set off bombs. There's a small drum stuck on his back, which makes people feel painful just by looking at it. When he was drunk in private, he would pretend to be the god of thunder, but every time he did so, he would sober up and look around with a look of panic. Poor guy, he must have suffered a lot. January 5th. That guy named Enel, and the Runty siblings were trained by Lord Jack again. This is my biggest pet peeve because it leaves me with no energy to keep writing in my diary. Chapter 231. The remnants of the Kazuki clan Bacon's cloning project finally saw the light of day. Although the first batch of people who were copied had good strength, they had problems with their IQ and were beaten to death by Brother Kaido. It's a pity to waste the raw materials. I wonder how many kidneys I need to eat to make up for the loss. After thorough training by Brother Jin, Enel not only became physically stronger, but he also learned armament hockey and greatly improved his strength. However, Enel's observation hockey is very powerful. With the ability of his fruit, he can monitor the actions of all the people in Wano Kuni and hear their voices. This was far beyond the ability of the Emperor's protection, and Kaido decided to have him stay in Wano Kuni for a long time to monitor everyone's movements. And after hearing Jin say that Enel has good talent, Kaido asked Jack to train him for a while. It doesn't matter whether you are herding 1 sheep or releasing 2 sheep, Jack simply called Tran and Runty to practice together. According to Enel, the reason why his observation hockey has such a large monitoring range and can hear everyone's voice is because he uses the ability of the fruit to receive radio waves. Jack, in addition to being curious, also asked Enel to pay more attention to the news about the Kazuki family. After all, as the prophesied time gets closer, news about the Kazuki family is gradually being mentioned again, and many people have been arrested for this. Jack decided to use Enel's power to wipe out these unwilling remnants. Anyway, they don't know that Enel can hear everyone's voice, so they just need to catch anyone who has mentioned the Kazuki family or has any fantasies about them during this period. But Jack never expected that Enel would bring shocking news after just taking time to monitor at night for a few days. What did you say? Are the remnants of the Kazuki family still alive in this world? And he became the guest of Kurozumi Orochi openly? Wanako Nazo Ran Murasaki and that Kiyoshiro are both from the Kazuki family? There's another old man? Is it Kazuki Sukiyaki? After getting Enel's confirmation, Jack stretched out his hand and said, I understand. I'll go find Brother Kaido first. You must keep a close eye on these people. In Kaido's luxurious palace on Onigashima, after listening to Jack's report, Kaido suddenly stood up. What did you say? That old guy Kazuki Sukiyaki is still alive. Is the news reliable? Jack nodded and said in a deep voice. Enel himself heard the old man reveal his identity when he was talking in his sleep. She said that she was ashamed of the Kazuki family and could only hide her face and live in disgrace, waiting for that day to come. Advertisement, he is now a blacksmith master in one of our forges. His skills are pretty good. His name is Tengayama Feichi. He secretly likes to collect girl dolls and is called an old pervert. And there's that Kiyoshiro that Kurozumi Orochi recruited a few years ago, who would have thought that his real identity is Denjiro, Kazuki Oden's subordinate. He protects Kazuki Oden's daughter, Kazuki Hiyori, who transforms into Wanako Nazo Ran Murasaki, lurking in the flower capital. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect that, the Oiran. Do all the Kazuki family members have such perverted habits? As for the others, I believe they will all be exposed in Enel's perception. Should we arrest them now, or keep an eye on them for a while longer? Kaido closed his eyes and thought for a while before saying softly. I can't wait, since Kazuki Sukiyaki is still alive, let's arrest them immediately. Do it yourself, and do it now, remember, I want him alive. Don't hurt that Xiaozi, ha 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 ha, I'm so lucky. Seeing Kaido was so excited that he couldn't even smile, Jack asked in confusion. Why are you so happy, Kaido? Do you want to see the most beautiful courtesan in Wano Kuni? Oh, I see, Jack said with a look of sudden enlightenment. Killing Kazuki Oden didn't relieve your hatred. You didn't stop his wife from committing suicide. Now you want to try his daughter? Your bad taste is quite despicable, but after you taste it, can you let me also? Thundering 8 trigrams. Boom. When the Onigashima construction team arrived, Kaido explained the reason to Jack. The world government prohibits people from studying historical texts, which is why the Ohara tragedy occurred, a farce in which an 8-year-old girl was offered a bounty for her crimes. Advertisement. Apart from those Ohara scholars, the Kazuki family is the one who has the most in-depth research on historical texts in the world. No, in fact, their understanding of historical texts may even be better than those dead Ohara scholars. Because their family has always been the one who engraved the historical inscriptions. And to reach the final island, we need to collect the text of the historical landmarks, and we need someone to translate it. The reason why Roger borrowed Kazuki Oden from Whitebeard was because he knew that Kazuki Oden had the ability to decipher historical texts. And thanks to Kazuki Oden, they were able to reach the final island that no one had reached in 800 years. That's how Roger became the king of pirates. Even the final island is named Raftel. Kaido's expression became a little agitated, and his voice gradually became louder. I don't want to become the king of pirates in this way. But I also have a strong curiosity about Raftel. What on earth is buried and recorded there? Since Kazuki Sukiyaki is still alive, I can also reach Raftel after I collect the main text of the road sign history. Jack was silent for a while, and after Kaido's excitement subsided, he said softly. I think there might be some of Roger's poop buried there. No. There could be several piles. Everyone who reaches that island can poop a pile. An island that no one has visited for 800 years? Roger and the others have arrived? Even if someone left something there 800 years ago, it has been exposed to the wind and sun for 800 years. I guess all the hair is gone, right? Or maybe someone wrote a message on the stone. I don't know if it is still intact, even if you know it. What use is there now in keeping news from 800 years ago? We still have to work hard to collect the historical texts. Where do we have to go? Even if there is anything there, I don't think it will be of much help to us. And I think this behavior is a bit silly. Do you believe that if I leave now and fly a few more times to check those islands, I can find the Raftel? Why do we need to go through so many steps? Do you think you can gather all the items to summon the boss? When Jack was trying to persuade Kaido earnestly, Kaido's face had already fallen. Thundering 8 trigrams. Tonight's decoration team saw what Ghost Island looked like at 4 in the morning. Chapter 232 Mr. Kazuki, you don't want to, Tengayama Hitchit, a puppet enthusiast, was outraged because a vulgar girl was kidnapped by the Beast's pirates. Many people even ran to Tengayama Hitchit's house and burned everything inside. Pooh. I knew that old man was not a good person. He looked at me with lustful eyes last time. Enel was confused when he saw the female blacksmith whose muscles were bigger than her head. It wasn't too difficult to capture Kazuki Sukiyaki, after all, he was all in the curry factory. The ones that were a bit troublesome were Denjiro and the Wanako Nazo Ran. Although he looked down on Kurozumi Orochi, Hanadu was at least Kurozumi Orochi's territory. Since Kaido had kept him, it would be difficult for Jack to just go up and capture him. That was a bit rude, so Jack personally flew to the general's mansion in Wado and explained it to Kurozumi Orochi. What did you say? Kazuki Oden's daughter, the remnant of the Kazuki family. Kiyoshiro is Oden's subordinate Denjiro. Stop joking, Jack, don't go too far. Do you want to take Xiaozi away? If you don't give me the mermaid, are you going to snatch the Wanokuni Oiran from me? General. Seeing that Jack was getting impatient and his eyes kept moving back and forth between the mace on his waist and the head of the Kurozumi snake, Fu Lu Shou panicked and shouted. For something like this, we just need to call these two people over. We can find out the truth with a little testing. Don't forget that legend, General. Seeing the horrified expression on Kurozumi Orochi's face, Fukushiraku continued to say to Jack. Master Jack, please bear with it and hide first. When Kiyoshiro received the summons from Kurozumi Orochi, he was drinking with his men and made excuses that he would leave after finishing his drink. Seeing Kiyoshiro's indifference, the messenger ninja said seriously. Go now, the general has something important to discuss with you. Are you trying to disobey orders? Kiyoshiro was a little confused. In the past, when he was summoned, he would just send someone to notify him and it didn't matter if he went late. But why was he so anxious this time? Did something happen? Thinking of this, Kiyoshiro looked at the unhappy ninja and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Of course not. I, Kiyoshiro, am the shogun's most loyal dog. How could I possibly rebel against my master? HMPH. Then hurry up. After the ninja finished speaking, he left first. Seeing this, Kiyoshiro had no choice but to follow with a few of his men. When the group arrived at the general's mansion, Kiyoshiro saw Sakazuki across from him and felt relieved. Looks like another boring party is going to be held, leaving me to guard the sidelines. Huh, General? That's really ridiculous. After the two people looked at each other, they quickly looked away. Then Xiaozi slowly walked in with the support of the servant Toko, and Kiyoshiro and his group followed later. After walking through the long corridor and entering the banquet hall, Kiyoshiro saw several Street youths already performing and hurried in. Xiaozi, you are always so charming, but I'm tired of it. Advertisement, why don't you just let me kill you? Kurozumi Orochi's words chilled Kiyoshiro's heart as he walked into the room. Although he didn't know what had happened, he saw that Kurozumi Orochi had already drawn his sword, so Kiyoshiro immediately rushed forward. If you offend the general, you will be my enemy. Swish. The sword flashed, and Xiaozi fell in a pool of blood in an instant. You. Xiaozi, why did you kill her? I was just testing her. Kurozumi Orochi pointed at Kiyoshiro with a look of grief and anger, and then shouted angrily. Jack. What else do you have to say? Xiaozi was killed by Kiyoshiro himself. Compensate me with Xiaozi, compensate me with some mermaids. Jack. Kiyoshiro didn't react for a moment, until Jack came out of the next room, picked up the mace and smashed it at Xiaozi on the ground. Kiyoshiro rushed forward. Clang. Jack looked at the puzzled Kurozumi snake and said softly. Compensate you, Xiaozi? Can't you tell that you're faking your death? You guys' observation hockey is too weak. I'll compensate you with a club, do you want one? After finishing speaking, Jack looked at Kiyoshiro. Kiyoshiro, no, it should be Denjiro, and this Odin's daughter, I have to say, you hit it too deeply. No one could have imagined that Odin's daughter would become such a person. Tisk tisk, a-hole, shut up, don't insult me like that. Bang. When Wanakuna's top courtesan Xiaozi woke up again, she looked around the room in confusion. Then he felt something strange in his body, looked down and was stunned. Ah. Bang. Jack pushed the door open and shouted at Kazuki Hiyori who was hanging in the air. What are you shouting? What are you shouting? Just wake up. What? Seeing Kazuki Hiyori's embarrassed and angry expression, Jack couldn't help but sneer. It shouldn't be like this, aren't you an Oran? You should know more than me, right? Advertisement. Kazuki Hiyori, who was tied up like an octopus, struggled angrily for a while, but when he found that the rope hanging on the beam was shaking more violently with his movements, he stopped struggling and said to Jack in a harsh voice. Kazuki Hiyori quickly calmed down, gave Jack a sweet smile, and said softly. Let her go. Come to me if you have anything to do to me. Princess Hiyori. You bastards. You. I heard from Kurozumi Orochi that you were great. I'll count to 3. Kaido walked into the room, grabbed Denjiro by the neck, and whispered. You wish. Bah. Kazuki Hiyori saw Denjiro's neck being broken by Kaido and cried out in pain. Kazuki Tsukiori, who was wearing a mask, was trembling all over but still did not admit his identity. The old man is still very stubborn. Master Jack, could you please put me down first? I am very tired. Looking at Kazuki Hiyori who was in despair and surprise, Kazuki Sukiyaki stood up and shouted loudly. Jack shook his head, walked to Hiyori's side and said sarcastically. Snap. Snap. If you don't admit your identity, this guy will die. So what? Isn't it just a little more expensive? Oh. You? Crash. I don't know what Master Jack likes, but I can cooperate with him. 3. Snort. Just when Kazuki Hiyori was confused, Denjiro and an old man wearing a Tengu mask were escorted in by several pirates. Seeing Kazuki Hiyori hanging in the air in this posture, Denjiro shouted angrily. Have you forgotten that you're supposed to be dead, the little princess of the Kazuki family? Senjiro. Mr. Kazuki, you don't want your granddaughter either. Come on, inform brother Kaido that he's awake. Bring those two guys up. Well, I am an Oran, not a Street youth, can't you see that? After patting Kazuki Hiyori, Jack shouted out the door. Jack took off Kazuki Hiyori's mask, then walked up to him, caressed his body and said. Crack. Look at my figure, you should know the consequences, right? Those two guys. Could it be that Denjiro has also been exposed? Who is the other one? Chapter 233 New cadres. Since Kazuki Sukiyaki admitted his identity and didn't want to see his granddaughter die tragically, he was naturally controlled by Kaido. Kaido threw Kazuki Hiyori into jail and threatened her life to make her loyal to him. Although Kazuki Hiyori was helpless, she still agreed. After the interrogation, Enel, who was in charge of searching the house, brought back 3 long swords that were obviously not ordinary items. After Kaido's identification, 2 of them were Kazuki Oden's swords, the famous swords named Enma and Aim no Habakiri, and the other one was the demon sword 2nd generation Kitetsu. Jack kept the 2nd generation Kitetsu and gave Aim no Habakiri and Enma to Lim. Lim was very moved and held Jack's hands tightly, saying that he was willing to sacrifice his life for Jack. However, Jack looked at his heavy dark circles and his increasingly plump buttocks and slowly let go of his hand. Master didn't care about the fact that he hadn't found the S********* king in the past 2 years, which made Jack afraid to get close to him. After Lim used Yama, something went wrong. Armament hockey was almost sucked dry by Yama. If Lim hadn't been so strong, he would have been sucked to death by Yama. After a long time of effort, Lim finally suppressed Yanmo. After seeing the 2nd generation Kitetsu on Jack's waist, he quickly reminded him. That's right, Master Jack. No matter which generation of Kitetsu it is always a demon sword. It is said that their masters will be cursed and eventually die a violent death. Curse? After hearing Lim's reminder, Jack looked at the 2nd generation Kitetsu on his waist and said with a puzzled look. Can this thing curse people? Then Jack thought about it and threw the 2nd generation Kitetsu into the ground. Master Jack. What are you doing? I'm good at dealing with curses. Usually, boys' urine is used, but if there is no boys' urine, men's urine will also work. Advertisement. If that doesn't work, just throw this knife into the toilet and soak it for a while. I guarantee that all the curses will be gone. Clatter. Seeing Jack's confident look, Lim lowered his head and looked at the Yama in his hand. With Enel stationed in Wano-kuni, the samurai who were still loyal to the Kazuki family were all caught one by one. Even Jin was called back during this period. After all, professional matters need to be done by professionals. Jack had no choice but to continue training a few people. Enel's talent is indeed good, and Kaido also said that he has the qualifications to stand at the top of the ocean. He used to be very lazy and didn't like sports, so his physical fitness was not very strong. After being educated by Jin, Enel not only improved significantly in strength, but also became fond of sports and training. Jack had fought with many of these people standing at the top of the sea, so he could see it. No matter how the fight is fought, it will ultimately be a test of basic physical fitness. In fact, people who have reached the top of the ocean are not that bad in terms of physical fitness. Even if I have reached the maximum level of physical fitness, it is impossible for me to kill Mihawk easily. Even if someone has a special physique, there is no one who can beat everyone. In Jack's opinion, the so-called pinnacle is someone whose physical fitness has reached her. The difference lies in whether or not the human body's limit has been reached. But the difference is not that big, so after reaching this level, if you want to determine the winner, the only way is to make mistakes or exhaust your physical strength. Even if his conquerors reached the top and his other aspects were strengthened, he would not be able to defeat them easily. If he wanted to beat Mihawk with one punch, he might have to break through his limits and make his body reach another level of strength. But for now, the missions issued by the system are indeed difficult to handle, except for declaring war on the world government, unless the beast's pirates provoke other sea emperors at the same time, which is a bit unrealistic. I don't know how long it will take Brother Kaido to accumulate strength. Suddenly, Jack wanted to have 2 children first for fun. Because of the tragic food poisoning incident at the fire festival last year, Onigashima has set up a special department to deal with food hygiene. Advertisement. There was no way. Last year, no one knew where Tran got the meat from. Even cadres at the level of Taiju had diarrhea after eating it. This year's fire festival was the same as in previous years, with performances, drinks and meals. Frankie's family band sang very wildly, but many people said it was not as good as last year's performance. Thinking of Frankie's AL squirting performance last year, Jack lost his appetite. Because Kaido asked Jack to train Enel and Runty more, Jack had no choice but to stay in Wano-kuni. The days passed very peacefully. I trained Enel and others during the day, trained Yamato and Maria at night, and made some materials for the laboratory. As the human cloning project progressed smoothly, more raw materials were needed. Among them, Kaido is the absolute main force, otherwise Jack would not have let him train several people. At least in the past 6 months, Kaido has been drinking tonic wine, not to mention the amount of kidneys he has eaten, which is probably enough to go around Onigashima 3 times. Because of the increasing amount of artificial demon fruit power, Jack and Black Maria have many strange people under their command. Among them, Lim is very interested in Black Maria's little sister named Chinjingsha, because she is the user of the artificial devil fruit white snake. That slender and forked tongue is very eye-catching. Recently, Lim has been having a hot relationship with her. Master couldn't help but not get angry. Instead, he had an eager expression on his face, which made Black Maria silent. There was also a man-made demon fruit power made of a pig-nosed snake from a nun. Although it had a longer tongue, it was too ugly. Lim couldn't accept it. After being trained by Jack for more than half a year, the Runty siblings became the Flying Six. The way they became the Flying Six was by challenging dozens of real fighters in a row and remaining undefeated. After Kaido privately educated Enel for a while, he specially held a meeting for the 3 disasters. Although Enel's strength is still a little lacking, He has good talent and will catch up in no time. In order to win over Enel, Kaido decided to make him the fourth disaster of Beast's pirates, in charge of the combat support forces. After all, Enel can fly and his fruit ability is powerful enough. No one had any objection to this. They were all well aware of the power of Thunderfruit, and it was easy to destroy an island. What's more, Enel could fly. There were not many people with the ability to fly, and Enel was now a little stronger than the Flying Six. It would not be a problem for him to become a disaster like himself. So after the fire disaster, epidemic disaster, and drought disaster, the fourth disaster appeared in Beast's pirates, lightning disaster. Suddenly, the Beast's pirates became more famous, and it also aroused a desire to challenge among many newly arrived New World pirates. Chapter 234 Marineford Fruit? Even dogs won't eat it? Oh, thunderstorm, Beast's pirates? A young man wearing a cowboy hat and with a quirky face put down the newspaper, pondered for a while, then turned around and smiled, showing his white teeth. Hey, everyone, should we go to Wano Kuni? I heard it's very mysterious there. You better not, Captain Deus, who was wearing an eye patch and looked like Zoro, said in a panic. That's the territory of the Emperor of the Sea. If we rush over there so recklessly, something bad will definitely happen. Ha 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 ha. It's because it's the territory of the Emperor of the Sea that I want to go there even more. Ace adjusted his cowboy hat and said confidently. Since I went to sea, I have defeated every opponent I have encountered. Now let's see what kind of strength Kaido, who is known as the Emperor of the Sea, and the strongest fishman Jack have. Don't you believe me? After everyone shook their heads, a fishman said with some concern. I believe it, but, just trust me, little ones, let's go. Looking at the confident captain, Deuce shook his head helplessly. Jack transformed into Dumbo and flew in the sky, with Yamato sleeping soundly on his back. Because the last time he went to Dressrosa to feel the enthusiasm of those young ladies, he was caught by Yamato. Not only did he almost kill his good brother Ming, but he also completely lost the freedom to go to Dressrosa alone. Even when escorting those artificial devil fruits or going on official business, Yamato always followed. As for why he didn't lie to Yamato, who held his life card, knew that if he saw that he was going to Dressrosa, he would be in trouble. Although she can't hurt you, you can't resist her turning into a human beast and biting you at night. After flying over Allen Continent for most of the day, Yamato rubbed his eyes and sat up. After touching his stomach, Yamato jumped to Jack's ear and shouted. I'm hungry. Let's find a place to eat. You be ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** throw you down." Although he was full of complaints, Jack still descended slowly. After seeing the small island in front of him, Jack accelerated his descent. Someone. Oh, and you're grilling meat? A dozen people gathered around the campfire. When they spotted the huge monster in the air, they stood up in surprise. Boom. When the smoke cleared and they saw Jack in his human form and Yamato drooling, the pirates shouted in surprise. "That's Jack the Drow from the Beast's Pirates, and the Ghost Princess Yamato." Advertisement, Captain Ace. Watch out. Jack lowered his head, looking at the pirates who jumped in front of the two of them with an excited look on his face, and was a little confused about what he wanted to do. Most pirates would run as far away as they could after seeing me, but this guy who looked like he was a little old and had a quirky face. Third class disabled. FK, less than 2 meters tall. This is considered short in this world. Are you Jack the Drow from Beast's Pirates? The strongest fishman in the world is not the 5th Sea Emperor of the Sea Emperor? Ace adjusted his cowboy hat, looked up at the tall Jack, and exclaimed. With this height, you're almost catching up with the giants, right? Although it seems that you know me well, I'm sorry that I have no interest in you. Jack looked at Ace expressionlessly and said, Please don't look at me like that. Otherwise you will bear the consequences. Boom. A ball of fire appeared in Ace's hand, and he shouted at Jack with great fighting spirit. Jack the Drow. Accept my challenge. Can I have some of your barbecue? I'm a little hungry. I can pay you a little money. It smells so good, it must be delicious. Jack put his hand to his forehead. Ace looked at Yamato, who looked a little embarrassed, and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, of course, my barbecue is absolutely amazing. Really? Then I won't be polite. Looking at Yamato sitting by the campfire and wolfing down his food, Jack lowered his head and said to Ace. Since you treated Yamato to a barbecue, I'll forgive your recklessness. It's not too late to give up challenging me now. Ha 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 ha. Stop bragging. Take this. Faced with Jack's good advice, Ace was filled with anger, which reminded Jack of a piece of news he saw in the newspaper this year. Are you the one who was invited by the world government to become a Shichibukai but refused? Looks like he's the user of the Logia Mera Mera fruit, right? Yes, I am the leader of the Spade Pirates, Ace of the Fire Fist. Love to death? You really are seeking death? Jack hooked his finger at Ace and said curiously. Come on, let me see how hot the Mera Mera fruit can be. Logia controls the fruit of fire. Then I have to take a closer look. Advertisement, Fire Dragon. Humph, if it's just this powerful, even dogs wouldn't eat this fruit. Boom. What about you? What's your name, Deus? Captain Ace. After being hit by the palm-containing armament hockey, Ace spat out a mouthful of blood and was blown to the sea several hundred meters away. His companions immediately ran over in panic to rescue him. You guys, change the name of the pirates. I don't believe that the gap in our strength is so big. But Deus. Is it really that embarrassing? Ace's arm transformed into a giant flaming fist that kept extending and punched Jack in the chest, then he froze. Jack put Yamato on his back, transformed into a giant elephant and flew into the sky. A voice sounded. "Don't worry, I won't kill you for the sake of your barbecue." Bang! Crash! Is this the maximum temperature of your flame? Jack pointed at the fishman and asked loudly. Boom! My fruit! Then you better watch out. Don't call us the Spade Pirates anymore, call us the Suicide Pirates. Fire fist! 3 giant dragons transformed from flames kept wandering in the sky, and then gathered together and rushed towards Jack. You go first. I'll stop him. After seeing Ace's move, Deus and his group immediately ran to the side, while Yamato looked at Ace curiously while eating barbecue. My name is Wallace. How is that possible? Seeing Jack, who was unharmed and looked disappointed, Ace felt a little angry and jumped to the side and shouted. Amid the violent explosion, Yamato extinguished the fireball that was splashing around him with a breath of cold air, and shook his head in disdain. Looking at the pirates performing a tragic drama in front of him, Jack said softly. Puff! Let me show you the true power of fire. Seeing Jack still unharmed, Ace was shocked, then rushed towards Jack with an unwilling look on his face. Hello. Love it, I am so embarrassed, I am so tired. Chapter 235. Having too many sons is not good. As for the encounter with Ace, Jack looked down on the trash of Marimara fruit and then didn't take it to heart anymore. Jack has seen many guys like this over the years, who got a pretty good fruit, defeated some losers, and then thought they were invincible. Every year, it is these young and foolish pirates who have the courage to challenge the 4 emperors. Of course, these pirates also die the most. If they can survive, perhaps they can achieve something in the future. After all, people like them usually have good talents. But what the ocean lacks the least is young people with good talents. In the past, Conqueror's Hockey was known as a rare item among millions, but in recent years, more and more pirates have been able to own it. Although most of them have just mastered it, it also shows that more and more people are joining the profession of pirates. The impact of Roger's words when he died on the world has reached its peak in the past 2 years. But it's true. There is oppression from the nobles above and corruption among some officials. Ordinary people can't survive. What else can they do except become pirates? After all, this world is a world of the ocean. People who have no way to make a living go out to sea as pirates, and people who have been oppressed by pirates become marines. This seems to have become an unbreakable cycle. Even if the world government was truly overthrown, Jack didn't think that this vicious circle would be broken. But this is none of my business. I am not the one being oppressed anyway, so why bother about it? Such matters are naturally taken care of by people with great ideas. I am just an ordinary, selfish person. After arriving at Dressrosa, Jack found Doflamingo in the gym this time. It seems that being beaten up by Yamato made Doflamingo unwilling to give up, and he started to focus on physical exercise. Yamato's appearance made Doflamingo's face turn green. Seeing Jack's helpless look, Doflamingo quickly sent people to take away those young ladies who were supposed to appear at the party. Yamato is very curious about Dressrosa, especially the dwarfs who are not even as big as Jack's fingers. He often goes to watch them work. In addition, the casinos that can be seen everywhere in Dressrosa are Yamato's favorite. After all, when they were on Onigashima, many people did not dare to gamble with Yamato because of his identity. But here, facing businessmen and nobles from all over the world, Yamato was having a lot of fun. Jack was also happy to see Yamato immersed in gambling, and quietly soothed the minds and bodies of many girls right under Yamato's nose. Brother Ming took advantage of this time to consult Jack, and it seems that he really wants to improve his strength. Advertisement Jack also gave some serious teaching on this. After all, Ming Jie helped him a lot. Also, Ming Jie was quite pitiful as he was beaten up repeatedly by Kaido and his daughter. Yamato had so much fun that he was reluctant to leave until after the new year and when the fire festival was about to begin. After traveling in Dressrosa for a few months, when Jack returned to Allen Continent to attend the fire festival with Jin, he learned a piece of news from the newspaper. The ace who was slapped into the sea by me actually became the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates last year. Soon after returning to Onigashima, there was another boring social event. By the way, brother Kaido, isn't my son-in-law much better than Whitebeard's sons? Yamato took Runty and his sister, Xiaoyu and the 2 dogs to excitedly open the blind boxes. Look, brother Kaido. There's no benefit in having more sons. Now they're fighting over the family property. At this time of year every year, Yamato is the happiest. After all, a woman with childlike innocence can never resist the fun of opening blind boxes. Is this ace really that talented? Even Whitebeard thinks highly of him? Just as the two were training each other, the seemingly balanced sea began to be disturbed again. Most of the fish people brought specialties from Ryugu City. The relationship between Yamato, Black Maria and Jack was well known to everyone, so most of these gifts were for both of them, or even just for the 2 of them without Jack. Strengthening the immortal body in this way is indeed very effective, and both of them can feel that their immortal bodies have grown greatly. Pirates also know how to deal with the world. In addition to the pirates led by Sasaki, many fishmen also thanked Jack. The gifts they sent filled Jack's paradise, and even Yamato's house on Onigashima could hardly hold them. The fire festival lasted for several days, and Jack never stopped drinking. Experts at the level of the 4 emperors practicing with each other, except for the Beast's pirates, perhaps other pirates groups cannot do it now. No one else can do this kind of thing except him. But there are always people from the second shift. Or is he the son of an old acquaintance of Whitebeard, like the Runty siblings? Advertisement: the way for two people to enhance their immortality is to fly to a deserted island and then each of them holds a stick, with the armed color mission and conquerors intertwined. Whoever can't bear it first will fall down. This surprised Jack. Was it because he was too powerful and underestimated the power of the Mara fruit? Captain of the 2nd Division, Ace, is chasing after Teach? After all, a position like Captain Whitebeard is not something that any of his sons can achieve. If Black Maria hadn't stayed in the amusement park all year round, the place would probably be filled with gifts. Of course, in order to save Kaido's face, Jack was always the first to collapse due to exhaustion. Although Kaido saw through this, he didn't say anything. Thatch, the captain of the Whitebeard 4th Division, was killed because of a devil fruit. The murderer was Teach, a member of the 2nd Division? As the Beast's pirates became more famous, more countries came to accept their protection. The lower-level pirates were not short of money, and they brought local specialties and the like. Of course, under normal circumstances, there is no food. After all, by the time they return to Onigashima, nothing will be fresh, and there is no shortage of food on Onigashima. They also recruited many captains and formed a large fleet of the Whitebeard pirates. However, after the performance, Yamato took the Runti siblings and took the sea train to Wano, where there were many more amusement projects than on Onigashima. At least the amusement park built in imitation of the Sabaody archipelago was much larger than the one on Onigashima. After all, you still have to save face, or the position of captain of the 2nd squad has been vacant for so many years. With so many sons to choose from, why not choose a newly adopted son? Roll. From the exclamations and uncontrollable laughter, it can be seen that they are very satisfied with these gifts. After everything was successfully completed, Jack finally had time to practice Black Maria hard. Jack finished reading the newspaper, thought for a while, and whispered to Kaido. In fact, Mara fruit is a very powerful fruit? The cloning experiment has accumulated enough raw materials, and Kaido also has time to enhance his immortality with Jack. Holding the salted fish thrown by Yamato, Jack went straight to Tran's restaurant. Chapter 236 Immortality. What Jack didn't know was that if Jack hadn't become so famous in the past 2 years, Teach would have come to invite Jack a long time ago for fear of not being able to suppress him. Of course, if Teach really finds Jack, there is a high probability that he will be able to watch the underwater scenery for the rest of his life. This kind of thing happening to the Whitebeard pirates is actually a very shameful thing among pirates. If it was an ordinary pirates group, it wouldn't matter. After all, the lower-level pirates groups cheat, betray, and kill each other every day for some money. However, for a pirates group that has reached the level of 4 emperors and become the top group, it would be a huge shame if such a person appeared under their command. Because when the pirates reach this level, they are actually no different from an army. Even compared to the most powerful marine, they are not much worse. Betraying the captain or even killing companions is absolutely not allowed. Even among the 4 emperors pirates, the Beast's pirates, who have the loosest management and are the most ruthless, this situation has never happened before, let alone the Whitebeard pirates, whose ship is full of adopted sons. This meant that Whitebeard had problems judging people and controlling his subordinates. To put it more seriously, he did not have enough prestige as a captain. If he did nothing, the reputation of the Whitebeard pirates would easily suffer a severe blow. All of a sudden, many pirates groups started to think about challenging Whitebeard again. Even the Beast's pirates who had been quiet for a long time were dragged into it, and many pirates started to sacrifice their lives again. This made Enel very happy, because the person in charge of these affairs was now Enel. Facing these pirates who dared to challenge the Beast's pirates, Enel transformed into the King of Thunder and Lightning. While clearing out the enemies and venting the grievances in his heart over the past few years, he also accumulated rich combat experience. Jack and Kaido still beat each other up every day. Kaido finally found a free sparring partner with whom he could fight as much as he wanted. He dragged Jack along and destroyed several islands. But Kaido sometimes had a lot of things to deal with, so Jack would go around the world looking for Shanks during this time, making Shanks want to die. There was even one time when all the members of the Red Hair Pirates jumped into the sea together after seeing Jack. Fortunately, there were no special abilities among their crew, so the jump was so clean and neat. As for Shanks wanting to hide, that's impossible. Once when Jack was fighting Shanks, he deliberately pulled out a lock of Shanks' red hair and then had Yamato make it into a life card. Things like the life card, as long as it is mixed with the opponent's nails or hair during the production, can accurately point to the opponent's location. As for the other functions of the life card, Jack doesn't care. After all, Shanks' life or death has nothing to do with him. Its main function is tracking. Advertisement as for why he had to chase Shanks. On the one hand, Shanks had good talent. His Conqueror's Haki had reached the highest level, and even his Observation Haki had reached the next level. Once he used Observation Haki to control his own breath. If Jack hadn't had the guidance of the life card, he really wouldn't have been able to find him. Of course Jack wanted these 2 abilities, so he kept approaching the boat. Even though Shanks' legs trembled when he heard about approaching the boat, Jack still never got them. On the other hand, Shanks' partners are all quite strong, and they basically attack together, bombarding Jack indiscriminately, trying to get rid of Jack in a short time. This way of gaining experience increases the proficiency of the immortal body more than fighting Kaido. Jack chased Shanks all over the world, making Shanks miserable. It was not until the day of the fire festival that Jack flew back to Onigashima and stayed quiet for a while. After paying the dues to Black Maria and Yamato, the fire festival began again. After some boring drinking, Wano slowly returned to its usual calm. After dealing with some things, Kaido pulled Jack out again. Perhaps realizing that he was no longer Jack's opponent, this aroused Kaido's competitive spirit. However, almost all the deserted islands near Wano Kuni were destroyed by the fight between the two, resulting in the two having to fly for at least a week to find a deserted island. Kaido was very determined in this training. The two of them did not go back for several months, constantly destroying and searching. During a daily sparring activity, when Kaido's thunderous 8 trigrams blasted home, Jack just stood there in a daze as if nothing had happened. This is. Kaido looked at Jack in surprise, then raised the 8 precepts. Thundering 8 trigrams. Crash. Baji's eye hit Jack's chest, and the sound that came out was different from before. And when it hit Jack, Kaido felt like he was hitting water, and there was a lot of resistance. After a moment of silence, Kaido looked at Jack, who had a dazed look on his face, and asked bitterly. Your immortal body has been broken through? After Jack nodded subconsciously, Kaido threw away the 8 precepts and lay on the ground. Advertisement. I have worked so hard for so many years, but I didn't expect that. I still don't know when I can make a breakthrough, but this little kid Jack actually made a breakthrough. Didn't he have the potential to make a breakthrough? Kaido felt a little depressed for a while. Without considering Kaido's feelings, Jack opened the panel and looked over. Some skills disappeared inexplicably, even the ultimate recovery skill disappeared, only the special skill of immortality was shining. Immortality. Immortality. Ignoring all negative states, neither illness nor aging can have any effect on your body, always maintaining your physical condition, greatly weakening the enemy's attack. The only way to defeat you is to consume all your physical strength. However, after the physical strength is consumed, the powerful recovery ability will allow you to recover all your physical strength in a short time. From this moment on, you are neither dead nor indestructible. Jack understood the other meanings, but 2 of the sentences made Jack a little confused. What does this mean? Is this eternal life? Even aging has no effect on me. Can I keep my physical condition forever? Can I neither die nor be destroyed? Jack looked at the other skills carefully again and found a small surprise. Marine 6 styles. Control, complete control of the body, the highest level reached. After 6 styles, the body can exert its most powerful destructive power. Even a strand of your hair can kill people. Damn, this is so cool, I should be invincible now. Thinking of this, Jack walked over to Kaido and shouted. Brother Kaido, let's rebel against the world government now. I feel like I'm invincible. Roll. Chapter 237 CP0's Visit. As for why Kaido had been wasting time for many more years than himself, but he was the first to break through to this level, apart from his talent, Jack could only say that Kaido had not been as wasteful as he was. Kaido was deeply shocked by this and lay on the ground without saying a word for a whole day. If Jack hadn't caught a tigress in estrus and threw it under Kaido's crotch, Kaido would probably still be autistic. Fortunately, Kaido recovered quickly. Kaido, who always admired talents, had long felt that Jack's strength surpassed his own. The reason why he was temporarily autistic now was that he couldn't accept it. When he was wandering around relying on his immortal body, Jack had just activated his immortal body. Now it was Jack who broke through first, and he began to doubt himself. However, what Kaido didn't know was that Jack was able to break through his immortality, and those disappeared skills also played a big role in it. Kaido cheered up and sparred with Jack for a while, and even let Jack use all his strength to knock him unconscious. After failing to break through his immortality, he temporarily gave up the idea of breaking through his immortality. Jack has no ambition to be a captain, and as Kaido's son-in-law, he poses no threat to his position. The stronger he is, the higher the chance of success of his plan to resist the world government. Therefore, Kaido will not be afraid of Jack. On the contrary, Kaido was secretly happy that Jack's strength surpassed his own. If he encountered any tough opponents in the future, he wouldn't have to do it himself. When the two returned to Ghost Island, Jack also picked up the newspaper to see what interesting things had happened on the sea. You don't know until you see it, and you will find that many new things have happened. Eni's lobby breached, Buster Call reappears, Marshal D. Teach becomes Shichibukai, Whitebeard's 2nd Division Captain Ace was captured, Shichibukai Jinbei is being held. During the evil era, there was a commotion on Sabaody Island. Are the pirates this year so arrogant? Is it still called the era of extreme evil? And that Ace, is this sending one's head thousands of miles away? What will happen to Whitebeard if Ace is captured? And this guy Jinbei, is he still loyal to Whitebeard? He is so stubborn, now he is really going to die. While Jack was still thinking secretly, Lim whispered from outside the door. Master Jack, Mr. Kaido sent someone to inform you to come over now. Ah, I see, etc. Advertisement. Jack asked doubtfully. When did you come? Aren't there a few of them outside in the patio? Facing Lim's silence, Jack said helplessly. Protect your kidneys, Lim, you must remember that you are no match for a glib tongue. When Jack arrived at Kaido's palace, he was surprised to find that in addition to Kaido, there was also a man wearing a white hat and a mask. From his attire, Jack immediately thought of CP0 under the world government. After all, the rescue of Master Tom went so smoothly that Jack thought Kaido was playing infernal affairs with the world government. Later he found out that it was because he was dressed too much like CP0 and was misunderstood by that idiot. But what is CP0 doing here? I heard that the sea stone produced by Wano Kuni is also traded with the world government, but those are all traded secretly through the underground world. Is CP0 looking for death by coming here so openly? Jack, come here. Kaido greeted Jack and said to the man dressed as a CPO standing beside him. Guernica, You can continue talking now. What on earth does the world government want to do? The CP0 named Jelnika glanced at Jack, was silent for a while and said softly. Mr. Kaido, this is a very confidential matter. Hey, we Beasts pirates are not like the Whitebeard pirates, and lousy is not Luby. If you have something to say it. If not, get out. Facing the strong Jack, Guernica hesitated for a moment and then spoke. The world government's trial of Ace will be held in 2 months. And Whitebeard has now begun to gather his large fleet. I'm sure you will go to rescue Ace. This is a trap set by the world government for the Whitebeard pirates. It's an open conspiracy. Even if Whitebeard knows about it, he has to go. Jelnika paused for a moment and continued. And by that time, all of Whitebeard's existing territories will be undefended. If the Beasts pirates take advantage of this opportunity to seize their territory, I believe the power of the Beasts pirates will expand even more rapidly. In addition to informing you of this matter and conveying your suggestion, I also brought you a message. The historical text signpost that the Whitebeard pirates have is in a small town called Rhoda. Advertisement. Hearing this, Kaido and Jack were stunned, and then Kaido asked in disbelief. Historical text signpost? You, the world government, want to tell me this? Mr. Kaido, I never said I represent the world government. Kaido was stunned by Guernica's words. Then, without waiting for Kaido to ask, Guernica immediately said. Ever since Mr. Kaido founded the Beasts Pirates, we have been keeping track of your every move. Although our information about the Beasts Pirates is not that detailed due to Wanakuna's isolation, we can still infer the current strength of the Beasts Pirates from the continent of Allen. Whether it's the Revolutionary Army or other Sea Emperors. It's unrealistic to rely on them to resist the world government. Neither their strategies nor their personal ambitions can compare to Mr. Kaido. And in terms of strength, the Beasts Pirates, which have 2-4 Emperors-level combat capabilities, are also the most powerful force among them. So the adult behind me is more optimistic about you and wants to cooperate with you. Together, we will overthrow the rule of the Celestial Dragons and free all the slaves. And the location of this historical text signpost is our sincerity. After Jelnika finished speaking, there was no other sound except Kaido's heavy breathing. After a long while, Kaido laughed loudly. Oh la 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 la, interesting, it's really very interesting. The adults behind you, ha ha ha. Among the 5 elders who control this world, are there any who want to end this boring world? This thing. I did it, you go down. After Guernica left, Kaido couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ooh oh oh oh, ooh oh oh oh, things are getting interesting, 5 elders? Unlike Kaido, who was a little excited, Jack put his hand on his chin and was thinking about a problem. The Whitebeard pirates go to war with the Marines. How many UR-level characters will participate? Do you want to go and see it yourself when chapter 238 everyone here is garbage? The Whitebeard pirates summoned all of their large fleets. Such a large move certainly couldn't be concealed. The new world suddenly became a place of panic. The lawless pirates in the past also huddled on the island, fearing that they would run into the furious Whitebeard. With all the pirates under his command gathered together, it won't be long before Ace is executed. Kaido was not very interested in all the territories owned by Whitebeard. Whitebeard's territory is basically a very barren place. Although the Whitebeard pirates occupy the largest territory, there are only a few places that can interest Kaido. And considering the distance to the current territory, there are only 1 or 2 places that can be occupied. To do this, all we need to do is let the Runty siblings and Sasaki lead the team to attack it, and we can occupy it without even having to take action. The Fishman Island is of course a place that the Beasts pirates are determined to obtain. Even if Kaido doesn't want it, so many fishmen hope that after the Whitebeard pirates are defeated, the Fishman Island will accept the protection of the Beasts pirates, so Aladdin volunteered to lead the team to persuade King Neptune. No one is optimistic about Whitebeard. Even though Whitebeard has the title of the strongest man in the world, facing the powerful Marine, the 4 Emperor's pirates alone are no match for him. Only the ignorant civilians were doubtful about the outcome of the war and panicked about it every day. With Whitebeard's ability, it might be possible to rescue Ace, but Marine would never let him live. When Whitebeard decided to fight the world government for Ace, perhaps he was ready to die. While Jack felt that Whitebeard was a good godfather, he also began to doubt Ace's identity again. Could this guy be Whitebeard's illegitimate son? Having only joined the Whitebeard pirates for a few years is worth Whitebeard risking his life to save. If it were the Beasts pirates, it would be absolutely impossible to give up all plans for a cadre who has only joined for a few years. Maybe choose a good coffin for him. Then Kaido went to the naval headquarters to make a scene, which would be the most righteous thing. As for the Fishman Island, Jack originally wanted to go there himself, but Kaido attached great importance to the historical text signpost and insisted on taking Jack with him. Jack had no choice but to follow Kaido and fly towards Rhoda Town. Not far from the port of Rhoda Town, the red force of the Red Hair Pirates was rushing towards here quickly. Beckman held a cigarette in his mouth, looked at Shanks seriously and asked, "Are you sure Kaido will come?" Shanks shook his head and said, "I'm not sure, but you should know my identity. You also know that someone told me that the signpost of the Whitebeard pirates' history is hidden here. If Kaido knows about it, he will definitely not miss this opportunity. I can't let him get this historical landmark." Seeing Shanks's determined look, Beckman shook his head helplessly. "Alas. Sometimes I really doubt whether Luffy is your son." "Ha ha ha. How is that possible?" The smile on Shanks's face disappeared. He looked up at the sky and then said helplessly, "Advertisement. It seems that we can no longer protect this historical landmark. Jack followed Kaido and landed with a confused look on his face after seeing the familiar ship at the harbor. Shanks? Are you here for the history text too? Ahahaha. I'm going to take a break for a while. I want to go to the naval headquarters and mediate this war. I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. Shanks looked at Jack next to Kaido, his mouth twitched a few times, and he touched his bangs. You're going to the naval headquarters too? Upon hearing this, Jack was a little excited. Shanks had at least several people who could reach her. If he was included, plus the Shichibukai, it would definitely be enough. When Kaido heard that Shanks was not looking for the historical text, he immediately flew to the town and began looking for the historical text. Jack looked at Shanks, who was still a little unwilling, and immediately shouted. Then what are you still standing there for? You're too late and everyone is dead. Don't worry, I won't bother you, I'll go with you. I'm going to stop this war too. What do you mean? You're not welcome. If you're not welcome, we're going to fight now. Shanks thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure out the reason, so he gave up. Shanks quickly stepped aside midway through his words, and Sakazuki also quickly stepped back. Shanks picked up the straw hat on the ground and said softly. Boom. But Shanks really couldn't figure out why Jack went to the naval headquarters. Was there someone he cared about there? Hey, Captain. We're going up. Sakazuki looked at the cowardly marine in front of him and vaguely remembered that he seemed to be a subordinate of Vice Admiral Garp. After Red Force jumped out of the sea from the bottom of the sea, Shanks quickly jumped into the air. After shouting a few times and hearing no response from Jack, Kaido turned on the observation hockey and fell silent. Advertisement, Jack. Jack, everyone here is trash. Come and fight me if you don't agree. Hearing Sakazuki's question, Jack rubbed his feet in disgust, looked around the battlefield and said in a deep voice. Pull the boat over. Especially you, that red-haired B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* time on a deserted island to replenish his food, the Red Force, which had already been coated, sped up and dived to the bottom of the sea. Crash. Shanks. A giant elephant with flames burning on it fell from the sky. Shanks closed his eyes as he looked at Koby, who had turned into meat paste. It seems like the battle is very intense. Damn it, you didn't even call me lousy when you got here. You are such a disloyal idiot. Thinking of the dragon and Luffy, Sakazuki raised his arm that had turned into magma and struck down. Judging from Jack's personality and behavior, he should not care about the war at all. As for his nonsense about stopping the war, Shanks doesn't believe it at all. Where have you been? Let's go. Jack. Kaido defeated several guards with one blow of his stick, and after getting the signpost of the historical text, he walked out with excitement on his face. I'm here to end this war, as for him, I don't know. Along the way, Jack didn't ask to fight with the others, which made Shanks feel relieved, but at the same time, he was a little confused about Jack's real purpose. You risk your life for a few seconds, good or bad. You did a great job, young Marine, ha ha ha, it's actually true, you didn't lie to me. Hot breath. Clang, red-haired Shanks, Jack the Drow. You bastards, what are you doing here? Chapter 239, Fancy. Just when everyone was still shocked by the appearance of Shanks and others, Jack blew Shanks away with his hot breath. Oh, that's scary. Kizaru raised his hands and said to Beckman, who was pointing a gun at him. It seems your captain has been beaten, don't you want to go and have a look? That damn B***************** D. Madman. After Beckman finished cursing, he jumped off the boat and ran towards Shanks. Kizaru took this opportunity to point his finger at Jinbei, who was struggling to escape while holding Luffy, and said, Sayonara. Bang! A figure hit Kizaru, causing Kizaru to stop attacking and use elemental transformation to dodge. Sakazuki. Damn it, Jack, what do you want to do? Akainu, who was slapped by Jack, roared angrily. Jack didn't look at him, but turned around and looked at Jinbei. Thank you, Mr. Jack. After Jinbei thanked Jack with great effort, he found that Jack had also entangled him. Shen Ping, I won't say thank you enough, do you want to go to that little submarine? Since you are my compatriot, I will give you a ride. Bang. Puff. The long trunk slammed hard on the ground. After seeing Jinbei spit out another mouthful of blood, Jack said with satisfaction. Of course this isn't free. Go away. With a force from his trunk, Jinbei fell straight towards the submarine holding Luffy, but what Jack didn't expect was that because of the rough action just now, he attracted an enemy. As soon as Jack finished speaking, a powerful slash landed directly on Jack, causing a violent explosion. However, after the explosion, everyone was stunned to see Jack, who had transformed into a human form and was unharmed. How is that possible? That was the slash of the world's greatest swordsman. No injuries at all? Whole Jack? Lousy will definitely kill you? Looking at the furious Mihawk, not only Marine was confused, but even Doflamingo and others couldn't figure out why Mihawk was so excited. Hey, Mihawk. Why get so excited? It's just destroying your one-man boat with a private toilet. Advertisement, wait a minute, I'll catch up with you later. Under everyone's puzzled eyes, Jack jumped into the air, and then raging flames appeared on his body and black lightning appeared in the sky. Accept my baptism, 10-direction thunder flame. What the hell? The moment Jack appeared, Doflamingo wanted to leave. Knowing Jack well, he knew that with Jack's personality, nothing good must have happened here. However, he had important things to do, so he hesitated for a moment, and Doflamingo regretted his decision immediately. Along with flashes of lightning, burning flames burst out from Jack's body continuously, instantly covering the entire battlefield. For a moment, Jack actually covered everyone in it, even his own coat was burned. Ice Age, Dark Water, Sha Lan, Death Winks. Swish. Bang. Many powerful men showed their special abilities and quickly extinguished Jack's flame. Among them, Blackbeard Teach was able to absorb his own flame into his body, which attracted Jack's attention. Jack the Drow from the Beast's Pirates, what the hell do you want to do? Looking at the Golden Buddha, Jack was silent for a while and said, Hello, Buddha, I am here to seek Buddhist scriptures. Thief ha 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 ha. Jack the Drow. Join us. Teach opened his mouth and laughed wildly, inviting Jack. Jack did not answer him, but looked at Whitebeard who was standing next to him, although he was no longer breathing. When Jack fell down, he saw Ace's body, whose body had been pierced by someone unknown and was lying on the ice. Now Shanks and his group were handing Ace's body to Marco and the others. Whitebeard sacrificed his own life, but still failed to rescue Ace. Rest in peace. Another legend has come to an end. How about it? Thief ha ha ha. Join our Blackbeard pirates and I'll let you be our vice captain. This era must belong to me, Blackbeard. Swish. Bang. Jack appeared next to Teach in an instant, and with one punch, Teach flew directly into the air. If he had not been caught by a very tall giant and placed on the ice, he would have fallen into the sea behind him. Ah. Advertisement, it hurts so much. Huff. Teach rolled for a long time before he stood up panting. At this time, Jack had transformed into a human beast form and was fighting with Teach's companions. Teach looked at Jack in surprise. Facing the attacks of Shiryu and others, Jack did not even dodge. When those strong attacks landed on him, there was not even a trace of scar. Jack's counterattack made several people flustered. Even Badgers was a little unconvinced and fought with Jack. He was hit by a punch and vomited blood. Teach's heart sank when he recalled the scene where Jack could fly and the flames burning on his body. It seemed that the legend was true. This Jack, like himself, had the physique to take multiple fruits. But my devil fruit is the strongest Logia and the strongest Paramecia. Thinking of this, Teach confidently took a few steps forward and shouted to his companions. Leave him to me, oh. Hearing Teach's shout, several people quickly stepped aside, and then Teach rushed to Jack, stretched out his right hand and shouted. Dark water. A thick smoke that was so black that not even the sun could penetrate arose from Teach's hands and back. Then Jack felt a strong suction force sucking him towards Blackbeard. Jack did not resist, wanting to see what Teach's ability was, but the moment Teach's arm touched him, Jack was stunned. Because this seemed to be the strange feeling of seastone, which made Jack's human beast form disappear instantly. Thief ha 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 ha. Your powerful defense must have been greatly helped by your fruit ability. Jack. Let me show you my newfound abilities as Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Buzz. Jack looked at Teach's left hand, and the familiar halo on it made Jack blurt out. Shock Fruit's ability. Thief ha 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 ha, it's Shock Fruit. Feel the destructive power of the strongest Paramecia, Jack. Bang. Teach punched Jack with his left hand, and then saw Jack frowning and stunned. Bang. The fist, which was one size smaller than Teach's head, hit Teach's head hard. Teach didn't even make a sound as he was knocked hundreds of meters away and passed out. Jack then shook his head and said slowly, it's all so fancy and useless. And the destructive power of the strongest Paramecia? Are you giving me a massage? You are far inferior to that old man Whitebeard. Chapter 240 You have no face in front of me. Jack's mapfire directly split the battlefield. Shanks and his companions were still confronting Akainu and others. Everyone looked at Blackbeard who was knocked unconscious by Jack's punch and was shocked. That guy, even after the fruit power disappeared, is it still so powerful? Just one punch and that be asterisk 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 D. Teach fainted. No, I want to kill him. To avenge my father, Marco changed into beast form and headed straight towards where Teach was. Kizaru took a look but had no intention of stopping him because Beckman was standing in front of him again. However, as soon as Marco flew to Teach, he was stopped by Shiryu and his group. Even though he had the advantage of flying in the air, Marco still had no way to deal with the people who were protecting Teach tightly. A-hole. Jack. I'm going to chop you to death. Chop you to death. Rude man, you were so rude to me just now, you will pay the price. Huh, are you Jack the Drow? I want to see how powerful you are. Jack lowered his head, looked at the trio chasing after him, and said with some confusion. Why are there only 3 of you from Shichibukai? You, the sand player, don't seem to be a Shichibukai anymore. Who else is there besides Jinbei? Oh, this Teach, besides. Jack looked at Doflamingo who was hiding behind the bear and shouted. Hey, Brother Ming. You 3 come here too. Yes, it's you, the guy who looks like a giraffe. Oh, are you Moria? You've gained a lot of weight, it looks like you've had a good life, and that stupid bear. If you don't come together, these 3 people are not enough for me to fight. A-hole. Stop looking down on others, beasts pirates bastards, die. Sengoku was a little confused about what Jack's purpose was. According to the news he just got, the beasts pirates did not appear nearby, and the pirates under his command had not made any unusual movements except for a few teams that went to attack Whitebeard's territory. Jack came with Shanks, but first he attacked Marine, then he sent out fire to attack everyone, then he fought with Teach, and now he wants to challenge Shichibukai. He has offended almost everyone except the Whitebeard pirates. Could it be that this guy came here to save Whitebeard? Bang! Hearing the sound, Sengoku looked up and his face turned black, because Jack, facing the attack of Mihawk and others, actually flew into the sky first and kicked Marco down. A-hole, Jack. What on earth do you want to do? What? Jack opened his arms, then clenched his fists and shouted. Of course I'm going to FK all of you. I came here today for only one purpose. Either you kill me, or I kill all of you. This lunatic. Advertisement. Bang, swish, buzz. Shadow horn gun. Desert sword. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. In addition to Doflamingo throwing a thread from a distance to show his intention, even the unconscious Big Bear rushed towards Jack. After the 6 people's attacks fell on Jack, they found that they did not cause any harm to Jack at all. Before they could react, Jack's mace smashed down. Father Lei Ming's 64 hexagrams, boom. Because Buggy's men still had an influence on Den Den Mushi that had not been turned off, Jack's words were spread all over the world, and countless people stared at this scene in a daze. The sight of Jack flying into the air and covering the battlefield with flames had already made them panic. Now seeing Jack knocking 5 Shichibukai away by himself, the fear in their hearts made many people feel desperate. This pirate seems to be more powerful than Whitebeard. Marine can't resist. Borsalino, go grab that video Den Den Mushi. Hearing Sengoku's order, Borsalino disappeared instantly. The pirates holding the video Den Den Mushi saw this scene and quickly threw the Den Den Mushi into Buggy's hands, who was arguing with Shanks. Captain Buggy. Ah. When Kizaru came to the group, the Den Den Mushi had already been caught by Buggy, who looked dazed. Akainu immediately attacked Buggy. Dark Hound. Clang. After the red-haired man blocked Akainu's attack again, Kizaru's laser shot through Buggy's collar. What a pity, the shot went astray. Buggy was so frightened that his face turned pale, and his upper body quickly floated into the air. Kizaru flashed to Buggy's side again, and when he was about to destroy the Den Den Mushi, he suddenly turned into a spot of light and flashed aside. Well. Slurp, Buggy stared at Jack, who appeared beside him in a daze, his eyes almost popping out. Jack looked at Buggy, whose upper body was floating in the air and whose lower body was held by his companions, and said softly. There really are people with all kinds of fruit abilities. What's your name? Buggy. Bang. Jack picked his nose and said sarcastically. Advertisement, how about everyone give me some face? Jack patted Buggy on the shoulder and said, Behind us is the naval headquarters, it's Marineford. Let the world feel the pain. Holy shit, is this a gangster group? We have no way to retreat, justice will prevail. Hold the video Den Den Mushi and broadcast it live to me. I want to let the world see the power of me, Jack. Justice will prevail, and Marines, please remember. Captain Buggy, we'll always follow you. Shanks raised his eyes to the air and asked sharply. Ah ha 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 ha. Leave it to me. Seeing that Marine was about to attack again, Shanks released a strong conqueror's hockey. Koby was just stepped on to death by Jack, did you see that? Buggy was so scared that tears came out. Sengoku thought for a moment, and then made a decision in a moment. He held the Den Den Mushi and kept giving orders. Seeing Jack protecting Buggy, Sengoku turned around and cursed loudly. I'd rather give this face to Buggy than to you redhead. Garp. If you keep being depressed like this, Marine will really be finished. I'm giving you some face. You've eaten too much pasta, right? Your face isn't even half as big as Lousy's butt, and you're asking Lousy for face every day. Remember, if you don't play it well, Lousy will kill you. As expected of Captain Buggy, just now he treated 4 Emperor's Shanks like that, and now he's so familiar with Jack the Drow. Oh, although you look weak, who knows if you are a UR level character. During the insurance period, I will hit you, but I think I am overthinking it. Jack, what do you think? Seeing Jack and Buggy talking so affectionately, Buggy's subordinates all had stars in their eyes. I'll watch while I fight. Buzz, Sakazuki, Kuzan, Borsalino, prepare for battle. I'm going to give you a shit. You have no respect in front of me. Wait, redhead? Buggy? Hey, I told you I'm here to end this war? Buggy touched his face and looked at Jack with a confused look. Chapter 241 Killing Jack. Swish. Kill you. Kill you. Just when Jack was still shocked by the combination of red-haired and Buggy, Mihawk made a few more slashing attacks, and then Moria bit him like a mad dog. Sengoku saw this and nodded. It seems that I misunderstood them just now. Shichibukai still really put in their efforts, unlike this. Sengoku looked coldly at Doflamingo, who was looking around. You rude person. Get out of my way, beautiful, 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 woo. Hancock put his hands in the shape of a heart, and directed the pink light towards Jack, who was looking at him with a squinting face. This time the heart light hit Jack directly, and Hancock looked very proud. How is that possible? Disrespectful person, perfume femur. Bang. Jack grabbed Hancock's right foot. Hancock instantly felt a strange force coming from his foot and was pulled into the air uncontrollably by Jack. Jack held Hancock with his left hand, sniffed his right hand and said. Not bad, no sweaty feet like Yamato. After Lousy finishes communicating with these experience packs, I must let you know the relationship between us. Now go aside. Swish. Jack swung his sword suddenly, and Hancock was thrown out involuntarily. Then Jack looked at Mihawk and others who were rushing towards him again, and pulled out the mace from his waist. This guy is weird. Shanks, who was slapped in the face in public, looked at Jack seriously. Having fought with Jack many times, Shanks naturally knew that Jack was very difficult to deal with, but it would not be like this. Mihawk's slashes could cause some injuries to Jack in the past, but now there is not even a white spot on Jack. As for attacks from other people, there is no need to say more. This Jack, his physical defense seems to have been enhanced again. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** really think we can do nothing to you? Bang. Garp punched Jack hard in the face, then fell to the ground and looked at Jack in surprise. Jack's body was not knocked away as Garp expected, but his head was hit back a little. Ha 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 ha. Vice Admiral Garp. Jack turned his head and looked down at Garp, who had a serious face, and said, "It's not a thought, it's a fact, advertisement, you just can't do anything to me. Not just you Marines, but also these useless Shichibukai. What? Blackbeard pirates, and the Red pirates, and you, that's right. And that guy whose head is bigger than his body. And you. One word, everyone here is trash except me. If you don't agree, come and beat me up." Seeing Jack's arrogant look, some hot-tempered Marines and pirates could no longer hold back. They immediately yelled at Jack. "A-hole. Stop being so arrogant, you're just one person, and you want to challenge all of us? Just a pirates. What's wrong with pirates, you Marines? Damn pirates. It's you guys who are causing this whole world to be in such chaos. Stop it, aren't the countries you Marines are protecting the ones that have paid enough gold to the sky?" The Marines and pirates at the bottom started cursing at each other as they kept cursing Jack. They drew their weapons and rushed towards each other with murderous intent on their faces. Shanks' mediation was completely ineffective. After a brief hesitation, Shanks said to Marco, who had returned, "Tell your people to stand back, we'll stop these Marines." Boom. Jack. The strong conqueror's hockey enveloped the entire venue again. Jack's tall body fell to the side. Shanks shouted angrily, "Jack, what on earth do you want to do? Enough people have died in this war. Now is not the time for you to act recklessly. If you continue like this, then we, the red hair pirates, will, just what? You can't do that." Jack carried his mace and shouted, "I've told you, either you kill me today, or I'll beat you to death, otherwise this war will never end." Advertisement. Jack thrust the mace into his waist and instantly transformed into a giant flaming elephant, rushing towards the densest part of the crowd. "A-hole. Damn it, don't be afraid, everyone, go ahead. Let's go together." Faced with the 40-meter-tall flaming elephant, even if the Marines and pirates stopped temporarily and mustered up the courage to attack Jack, they could not stop Jack's violent pace at all. "Damn it, everyone, let's go together." At Shanks' command, all the red hair pirates rushed towards the giant elephant. Beckman and Shanks put all their strength into attacking the giant elephant. Boom. Even the strong aura coming from Shanks and Beckman was enough to make many people unable to bear it and had to move aside. However, faced with such a powerful attack, the giant elephant couldn't even stop for a moment. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. How is that possible? That's Shanks, the Emperor of the Sea. Even the attack from Vice Admiral Garp just now was. How on earth did he do that? Why is his defense so strong? Seeing Jack wreaking havoc on the battlefield despite being attacked by Shanks and his men, Sengoku's eyes turned cold and he shouted at Den Mushi. "Notify them. All Marines below the rank of Vice Admiral, retreat. Vice Admiral and above, give up the original mission. There is only one goal. Kill Jack the Drow." At Sengoku's command, Marine quickly took action after a moment's hesitation. Marco watched Marine quickly retreat, and all three admirals rushed towards Jack, and quickly understood Marine's intention. "Hey, all the people in the large fleet retreat. Captain-level figures, follow me now and get Dad's body back." On Blackbeard's side, Teach has already stood up after being treated by his companions. Seeing Jack being besieged, Teach's face was grim. "That guy, we must not let him go, guys. Let's work with them for once, kill that monster." Doflamingo stood in the distance, looking at the besieged Jack with excitement. Several other Shichibukai had already rushed towards Jack. In the entire battlefield, the high-end military force, except for him and Marco and his group, all had their target turned to Jack. Ouch, 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 ouch. A monster beyond monsters, a new era has arrived. The flag of the old era has fallen. Is the king of the new era about to be born? No, Jack has no intention of competing for supremacy. Could he be Joy Boy? Chapter 242. The strongest man in the world. Because Teach and his group rushed towards Jack, Marco easily grabbed Whitebeard's body. After landing on the boat with Whitebeard's body and placing it next to Ace's body, Marco and the others couldn't help crying out loud. "Wow, Dad. Ace." After a while, Marco wiped his tears and looked at Jack, who was surrounded by everyone but remained calm. He was silent for a while and said softly, "Let's go, but, no buts, don't forget what Dad said before he died." "And who are we going to help now?" Marco said with red eyes. "Should we join forces with that traitor Teach, or help that lunatic Jack? What the red-haired guy said is right, enough people have died today. Our brothers and sisters, stop making meaningless sacrifices. Returning to the new world alive is Daddy's last wish." After hearing Marco's words, several captains who were still unwilling fell silent. Soon, the Whitebeard pirates, without anyone stopping them, broke through the thick ice with the icebreaker and slowly disappeared from the battlefield with everyone. Sengoku looked carefully at Jack, who was besieged by everyone. Facing attacks from various masters, no matter what kind of damage Jack suffered, he could not lose his fighting ability. Even after being touched by Blackbeard Teach again and restored to adult form, the attacks that fell on Jack did not cause any injuries to his body. Under observation Haki's observation, Jack's body's aura had not weakened at all from the beginning to now, which made Sengoku frown. Sengoku, the Whitebeard pirates have left, aren't we going to chase them? Noticing the departure of Marco and the others, he quietly reminded them. Sengoku shook his head and said seriously, Whitebeard is dead, the remaining people are insignificant and won't amount to anything. On the contrary, this Jack the Drow, instead, they are our marine's greatest enemy. I have just observed that Jack's strong defense is not possible without the blessing of the devil fruit. Even when Blackbeard used the dark fruit to touch him and released his beast form, and when he faced attacks from Shiryu and Hawkeye, he didn't even get a scratch. A swordsman's attack is powerful and sharp. What's more, they're called the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mahawk, and this guy's Shiryu of Rain. Sakazuki's lava has no effect on Jack, which can be explained by the power of the fruit, but there is only one explanation for this situation. Advertisement, his weird physique, which is the same as Kaido's, has become stronger. And I also discovered a problem. This guy's armament Haki is actually on the same level as Garp. Even the slash he just delivered to everyone showed that his swordsmanship is not inferior to Mahawk's. A pirate with a strong physique, defense pervert, conquerors Haki to a very high level, and even good swordsmanship. He's surpassed Whitebeard, surpassed Kaido, even surpassed the dead Roger, Rocks. He has become the strongest in the world. Those who attacked him included Shanks, the Emperor of the Sea, and Garp, the hero, Blackbeard Teach, who captured the Whitebeard shock fruit. Our marine's 3 admirals, Shichibukai, faced with the combined attack of these people, I find it hard to imagine that anyone can hold on. But he not only held on, he was able to launch a strong counterattack. Boom. Burning tusks. Ah! Sengoku shouted again as he watched the giant vice admiral who was pierced through the body by Jack's tusk, unable to dodge. All vice admirals, exit the battlefield. I repeat again, all vice admirals, withdraw from the battlefield. Marshal Sengoku. Well, although they were very unwilling, seeing Jack's indifferent expression in the face of Garp's attack, the vice admirals had no choice but to help their injured comrade and quickly retreat to the rear. Sengoku rolled up his sleeves, handed the Den Mushi to Suru beside him and said, Take my command, you must keep this Jack here today. If the beast's pirates come too, it really doesn't work, ask for help from the world government. Hearing this, his expression changed drastically. The battle had already lasted for a long time, and the seriously injured Akainu was already gasping for breath. As for the others, they were not much better. Facing the thick-skinned Jack, they used all their strength at the first attack, but even so far, except for Jack's body being a little messy due to the torn clothes, not even a drop of blood had been shed. Sengoku. What are you saying? The title of the strongest man in the world belongs to Jack. Even when facing the Whitebeard pirates, we did not seek help from the world government. Advertisement Sengoku smiled bitterly and said nothing more. Instead, he looked at Jack with a determined look as he rushed forward. Garp used a Conqueror's charge mixed with armament Haki emission towards Jack. The 3 admirals also used their special skills. Sengoku also fell from midair and hit Jack's head hard with his pitch black fist. Boom. Buzz. I thought no one would get this title after Whitebeard's death. This guy, let the young people handle this kind of thing. When Sengoku rushed towards Jack, it was the Marines' turn to attack. Kuzan used an ice age to stabilize the battlefield so that everyone would have a place to stay. It would be even more difficult to fight Jack who could fly. Then what's the point of our persistence over the years? His physical fitness has improved a lot. This kind of defense has even surpassed the limit of human beings. But after this battle, no matter what the outcome is, the powerful attacks from several people instantly sent the defenseless Jack flying hundreds of meters away. However, Jack quickly stood up and rushed back using his sword. He hooked his finger at the group of people, signaling them to continue. Especially Mahawk and Moria. Don't forget, after this, you will no longer be a Marine Marshal. As for Shichibukai and former Shichibukai, now that we are facing Jack the Drow, do we have to turn to the world government for help? At least let me be in power. Solve this source of instability. Dark Hound. This monster, at least. Ice Cube, 2 thorns. The Red Hair Pirates, the Marines, and the Blackbeards. Doflamingo stood behind the bear, adjusted his sunglasses, and looked at Jack in shock. Whoosh. Everyone present here is a master who dominates the world. Among us are the Sea Emperor and Marine Admiral, who are at the pinnacle of the ocean. Fistbone. Impact. They never stopped, and they were there no matter who attacked Jack. Crocodile had disappeared at some point, and Doflamingo had to come up and stand aside because he had a mission to complete. Crane. Although there were many people attacking Jack, the others were divided into several groups and took turns attacking Jack. Chapter 243. The biggest one dies first. Damn it, what the hell is wrong with his body? I will never allow the pirates to be so arrogant. Sakazuki groaned and couldn't help but cover his shoulders. Because of the fierce fight with Jack, Sakazuki's wounds were bleeding profusely, and up to now, Sakazuki was the most aggressive attacker besides Mahawk. This also caused Sakazuki, who had already been injured by Whitebeard, to quickly lose strength. Although he was unwilling, everything in his sight had become blurry. The severe pain in his body made Sakazuki realize that he had reached his limit. Then his eyes went dark and he fell to the ground. Bang! Sakazuki, Borsellino, get Sakazuki to the boat. Because of the battle with Jack, the already dilapidated Marineford has been completely destroyed. Now the battlefield where everyone is fighting relies entirely on Kuzan's ability to freeze the sea surface. Sengoku glanced at Marineford, who had completely collapsed, and his heart grew colder, and his murderous intent towards Jack grew stronger. No matter what, he must find a way to kill Jack today, otherwise when the Beast's pirates come to help him. But Sengoku never expected that at this moment, many of the Beast's pirates were standing in front of the video Denmushi, watching Jack's heroic figure. Buggy and his group stood at the edge of the battlefield. Just when they were about to take the opportunity to escape, they found that except for Shanks' Red Force, all other ships had left, and Rockstar, who had just joined the Red Hair Pirates, was guarding the ship. Just when Buggy was about to seize the boat and run away, Kuzan's glacial strike completely silenced everyone. Buggy remembered Jack's words and risked his life to float into the air again to do a live broadcast. Because the news of Ace's execution was received early, not only on Onigashima and Allen Continent, but also in other places of the Beast's pirates, video Denmushi were set up early to watch the battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Marine. Even Hunti and Sasaki's boat had a video Denmushi. When Jay showed up and stomped Koby to death, everyone in the Beast's pirates fell silent. Jin turned to look at Kaido, who had just flown back, and asked in confusion. Mr. Kaido, are we going to war with the world government? Kaido looked at the giant elephant burning with flames in the video Denmushi, sighed deeply and said. The child has grown up and it's hard to control him. Jin said anxiously. Mr. Kaido, are you saying that Jack went there on his own accord? Let's go rescue him now, Jin, no need, advertisement. Kaido's voice was complicated. He pointed at Jack in the video Denmushi and said. That little kid who grew up under our watch has become invincible. I don't think anyone in this world can hurt him anymore. No wonder he achieved immortality before me. Jack is much more promiscuous than me. It hurts so much, ah. Huff, after rolling on the ground for a long time, Teach finally extinguished the flames on his body and stood up. Looking at Jack, who did not even blink when facing the attacks of a group of masters, Teach rolled his eyes and told his companions to step back a few steps. Thief, ha 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 ha. It looks like we can't do anything about this monster today. Let's go collect some powerful devil fruit first, and then we'll settle the score with him. Now it's best for us to leave first. After Teach laughed a few times, he led his companions and walked in the direction of the wolf. Because Sengoku and his companions were desperately attacking Jack, no one stopped them. But Teach never expected that Jack had been watching him. Teach prevented Jack from using the power of the devil fruit, forcing him to rely solely on his physical body to resist attacks from masters. Although Jack was not injured, he did feel pain. Now seeing Teach was about to leave, Jack transformed into a fire mammoth and rushed towards Teach. Hey, Captain Teach, something seems wrong. That monster is running towards us. Ah! After hearing what Badger said, Teach looked back and his face turned green. He quickly stretched his short legs as hard as he could and ran like crazy. Wait a moment. Sengoku adjusted his glasses and looked at Jack, who was chasing Blackbeard and his group. He stopped Garp and the others. Shanks on the side also stopped chasing. Only Mihawk chased Jack. After Moria was knocked away by Jack's trunk, he disappeared inexplicably and even Doflamingo could not find him. These bastards. Do you want to kill me? Thief, ha 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 ha, evil wolf. It's time for you to take action. As Teach shouted, the wolf who was sitting on the sidelines stood up and walked towards Jack. Captain Teach. Here I come. After Jack transformed, the 40-meter-tall flaming elephant seemed like a toy in front of the evil wolf. The evil wolf stretched out his hand and ignored the flames on Jack's body, and was caught by Jack. He exerted force with both hands and tried to crush Jack to death. However, a strange red light suddenly flashed across Jack's body, and then Jack's angry roar was heard. Advertisement. Ivory rockets. Bang. Puff. The wolf stared blankly at the blood spurting from his body. Due to his huge body, his reaction was a little slow. When he loosened his grip on Jack's hands, he found that his hands were bare to the bones. The intense pain made the wolf feel it and he couldn't help but scream miserably. Ah! It hurts. Ah! Ah! Jack returned to his human form and looked at the wolf howling miserably. A raging fire burned on his body and a strange red color flashed across Jack's body. Swinging the mace, Jack rushed towards the wolf that was twisting its body wildly. Swish. Puff. Crash. San Juan the wolf stopped howling. A feeling of emptiness and powerlessness made him panic. He lowered his head and looked at his heart, where blood was gushing out. He quickly covered his chest with both hands, but still could not stop the blood from flowing out. Captain Teach, I'm in so much pain. After leaving his last words, the huge body of San Juan Wolf fell towards his companions. Well. Ah. Run. Boom. Huff. After a long time, several people finally crawled out from under the corpse, panting, and looked at the corpse in front of them in disbelief. Sengoku and his group looked at the dead body of San Juan Wolf in surprise. San Juan Wolf, known as a huge battleship, only fought with Jack for 2 short rounds and was easily killed by Jack without showing any of his strengths. Although the reason why San Juan Wolf is so huge and not flexible enough is that its defense is also very strong, otherwise it would not have earned the title of a giant battleship. The fact that Jack can penetrate his body shows that Jack not only has invincible defense, but also invincible attack power. That strange red color made Sengoku and his group feel a sinking feeling in their hearts. Pinch me? How dare you attack me with such a big body? Jack looked at the body of San Juan Wolf expressionlessly and cursed. What an idiot, do you think you are invincible just because you are big? Then I'll kill the biggest one first, don't worry, it will be your turn soon. Looking at Jack's hideous smile, Teach began to panic. Chapter 244. Unfinished business. Boom. It hurts so much, it hurts so much. After Teach was helped up by Poison Q again, he looked at Jack who was entangled by other partners, and a ruthless look appeared on his face. This B***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** kind of devil fruit he is. If I get his devil fruit, maybe my body will become that strong. Don't hold back, attack together. Marine and red hair pirates stood on each side, carefully observing Jack fighting with the Blackbeard pirates, trying to find Jack's weakness. Mihawk and Hancock also joined the battle, but facing the siege of so many people, Jack still did not dodge at all. Those attacks that were enough to destroy a town fell on Jack, as if they were all absorbed by Jack, without even a trace of fluctuation. On the contrary, Jack's attack was so powerful and widespread that even they were affected. This discovery made everyone confused. Even if Jack's body defense was strong, he couldn't eliminate the aftermath of those attacks, right? How did he do that? Sengoku observed carefully for a while, his eyes lit up and then he was silent again. Turning around, he carefully observed the battlefield. The battle lasted for a day and a night. After Moria disappeared inexplicably, Crocodile and the Revolutionary Army's Demon King and his gang retreated at no one knew when. Now there are only red hair pirates, their own Marine, Blackbeard's gang, and a few Shichibukai on the battlefield, which adds up to about 30 people. However, any one of these 30+ people, their combat power exceeds that of the Marine Vice Admiral, and they are considered the top masters on the sea. However, when facing Jack, the attacks of so many masters seemed like the play of 3-year-old children. If I can't kill him today, will I be able to kill him in the future? Seeing Doflamingo walking to the side with his hands behind his head, Sengoku asked coldly. Doflamingo, where are you going? Doflamingo turned around and looked at Sengoku, and said as a matter of course. I was called here to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. But no one informed me that the enemy included Jack the Drow from the Beast's pirates. Now that Whitebeard is dead, my mission is complete, of course I have to leave. Doflamingo put down his hands, adjusted his sunglasses, and looked at Sengoku with a grin. Fu. Marshal Sengoku, don't forget, I'm not your subordinate. We Shichibukai are on the same level as the Marines. After saying this, Doflamingo ignored the anger on Sengoku and the others' faces and turned away. Damn it. These pirates. After calming himself down, Sengoku looked at Jack again. Damn it. Captain Teach, our attacks seem to have no effect at all. Should we retreat? After being nearly beaten to death by Jack again, Badgers felt a little scared and quickly shouted to Teach. Except for the sniper Van Oka who was still assisting on the side, the expressions of the others all looked bad, especially Shiryu and Pizarro, who had already stopped and jumped aside. Advertisement, hey, Teach, this opponent is not easy to deal with, meow. Pizarro looked at Teach with a smile on his face, and stretched out his right hand to touch his long beard. Now that you've defeated Whitebeard and achieved your goal, I think it's best for us to leave. After hearing what Pizarro said, even Catherine Demi and Basque Shode stepped aside, leaving only Mihawk, Hancock, and Lafitte and the others still pestering Jack. Teach suddenly became nervous. These partners recruited from Impel Down were not loyal in the first place. Now that they saw that they could not defeat Jack, they were unwilling to help. However, they also wanted to escape. Jack was targeting them. Marine and Red Hair did not make any move either. They wanted to use Jack to get rid of them. After thinking for a while, Teach laughed out loud. Thief, ha 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 ha, didn't you guys see it today? I've got Whitebeard's shock fruit, so I promised you, and I'll make it happen one by one. Let's try again now. If this Jack is really impossible to defeat, it's not too late to run away. Shiryu and the others looked at each other and nodded. Teach laughed and rushed forward again. Thief, ha 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 ha. Darkwater. After being touched by Teach again, Jack, who was in human beast form, regained his human form. Mihawk and his companions took this opportunity to attack Jack with all their strength. Swish, swish, bang, crack, After Badger's last punch hit Jack's body, Jack's aura dropped rapidly, and the ice behind him was shattered by the impact of Badger's punch. Wee ha 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 ha, Captain Teach, I defeated him. Thief, ha 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 ha. Everybody, good job. While Teach and his group were still laughing, Mihawk looked at Jack with a long knife in his hand, with a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. Hey, Sengoku, did you notice it too? Garp looked at Sengoku seriously and said. The reason why the kid's defense is so strong is that no matter what kind of attack it is, it will be weakened after hitting his body. Yes, I noticed this problem a long time ago, and whether it's his defense or this strange ability, it seems that it's not the ability of the devil fruit, it's his own ability. It's like, Sengoku looked back at the bear that Vegapunk had lost and said carefully. It's like a bear, whose special physique can materialize abstract things. After Jack's physique was strengthened, he had this special ability to weaken the attacks he received. Plus, after he lost his strength, Garp, retreat, were defeated. The red-haired Shanks standing by also noticed this problem. When he saw Jack being knocked down by several people and Mihawk was still hesitating, Shanks jumped in front of Mihawk, grabbed Mihawk and was about to leave. Thief, ha 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 ha. Shanks, want to kill someone with a borrowed knife? This knife is not hard enough. Humph. Teach, I hope you can still laugh later. Mihawk is gone. Don't waste your time. Advertisement. Ah, the great cause is not yet accomplished. The great cause is not yet accomplished? What are you afraid of? This guy has already lost consciousness. Even if he has the same physique as Kaido, he won't wake up immediately. What nonsense are you talking about? You are so long-winded. Captain Teach, the great cause is not yet accomplished. Just one step left. If I can get another devil fruit. My dream. My ambition. Facing Badges' shout, Poison Q looked at Teach, whose upper body was left with only his intestines spilling out, and shook his head helplessly. Teach kept repeating this sentence, his voice getting louder and louder. A huge black cloth was thrown on Jack, and Teach also got in. Just as a group of people were looking at the black cloth expectantly, the black cloth suddenly moved. Bang! Jack tightly grasped Teach's neck with his left hand and held Teach's slender legs with his right hand. How is this possible? Wow. I endured for 26 years to get this fruit. Poison Q. Everyone looked at Teach struggling on the ground in silence. Awesome, hello. Teach looked at Jack, whose breath had already weakened to the extreme, and said with some disapproval. It took a long time for Teach to lie on the ground and stop rolling. The long bloodline dyed the nearby ice red. Teach looked at the sky with lifeless eyes and said unwillingly. I'm not willing to accept this. Jack walked over to Teach, lowered his head and looked at Teach who looked desperate, and said expressionlessly. Under everyone's dull gaze, Jack suddenly exerted force. I told you to steady hard but you didn't listen. I've said so much, but it's just 4 words. When Blackbeard Teach's desperate voice was heard, Badgers and Lafitte rushed forward and lifted the black cloth. This injury is hopeless. I'd like to try and see if I can gain his abilities. This was supposed to be my time, Captain Teach. Sorrow. The great cause is not yet accomplished. It hurts. Cough cough cough. Puff. Crack. Puff. 7 kilometers Chapter 245 Conquer and Reward. Teach died a tragic and miserable death. Captain Teach. Woohoo. Jack looked at Badgers who rushed up and cried while holding Teach's body and nodded with satisfaction. He is a loyal man, but you just stepped on your captain's guts. Stop. Looking at Shiryu and the others who were trying to escape, Jack said seriously. Since you are all quite capable, I will give you a choice. There's an old saying in my hometown, Wei Shi Wuja Wei Junji. So you should know how to choose. Seeing everyone looking confused, Jack said helplessly. Just surrender. Idiot. If you want to stay alive, join the Beast's pirates. Otherwise, dream. Before Jack could finish his words, Badgers rushed up like a mad tiger. Let me join the Beast's pirates? I'd rather die than join. I'm going to kill you to avenge Captain Teach. Bang. Good. You're a real man. Jack gave Badgers a thumbs up and said appreciatively. I have always respected heroes like you. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Thunder 108 trigrams. Boom. Badgers, who was determined to fight to the death, hit Jack with a punch, but was also hit on the head by Jack with a stick. His brain burst instantly and his headless body collapsed to the ground, falling next to Teach's upper body. Lafitte and his companions felt a chill in their hearts and stood still, not daring to move. Advertisement, this. Looking at Hancock running away, Jack said to the few people who were still hesitating. Think carefully. If you don't want to join us, you can either be like the person lying on the ground, or you can choose to run away like her. Swish. Looking at Jack running towards Hancock at high speed, Poison Q said weakly while lying on his beloved horse Chuangzwang. This was all destined. Captain Teach picked the wrong opponent and died here. And we joined the Beast's pirates. It was all destined. Basque Jod glanced at the others and said nonchalantly. I can go anywhere as long as I have wine to drink. I just got out of that damn place. I haven't lived enough yet. Katrine Demi glanced at the 2 bodies on the ground and chuckled softly. All I need is to wear some beautiful clothes. I think Beast's Pirates is so famous that it will definitely satisfy my insignificant wish. Avaro Pizarro pretended to be nonchalant and said. Compared to being the captain of the Blackbeard Pirates, which only has a few members, I would rather be the captain of the Beast's Pirates, which has a large number of members. Meow. Then you must be prepared to die at any time. Shiryu smoked a cigar and said bluntly. Kaido is not a guy without foundation like Teach, and with that monster just now, seeing that he could do such an exaggerated thing, you should know his character. If you can't control your mouth, maybe you will end up like this idiot. Pizarro looked at the headless body of Badgers and wanted to make a few rebuttals, but ultimately remained silent. Oh, since everyone has made their choice, then Van Oka and I will agree with everyone. When facing an enemy without a divine body, no matter how powerful the opponent is, your attributes in all aspects must surpass his by twice as much. Lafitte bent down with his hands, then stood up and said. Van Oka wiped his beloved gun without saying anything, and the others nodded. Oh, because the others are either my eldest brother, my wife, my 2 children who I watched grow up, and my little fanboy. Then everyone please continue to take good care of each other in the future. After all, we are still companions. Under normal conditions, your body's lowest attribute is at the human limit. Even if it doesn't turn out to be a disaster, it's more than enough to be a senior cadre. Advertisement. But if Brother Kaido has other plans for you, I don't mind. Yes, I heard that Beast's pirates respect strength. Congratulations to the host for successfully docking in the Summer War. You can get a reward of 3 boxes. Since the host has not made any choices for a long time, they have now been automatically drawn. But if you are strong enough, maybe Brother Kaido will give you another position. Having a physical fitness that is twice that of the enemy means that my speed will also be greatly increased. It is estimated that no one in this world can be my opponent. Don't even think about the disaster, just stay on my ship. While several people were still discussing, Jack dropped from the air carrying the unconscious Hancock. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission beyond the limit and receiving the reward of the divine body. The panel has disappeared, and in its place are the 3 words, Body of God. Moreover, all the attribute points have disappeared, leaving only a simple line of introduction. At this moment, an irrepressible aura suddenly emerged from Jack. The strong impact caused everyone, who had already been exhausted to the extreme, to faint. Conqueror's Haki. King's Aura, the strongest Conqueror's Haki that only a battle-hardened king can possess. Use your will to influence the enemy's courage, and when it turns into a physical attack, it has unparalleled destructive power. A series of prompts prompted Jack to quickly open the panel and take a closer look. So you've decided? You all want to join us Beast's pirates? After hearing Jack's question, everyone nodded. Jack looked around the battlefield and found that except for himself, everyone else had disappeared without a trace. Boom. After carefully feeling the changes in his body, Jack nodded with satisfaction. Conqueror's Haki has reached the highest level. Although the divine body is not as strong as he imagined, the difference is as much as twice. No matter who the opponent is, he probably can't withstand 3 punches from him. Why? Mr. Jack. Observation Haki. Protect yourself, can sense other people's observation Haki, and use observation Haki to block all of your own aura, making it undetectable to the enemy. Jack counted on his fingers and said with sudden enlightenment. Bang. Attack the host to gain a flashing reward, and your observation level will increase by 1. I just don't believe that everyone in Beast's Pirates is the same as this monster Jack. That's right. There's still a vacant flying 6, so you guys can have 2 flying 6. Congratulations to the host for receiving the shining reward. The Conqueror's level increases by 1. With our strength, if we can't defeat Jack, can't we challenge the other 2 disasters? But among the senior cadres, you can only challenge Fuzifu from the flying 6, don't touch the others. Chapter 246. Her Excellency the Empress. When Shiryu and his group woke up, they had been taken to a small island by Jack using the flame cloud. Hancock slowly woke up, but found himself handcuffed. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get free. He couldn't help but yell at Jack. Disrespectful and dirty people, let me go, otherwise, I will turn you into stone. Hey, you guys, grill this meat well. Jack stood up and walked to Hancock, picked her up and said. I want this woman to understand her current status. Aisha, do you think you are Empress Dowager Sixi? I'll let you know how powerful Lousy is in a moment. You'll be good and behave yourself. Mr. Jack, do you need any help? Meow. Pizarro looked at Hancock with greed, stroked his beard and said. Help? Get lost. I don't need it. Looking at Jack carrying Hancock into the depths of the forest, Pizarro said with jealousy. Tisk tisk. She's the most beautiful girl in the world. Mr. Jack is so lucky. Meow. How enviable. Meow. Snort. Advertisement. Shiryu lit up his cigar, looked at Pizarro expressionlessly and said. Although lust is a common problem among men, it depends on the object. Pizarro, as a companion, let me remind you again that if you don't want to lose your hobby, it's best not to mess with a madman who doesn't act according to common sense. Pizarro looked down, his face darkened, and he obediently started grilling the meat. Jack pushed the weeds away and put the prepared animal furs on top. You rude fellow, what do you want to do? What? Although Hancock may not be much prettier than Yamato and Black Maria, he has a very special temperament. Noble and inviolable, a queen's demeanor, of course this temperament can easily attract. After hearing Hancock's innocent question, and looking at Hancock's frightened and shy face, Jack shouted. Do you still need to ask? Don't be afraid, I will return my life. What did you say? Don't touch me. Hancock was horrified and struggled desperately, but Hancock's strength was too small compared to Jack. The show starts in large fonts, and any struggle will be in vain. Only then did Hancock feel fear and arrogance, and looked at Jack with a pleading look. She tried hard to cover her back to prevent Jack from seeing the humiliating mark. FK. Damn it, like Yamato? Advertisement, then you are a perfect match for me? Etc. The pattern on Hancock's back reminded Jack of the patterns on Aladdin and the others. Jack smiled strangely and said, Your Excellency, you don't want the mark on your back to be seen by others, right? Hancock's mouth opened in horror, bang. After Shiryu took back the observation Haki first, the others also took back the observation Haki, only Pizarro had not yet taken back his observation Haki. Bang. A thick mace fell next to Pizarro, which frightened him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat and quickly started to grill the meat. The battle is over, Jack said to Hancock, who was pretending to sleep. Don't worry, in a few years, Lousy will take down Mariajoy. When the time comes, if you are interested, you can go and have a look. Oh, by the way, there's a den mushi in the back pocket of your pants, you can use it to contact your companions. I'll take them away in a moment, there's food on the beach that can replenish your energy. Don't worry, I won't disturb you, remember, the relationship between us is very pure. Jack slowly left the battlefield, and Hancock couldn't stop crying. After eating the barbecue and taking a few people away with Yanyan, Jack suddenly thought of a question. It seems like I'm too excited and have no control. It shouldn't be that accurate, right? Chapter 247 Control of the Fishman Island. When Jack was carrying a few people back to Ghost Island, he encountered Doflamingo's Flamingo Pirates ship on the way. After asking Doflamingo and learning that Kaido and his group were in Allen Continent, Jack took Shiryu and the others and continued to fly towards Allen Continent. Not to mention, Shiryu and the others were in pretty good physical condition, as they only had one simple meal during the more than 1 month journey. Although Van Oka, who was the weakest, could no longer walk by himself when they arrived at the continent of Allen, and the others looked a little weak as well, they all still made it to the continent of Allen alive. Kaido was of course very satisfied. As Kaido always loves talents, he is naturally very welcome to masters. They all said that Kaido had seen from the video Den Mushi that even among Beast's pirates, he could be considered a good player. Jin. Long time no see, Shiryu's words surprised Jack a little. After seeing Jin, Shiryu's usually cold expression also changed a little. Snort. Rain Shiryu, I didn't expect you to betray the world government too. Now that you have joined the Beast's pirates, follow Kaido-san carefully. Don't use that murderous style on your companions. This is not impel down, oh? Murder? Bang. Jack slapped Shiryu's shoulder hard and asked with his head down. I didn't expect that a serious-looking guy like you would kill people? Why is it that the people from your impel down are either perverts who like to torture or kill people? Jack. I haven't even said anything about you yet. How dare you do such a dangerous thing? You are so ridiculous. Seeing that Jin was a little angry, Jack said nonchalantly. Don't worry, I'm not the same person I used to be. Brother Kaido, I am now invincible. Should we attack the world government? Kaido pondered for a while and said softly. Wait another 2 years. The prophecy will soon come true. I want to see if it is really as the prophecy says. And that thing has not been repaired yet, it will take time. Bang. Looking at the unconscious Van Oka, Luffy said quickly. Mr. Kaido, is there anything to eat? We haven't eaten anything for a month. We're starving? Jack was the first to eat and drink, then he picked up a toothpick to pick his teeth. Suddenly he thought of something and asked quickly. Brother Kaido, where's Yamato? In this case, Yamato should have come to me and blamed me for not bringing her along. Advertisement Kaido said casually. Yamato has taken his men to Ryugu Castle. After Whitebeard's death, many pirates have jumped out. I asked Yamato to guard Ryugu Castle for now to prevent others from planning to attack it. Now I am waiting for the reply from Ryugu Castle. Jack thought for a moment and said to Kaido, then I will go to Ryugu Castle to see what King Neptune is thinking. You decide how to arrange these people. If there is no other place to put them on my ship first. In order to prepare for the salvage of Jack, Lim had already brought the salvage team on the Mammoth and was waiting on the continent of Allen. After seeing the performance of the videophone Mushi Jack, Lim had a feeling that the salvage team might never be needed again for Jack now. Master Jack. Here, crash. Looking at Jack falling into the sea, Lim retracted his previous thoughts. When they arrived at Ryugu Castle again, facing the Mammoth flying the Beast's pirate's flag, Ryugu Castle opened the passage almost immediately. When he arrived at the port, Jack found that the fishmen belonging to the Beast's pirates had replaced the Neptune army to guard the port, and he was a little suspicious about this. It seems that Ryugu Castle has already accepted the Beast's pirate stationing, but why has it not yet expressed its submission to Brother Kaido? Could it be that Neptune couldn't bring himself to do it? That was absolutely impossible. Just when Jack was a little confused, a huge whale came down from the sky carrying Neptune. Mr. Jack. Neptune looked at Jack nervously and asked. I wonder why you came here this time, what is it? Jack frowned and looked at Neptune, saying word by word. You haven't expressed your intention to join the Beast's pirates yet, why are you asking me? Ah. Neptune was stunned when he heard this, and then he said quickly. But I've already told Lady Oniheim, because I received a request from the Big Mom pirates, and they asked us to let Ryugu Castle accept Big Mom's protection. That's Big Mom, who is the Emperor of the Sea together with Mr. Kaido. We can't afford to defend her. The Ghost Princess said that after she solves this matter for us, she will let us join the Beast's pirates. Big Mom pirates? When did it happen? Yamato didn't say anything? While Jack was still wondering, the left minister came running over with a group of Neptune's troops, panting. King Neptune. The Big Mom pirates are here. Listen to me, both of you. Bang. Advertisement. If Big Mommy isn't convinced, tell her to come find me. I allow you to go find a coding master now, have the coding done, and then leave in style. Mrs. Shirley. I don't care what relationship Mr. Kaido has with your Big Mom, whether they recognize him or not. After Jack finished speaking, he glanced at the two of them and then jumped off the boat. Peeved. Yamato. Looking at Aladdin who was acting as a guard, Jack's mouth twitched and he said softly. Jay, your meow head. Bang. You're standing there like a pole. Do you think I can't see you? Huh? Who is it? We should be in the Mermaid Cafe owned by Mrs. Shiley now. The guy in a pink suit and an eggshell on his pants, as soon as he saw Jack, immediately spat the coffee in his mouth onto the lion's head, who was also wearing a pink suit. Now remember this. From now on, Ryugu Castle will be under the protection of the Beast's pirates. They have entered the Fishmen Island and will be here soon. Is there still Mrs. Jeddah? Hey, what are you doing? Ouch. Big man pirates, right? When the left minister saw Jack next to Neptune, he was speechless. My dear ghost princess, Jay, your meow head? Draught GGG. The lion looked in the direction his companion's finger pointed and his jaw dropped. Draught GGG. Aladdin scratched his head, thought for a moment and replied. Do you understand? If you say one more word, I'll kill you? Baron Dandan and Pokemus looked at each other, and then they both nodded frantically. Jack jumped off the boat and watched the pirate ship flying the Big Mom Pirates flag slowly sailing into the port, then he jumped onto the ship with a force. Humph. Pink color, how come it's the same as Brother Ming's? What a sissy taste. Jack looked at the two men in their sexy suits and said impatiently. Chapter 248 5 Disasters and 12 Calamities. Hello, Mrs. Sha Li. My name is Jeddah, aren't we a perfect match? Looking at Mrs. Shirley, who was holding a cigarette and had an abstinent temperament, Jack couldn't help but start to have S**X. Bang. Stop talking bullshit, Jack. After Yamato hit Jack with a stick, Jack, who was not even a hair away in the face of countless masters, got a big bump on his head and fell down. Pulling Jack's ears, Yamato said to Mrs. Shiley excitedly. Hey, then you can also tell him how many children he will have. Okay. After Mrs. Shiley took out the crystal ball, she closed her eyes and made some strange movements. Then she looked at the crystal ball and her face turned green. Well, how many? How many are there? Looking at Yamato, who looked anxious, Mrs. Shiarl was silent for a while and said. At least hundreds? Hundreds? Didn't you predict to me that I would only have 3 children? So he has hundreds of children? You calculated correctly, right? Sister Maria can't possibly give birth to 100 children? After getting confirmation from Mrs. Shiley, Yamato grabbed Jack's huge body and walked to the back of the alley. Bang. Clang. After being beaten up by Yamato, Yamato insisted on taking Jack to see someone. When Jack walked into Yamato's cell, he was stunned to see his adopted nephew Gio in the cell. When Gio saw Jack, he immediately broke down and burst into tears. Uncle, save me, uncle, save me, save me, shut up. What's going on, uncle, shut up, I didn't ask you. Jack pointed at the excited Gio and asked Yamato. Why did you arrest him? How did he offend you? Oh, so he really is your nephew. Yamato pointed at Gio angrily and said, Advertisement. They stole the secret treasure of Dragon Palace City and planned to kill King Neptune. And Princess Shirahoshi secretly told me that Princess Odahime was killed by the fishman named Hody Jones. I just happened to encounter this, so of course I have to take care of it. How come I didn't know you were so familiar with Princess Shirahoshi? You don't understand girls' feelings. Jack looked at Yamato helplessly and said. There are some things you don't need to worry about. Gio told me many years ago that Hody Jones killed Princess Odahime. And Princess Shirahoshi's status is not ordinary either, forget it. Since you have a good relationship with her, keep this friendship. My stupid nephew. Jack opened the cell and looked at Gio, who was crying while holding his calf, and said. Hody wants to kill King Neptune, why didn't he inform me? I was just about to inform you when she caught me. If I hadn't told you that you were my nephew, you would have been hit to death with a stick. Uncle, you have to help me get revenge. All my friends were killed by her, I was almost killed too. Oh, she's your aunt. Hello, aunt, I kowtow to you. Well, Jack sighed, looked at Gio's changed expression and said. Forget it. You will be stationed at the Fishmen Island from now on and be a small captain. Since Neptune has accepted the protection of the Beast's pirates, his words about the Fishmen Island will no longer count. Your main responsibility is to publicize the attitude of the Beast's pirates towards Murlocs, as well as the attitude of other humans towards Murlocs. Professionals will come to help you later. Compared to Fendel, Aladdin has a higher reputation in the Fishmen Island, so Jack puts Aladdin in the Fishmen Island. In fact, compared to Aladdin, Jack is more optimistic about Jinbei, but Jinbei has gone to nowhere and has not appeared. When the group returned to Onigashima, it was already the fire festival of the year again. Kaido is still considering Shiryu and the others' positions. Except for Shiryu, the gap between the others is actually not that big. Advertisement, even the sickly-looking Poison Q has decent physical skills. The sniper Van Oka's physical skills and two-color hockey are also quite extraordinary. His shooting skills of shooting wherever he points have made him the #1 sniper of Beast's pirates. And the aristocratic Lafitte is the user of the angel form of the human fruits mythical beast species. As for the few people who came out of Impel Down, they are well-known pirates, and each of them is stronger than Runti and the others. The 7 people Jack brought back were more than capable of being a flying 6 based on their strength alone. However, there is no need to mention the relationship between Black Maria and Jack. The Runti siblings were raised by themselves since they were young. And Shiryu has the potential to be a big boss. Also, there was no clear winner in the one-on-one duel between Lim and Shiryu, so his position also needed to be arranged. Kaido has been very distressed recently and even wakes up from laughing in his dreams. Alas, having too many talents can sometimes be a problem. Even after the fire festival was over, Kaido hadn't figured out how to arrange Shiryu and the others, but another big event happened in Marine, and this big event affected Kaido, who was about to make a decision. After Akainu and Aokiji fought for 10 days and 10 nights, he was defeated and withdrew from the marine. Sakazuki becomes the new marine marshal. Jack held the newspaper and looked at Lim with a confused look on his face and asked, "You mean that Kuzan is going to join us Beast's pirates now?" And brother Kaido believed it and flew to the Allen continent? Yes. Master Jack. Lim looked at Jack's incredulous expression and said helplessly. Kuzan lost a leg in that battle and his faith was shaken. It just so happened that when Lord Jin was out relaxing, he met him on an island. So I sent him an invitation, and then Kuzan agreed. Master Jack, you don't have to look at me like an idiot. I am also skeptical of Kuzan, but you know Mr. Kaido's character. In Sea Circle Calendar 1523, Marine Admiral Kuzan lost the duel with Sakazuki and quit the marine to join the Beast's pirates. Soon after, the top management of Beast's pirates changed again. Kuzan became the 5th disaster of Beast's pirates, known as Ice Disaster. At the same time, Kaido removed the Flying Six and re-established the 12 disasters headed by Shiryu and Lim. The 5 original Flying Six, the rest of the Blackbeard pirates, and Lim formed the 12. As for Lafitte, he was appointed by Kaido as the new intelligence officer. Suddenly, the Beast's pirates became even more famous, and they occupied a lot of the Whitebeard pirates' territories, becoming the biggest winners after the Summit War and being called the strongest pirates group. The call for Kaido to become the king of pirates after Roger is growing louder and louder. Chapter 249 The ghosts of Kazuki's family are back. Kuzan and his men fought outside for a year and eliminated many enemies for the Beast's pirates before Jack saw them again. After all, although Kaido personally appointed them as senior executives because of their strong strength, even Enel went overseas immediately after becoming an executive. Even if they are strong, they still have to go through the necessary procedures. Otherwise, the lower-level pirates will not easily recognize them. This year, Jack also took Yamato away for a long time, busy with Princess Shirahoshi's affairs. If Shirahoshi's magical ability to summon Sea Kings is to be completely controlled, his body must be strengthened. According to the old man at Kazuki Sukiyaki, Shirahoshi's ability is very similar to the legendary ancient weapon, Poseidon. In response to Jack's questioning, Neptune did not deny it. Neptune certainly knew about Shirahoshi's abilities, and the consequences of others knowing about them, especially the consequences of the Beast's pirates knowing about them. Unfortunately, he had no ability to resist, and Jack helped Shirahoshi deal with that guy Vanderdyken. Kaido's daughter Yamato also had a very good relationship with Shirahoshi, which gave Neptune an excuse to persuade him. So for the past year, Jack basically stayed in Ryugu Castle to train Shirahoshi, and only rushed back after the fire festival was over. Jack was eating kidneys and looking at Kuzan, who was drinking coke, feeling a little confused. Although Jack heard that Tran and Kuzan had a very good relationship, he still found it hard to accept seeing Kuzan running around the barbecue restaurant like a waiter, delivering drinks. "Oh, it's Jack. Here's your 3-pack of coke, would you like some ice?" "Need it. Need it." After Yamato finished shouting impatiently, Kuzan blew gently and then put the bucket down. "Wow, it's so cool, why didn't I think of this?" "That's because you're stupid." After complaining about Yamato, Jack asked Kuzan loudly. "As the new boss of the Beast's pirates, you come here to work as a waiter? What are you doing?" "Oh, because Boss Tran gave too much." Kuzan looked at his watch and whispered to Jack, "And I only have to show up a few times a week, so I don't actually work that much. Look, 10 minutes are up, and I'm already off work. Boss, give me 30 skewers of kidneys, the same as the ones here." After Kuzan finished shouting, he sat down next to Jack without any hesitation, picked up the barbecue on the table and started eating. "You are so meow. Do you have any self-respect? A small amount of money can allow you to advertise this barbecue city? Advertisement this Tran. Who taught me this? Are they looking for a celebrity endorsement? Holy crap." Looking at the long queue, Jack decided to intensify the training of Tran in the next 2 days. After returning to heaven and earth, Lim was already waiting for Jack at the door. When he saw Jack coming back, he quickly stepped forward and said, "Master Jack, Mr. Kaido brought back a group of people, most of whom are supernovas from the evil era. Among them, Basil Hawkins, who is known as the Magician, has been assigned to work for Master Jack and is now waiting in the conference room. And the Kid Pirates were also captured by Mr. Kaido. Since they refused to join as Beast's pirates, they have been sent to the Rabbit Prison. It is said that this is all thanks to Apu, who joined our pirates group earlier. Also, Drake from the Supernova also took the initiative to join our Beast's pirates a few days ago. He has been arranged by Mr. Kaido to be a pillar and has been assigned to Enel's team. Also, during your absence, Lady Black Maria has used illusions to kill more than 30 civilians, and has also killed many slaves by boxing. Now that Lord Black Maria is about to return from the factory, I suggest you prepare a gift." "Got it, Sword Disaster." Hearing Jack's address, Lim frowned and protested strongly. "Although I don't know why you keep calling me that, but judging from your tone, you should just call me Lim." "Oh, I see, Lim Sword Disaster. And that Shiryu Sword Disaster. It's such an honor for Beast's pirates to have 2 of you Sword Disasters. Don't worry about it, it's just a title. Come with me to see the Magician." In the ruins of Odin Castle filled with tombs, Jack did not renovate this place because of Kaido's insistence, so this has become the most deserted place in Giuli. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed behind the tombstone in the middle. Bang! This is Kinnaman and his companions appeared behind the tombstone with confused looks on their faces. After discovering in the moonlight that they were in a cemetery, they became even more confused. Wait. Lord Momonosuke. No, where's Momonosuke-sama's head? Feeling the wetness on his chest, Kinnaman realized that only the upper body of Momonosuke in his arms was left, and he immediately screamed. Where's the head? Where did it go? If Madame Shi's ability has been activated, we should have gone to the future by now. Could it be that these dead souls died from eating too much barbecue in their previous life? They're back. They're back. They're back. Advertisement. Baloo, Baloo, wait, let me use the stone to change our clothes first. They're on their way to Barbecue City now, 10 times the compensation if it's fake? Jack hung up the phone confused and couldn't figure it out. The flashing neon lights at the foot of the mountain made everyone stunned in surprise. After a long while, Kinnaman looked at the closest and largest sign and gently read the words on it. Hurry up. Fishman Barbecue City. When Kinnaman used his ability to change the clothes of several people and walked down the mountain with satisfaction, a carrier pigeon carrying a note flew into the sky. Ghost. Who cares? Let's get down to business first. The first thing we need to do is figure out what time it is and then avenge Lord Odin. Here it comes. Here it comes. Don't forget, Miss Hiyori might still be alive. The ghosts of the Kazuki family have returned for revenge. Now is not the time for us to commit seppuku to apologize. Don't forget what Madame Shi said to us. I remember that guy. Several people looked at each other. After a long while, Aju touched her belly and said softly. Hello. Master Odin. We are so sorry. Hearing Yamato's urging, Jack quickly said. The people who were moved by Kanjuro's words slowly stood up. After burying Momonosuke's lower body, they slowly walked out of the cemetery. Kanjuro, with a painted face, looked at the grief-stricken people and said word by word. Now I can only commit seppuku. How about we go down and take a look first? The dead came back for revenge, and the first thing they did was go to the barbecue city? Hearing the panicked voice of Kurozumi the snake in the wisdom snail, Jack said impatiently. Are you okay? Do you know that you are disturbing lousy? After saying that, Kinnaman put Momonosuke on the ground, took out the long sword from his waist and was about to stab himself in the abdomen. Etc. Chapter 250. The dead have to pay for meals. Why are there so many aliens here? Could it be another species like Inuarashi and Nekomamushi? It is certain that this is Wano-kuni, but why are there so many foreigners here? I seem to have heard of this race. They're fishmen. And you see they seem to have a very good relationship with those people. Shall we find a place to eat first? Have you any money on you? I have a little more shoes hidden, which should be enough for us to eat. But which one shall we go to? Let's go with that one. That one seems to have the most people, so we can find out some things from there. Although Tran is now the famous boss of Wano-kuni, he has a quirk. He likes barbecue, especially grilled kidneys. Moreover, Tran's grilled kidneys are famous for their deliciousness in Wano-kuni. In addition to Jack, Kaido is also a regular customer here. So every night, there are always a lot of people at the barbecue stall that Tran sticks to. No matter who these people are, dark circles under their eyes are always a standard feature. Tran looked at Kinnaman and the others queuing up and was a little surprised. Kinnaman and his companions all had ruddy complexions and walked without swaying, seeming to be out of place with the other guests. After looking at the faces of several people, Tran focused on the beautiful Aki, and then withdrew his gaze with a look of shock. These humans are getting better and better at playing. This is because they are afraid of lack of physical strength, so they come here to replenish it in advance. But it's just 1 against 3. I can't tell. That lady is so beautiful. Alas. What a waste of natural resources. Finally it was Kinnaman's turn. Before Kinnaman could speak, Tran said impatiently. There are only 50 skewers of beef kidneys and 100 skewers of beef left. We're out of everything else, including the Coke. We only have beer left. Do you want some? If not, give it to the next customer. After several people nodded subconsciously, Tran pointed to the dining table in the corner and said. Wait there. It will be over in a moment. After Kinnaman and the others sat down, they listened carefully to the conversations of the people around them. Tisk tisk, if you ask me, the most powerful one is still the new woman from the Longhand clan. That guy can make you pass out, humph. That's nothing. I still like that woman from the Octopus clan, Awa. I heard that her husband was a samurai, but unfortunately he was exploited to death, so she opened a brothel herself. Don't be fooled by the ugly looks of the women inside, but they all have unique skills, especially the boss lady Awa. That taste. Cough cough cough. Brother, you vomited blood. Is it okay? It's okay. It's okay. After eating these kidneys, I can fight again. Akiku looked at Kinnaman and the others with a puzzled look on his face. For some reason, Kinnaman, Kanjuro and Raizo all blushed, especially Kinnaman, who had a nosebleed. Advertisement, bang. Dear guests, your skewers are ready. 500 skewers of chicken and 1,000 skewers of duck. Please enjoy them slowly. Looking at the countless skewers of meat in front of him, Kinnaman wiped his nosebleed and shouted. Did you serve the wrong food? What I want is 50 skewers of beef loin and 100 skewers of beef. Huh? The ferocious-looking fishman picked up a sign beside him and pointed at it, saying. If it's fake, I'll pay you 10 times. If it's fake, I'll pay you 10 times. You're new here, right? If you say it's fake, I'll pay you 10 times the price. Eat slowly. Ha 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 ha, these people are so funny. You. Kinnaman looked at the group of people who were laughing at him, and just as he was about to lose his temper, he was quickly stopped by Kiku. Eat first, replenish your energy and then talk about other things. Something is not normal here. Let's go to other places to get some information. Snort. Kinnaman picked up a bunch of eggs and put them in his mouth, then said in surprise. Not bad, the taste is, what is this black thing? This salty taste is just right. Tran looked at the employee who was picking his nose until it bled, and handed them a wad of money. Okay, today's skewers are all sold out, no need to deduct anymore. You two can divide this money among yourselves. Belch. After eating and drinking their fill, the few people burped contentedly. Raizo wiped his mouth and said to Kinnaman, Don't tell me, it's a good thing we served so many skewers, otherwise there wouldn't be enough to eat. Boss, pay the bill. As soon as he heard the bill, Tran walked over quickly. When he saw Lei Zhang take off his shoes and take out 2 small pieces of gold from them, his face turned green. Remember to give me the change. Lei Zhang handed over the 2 pieces of gold reluctantly, and then he saw Tran with a murderous look on his face. Bang. What are you doing? After knocking the gold out of Raizo's hand, Tran frowned and said. You guys, are you kidding me? Advertisement? Wano Kuni does not allow the circulation of gold and silver. Are you living in 20 years ago? Gold and silver are not allowed to circulate? I'm very sorry, I don't have this kind of coin. Yes, Kaido. Damn it, these bastards, could it be? What? Tran looked at them impatiently, stretched out his right hand and said sternly. After a few people looked at Tran, Kinnaman scratched his head and said embarrassedly. And him. That's him, the guy who killed Momonosuke. Although he has changed a lot, I will always remember him. So can you please be flexible? It means you have no money and want to eat for free? Could it be the ghost of Kazuki's family or the 9 shadows from the sky, as mentioned in the legend? I always run my business with integrity. I hate people like you who eat and dine for free the most. 1,000 beast coins. No cheating. Tran grinned, clenched his fists, and walked towards the few people. Ghosts? Ghosts have to pay for eating lousy skewers? After hearing what Tran said, Kinnaman and the others immediately jumped aside, looked at Tran warily and said. Hey, you guys, bring it here, what do you mean? Of course it's this one. Tran took out a wad of money from the wallet at his waist and slapped it on the table. When Kinnaman and the others saw it, they were stunned. Then what are we going to pay with? Bang, and that guy, Jin, Quinn. Bang. Shut up. The conversation between the few people was heard by Tran who was standing nearby. Tran looked at them carefully and saw that some of their clothes did not conform to the aesthetics of that era. He suddenly remembered the legend that the drunk Kurozumi Orochi had told him. The ghost of the Kazuki family. Kinnaman and the others looked at each other, then asked Tran. I don't care who you are now, but even if you are a dead soul, you still have to pay for your meal. Accommodative. Chapter 251 My butt hurts after drinking. When Jack and Yamato arrived, Kinnaman and his companions had already been surrounded by Lim and Enel. There was also a group of Beast's pirates on the periphery, dispersing the few civilians. The nightlife of the Beast's pirates is very rich. When Tran fought with a few others, countless pirates were attracted instantly. In addition to Enel and Lim, Jack also saw the figures of Runti and his sister. However, after seeing Jack, the two ran away quickly, because Jack was very disgusted with their bad habits of not sleeping at night and eating everywhere, and he would beat them up if he caught them. It's them. They didn't pay for the meal, and they look unfamiliar. They gave me gold. I suspect they're the ghosts of the Kazuki family. Get out of the way. Master Jack is coming. Everyone quickly made way for Jack, and when Enel saw Jack coming, he also obediently walked aside. Just a few days ago, Enel, who felt that his strength had improved greatly, provoked Jack and was beaten into a concussion, which left a deep shadow on Enel. I stood still and let myself be electrocuted for half an hour, and then I got a concussion from being hit by a stick. Who can I go to for justice? A hole. It was this guy. I saw it at that time. He was the one who threw the machete. It must be him. Kill him. Avenge Lord Momonosuke. Swish. At Kinnaman's order, Raizo and Kanjuro rushed towards Jack, and even the unarmed Kiku picked up a broom and rushed over. However, Jack didn't move at all despite the attacks. He glanced at Kinnaman and Kanjuro, and a smile appeared on his face. Oh, it's you guys. Did it really appear? What kind of ability is this? Enel. Lim. Catch them. Alive. Wait till they're caught. Lousy will have a good chat with them. I have been waiting for 20 years for this revenge. Kinnaman and his companions stood together, looking at Enel and Lim with vigilance. Enel waved at Lim. Leave these people to me. Seeing Enel's confident look, Lim put his sword back to his waist and walked aside, saying nonchalantly. Oh, that saves me the trouble. It's a good opportunity to see how much progress you've made. Are you still so vulnerable? Facing Lim's provocative tone, Enel was not angry, but said with disdain. Advertisement, my talent is beyond your imagination. Don't think that you can beat me a few years ago and talk to me in this tone now. You need to understand your own identity. I am the Thunder Disaster, and you are just a sword disaster. You be asterisk 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 D. Don't get carried away. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Jack said impatiently. What the hell? Hurry up, hurry up. Yes, Master Jack. Lim looked at Enel's flattering expression and silently closed his eyes. Sure enough, this guy deserves a beating. Seeing that Jack was getting impatient, Enel immediately took action. He moved his fingers slightly and shouted loudly in the puzzled eyes of Kinemon and others. Lightning strikes. Crack. Boom. Thunder sounded without warning in the ears of several people, and then Kinemon felt a tingling sensation in his body. In the blink of an eye, several people fell to the ground with black smoke coming out of their bodies. After seeing this scene, Lim shook his head and said with some regret. Such a powerful devil fruit was given to an idiot, what a shame. Jack nodded with satisfaction. In the past few years, Enel and Jin laid a foundation for him, and Big Brother Kaido trained him together. His strength increased a lot, and he became a veritable big shot of Beast's pirates. The destructive power and speed of the Thunder Fruit, combined with Enel's observation haki, made it normal for Kinemon and the others to lose consciousness with one strike. Enel has also changed the price of underestimating people, and will make people angry whenever it takes action. Looking at the unconscious people, Jack hooked his finger at Enel. Notify everyone in Wano Kuni to execute these people in Bola Town in a week. During this period of time, you must closely monitor all news about Wano Kuni. Find and kill anyone who comes along. At this point, Jack looked at Xiaoju, who looked so pitiful even though she was unconscious, and secretly glanced at Yamato, who was having dinner with Runti and his sister, and hooked his finger at Lim. Master Jack. What's the matter? Bang. Wait, what is this? Thank you very much, Master Jack. After Kinemon and his companions were taken away, Jack began to feel distracted when he saw Lim leaving with Kiku in his arms. Send your slave. Don't let him get away. Advertisement. I definitely didn't move, I just took a look. Please, I'll show you the door. Lim looked at Jack with a strange expression and said softly. What do you mean? Why am I here? Where are the people? Lim, let's go have a drink first. Send that woman to your room first. However, when Master looked into the room following the two people's gaze, his eyes changed. When Jack walked into Lim's room excitedly, he found Lim smoking a hookah at the door with a depressed look on his face. After finding an excuse to get rid of Yamato, Jack flew directly to heaven on earth. Lim looked at a Jew in confusion, then said excitedly. Jack looked at Lim with a puzzled look, and suddenly his expression changed drastically and he said. You just showed this to Lousy? You'd better, and keep the door shut, don't let anyone disturb me. Hey, don't be afraid, beauty. Less than a moment after Jack entered, there were sounds of fierce resistance. Lim quickly put his head against the door and listened carefully. Jack came out, put on his clothes in a hurry, and shouted angrily. Master walked over with a suspicious look on his face, looked at Lim who was lying on the ground, then looked at Jack, and frowned. Seeing that he could no longer hear any sound, Lim quickly used the observation haki. However, before he could use the observation haki, the door was kicked open. Master Jack? Why are you here? I understand. So you want to try it yourself? No wonder, ah? Master Jack, this is. After hearing what Master said, Lim shook his head firmly. No more drinking. My butt hurts after drinking. Do you have anything else to do? If not, go ahead. You're not going to eat it for me, Master Jack. What are you doing? Chapter 252 Controlling Wano Kuni. The news of the Kazuki family's ghosts being captured quickly spread throughout Wano Kuni thanks to the Beast's pirates' vigorous publicity. The thunder of Wano Kuni has not stopped in the past few days. Even now, some people have expectations for the Kazuki family. Unfortunately, their expectations, just like themselves, are about to turn into corpses. It wasn't until the last 2 days that the thunder finally stopped. After thousands of people died, there was finally no one left alive who had any sympathy or hope for the Kazuki family. The town of Boro is basically inhabited by the families of the Wano Kuni warriors who joined the Beast's pirates. Earlier, there were some people sent by Kurozumi Orochi here. Among them, Wanakuna's top sumo wrestler Yokozuna Urashima was a samurai living in Boro town and an executive under Kurozumi Orochi. However, under Jack's instruction, Hold'em used the lion's mischievous attack to cripple him in the name of sparring. Kurozumi Orochi also saw Jack's thoughts and did not send anyone to interfere in the management of Boro town. Nowadays, countless residents have gathered in Bola town. Some teenagers who have received brainwashing education hate the legend that has existed in Wano Kuni for 20 years. In their eyes, Kaido is the savior of Wano Kuni and Oden is the sinner of the country. This absurd legend was just a rumor made up by idiots loyal to the Oden family. Now that the legend has come true, they're even more angry. Countless small stones hit the people hanging on the execution rack. Looking at these young men with resentful faces, Kinemon wanted to say something, but finally closed his eyes tremblingly. Kikunosuke, a Jew, Lei Zhang called out to Xiaoju worriedly. Xiaoju hadn't spoken a word since they were separated for a few days and imprisoned together again, as if she had encountered something terrible. Even now that she was about to be executed, she remained silent. Jack looked at the radiant master, then looked at the pale Lim, and sighed. It's in full bloom, Master Jack. It seems that the season for flowers to bloom is not yet here. Jack looked down at the somewhat familiar pirates and asked softly. Who are you? Master Jack, my name is Exene. Get lost. Get someone else to stand behind me. Hey you. Come here, Master Jack. My name is not that guy, my name is Ward Falk. The one called Exene, you should come over here. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Advertisement. The general has arrived. After a few shouts, Kurozumi the snake came riding on a horse, and the besieging crowd quickly made way for him. Ha 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 ha. The ghost of Kazuki's family? Since you didn't die 20 years ago, then die again now. After Kurozumi Orochi finished speaking, he pulled out a bow and arrow from his back and shot it at Kinemon. Clang! A mace blocked Kinemon's body. Jack looked at the excited Kurozumi Orochi and said, "Did I tell you to kill me now? Who are you? You don't know where you are? How dare you want to execute them when Mr. Kaido isn't here? You! Hateful!" Kurozumi the snake looked at Jack's expressionless face, roared a few times unwillingly, and then stood aside obediently. Compared to Kaido, Jack treated him very badly and would attack him without any hesitation. If Jack had not controlled Kurozumi Orochi would never stay with Jack for a moment. Buzz! As the blue dragon with its own sound effects descended from the sky and transformed into Kaido, the crowd watching was excited. Kaido-sensei! Kaido-sensei! Kaido was still enjoying the shouts from the crowd, when Kurozumi walked over aggressively. "Kaido, now that you're here, can you kill these people as soon as possible?" There was a hint of displeasure in Kaido's eyes, but Kurozumi Orochi, who was overwhelmed by excitement, didn't notice it at all. Fukujiraku behind him suddenly became nervous. Unlike Kurozumi Orochi, who was drunk and torturing civilians every day, Fukujiraku was very clear about the current situation in Wano Kuni. Ever since Jack replaced all the textbooks in the school more than 10 years ago, the reputation of Kurozumi Snake has been declining day by day. On the contrary, Kaido not only became the hero who saved Wano Kuni in those textbooks, but Jack's transformation of Wano Kuni also made the civilians feel a stronger sense of belonging to the Beast's pirates. Although Kurozumi Orochi was very opposed at the beginning, he did not insist when facing Kaido. From that day on, Fukujiraku knew that Wano Kuni had been completely controlled by Kaido. Up to now, although Kurozumi Orochi is still the general of Wano Kuni in name, his troops are all controlled by the pirates of the Beast's pirates. Even some of his own Oniwabanshu have been won over by Jack. The title of general is just a name in name only. The only territory he can control is Wado. Advertisement. The current Kurozumi Orochi may be just a symbol in Kaido's eyes. If Kurozumi Orochi hasn't realized it yet, he will die easily. In order to repay the Kurozumi family for their kindness to him, he has been trying his best to make up for some of Kurozumi Orochi's reckless behavior over the years. But now seeing Jack and Kaido's reactions, I have to make a choice. Kaido did not answer Kurozumi Orochi's words, and slowly walked towards the 4 people hanging on the execution rack. Kill them! Kill them now! Kurozumi the Great Snake's anxious voice kept lingering in Kaido's ears, and Kaido felt a little irritated. By the way, Kurozumi Kanjuro, restore your true identity. Your mission is over. Kurozumi Orochi pointed at Kanjuro who was hanging on the far right and said to Kaido. This guy is the spy I told you about that I planted in the Kazuki family. Let him go. What, Kanjuro you, a-hole. Bang. Puff. A stream of blood splashed on Kinemon's face. Kinemon looked at Kanjuro's head, which was smashed like a watermelon. His anger disappeared and he shouted. Kanjuro. Kaido. What do you mean? Kurozumi Orochi looked at Kaido in shock and anger, and Kaido shook his head, picked up the 8 precepts and smashed it down. You talk too much. Puff. General. After watching Kaido kill Kurozumi the snake, the Oniwaban people slowly walked to Jack's side. Seeing this, Fukurokusho immediately knelt on the ground. Everyone in Oniwaban is willing to join Mr. Kaido, become a part of the Beast's pirates. After a moment of silence, the crowd suddenly burst into deafening shouts. Kaido is an adult. Kaido is an adult. Ooh-oh-oh-oh. Ooh-oh-oh-oh. Continue the execution. Chapter 253 Jack, do you still remember your promise to me? Kinemon and his companions left in confusion, unwillingness and helplessness. Beast's Pirates is now full of talented people, which has reduced Kaido's desire for talent. In addition, Jack proposed to execute several people in public to improve Kaido's prestige in Wano Kuni, so Kaido personally dealt with several people. Not only did he fail to avenge Lord Odin, but he also died at the hands of Kaido. This made Kinemon and others curse Kaido madly before they died. However, this kind of verbal abuse can only represent their inner despair. In contrast to them, the handsome Kikunosuke smiled calmly when facing death. But in the end, that gaze was directed at Master, who seemed a little guilty. I am, finally a woman. Looking at Kikunosuke who died with a smile on his face, Kaido couldn't help but look at Master. He didn't know why, but he felt his back tighten. Because of the death of Kurozumi Orochi, there are many things that need to be dealt with, and many of Wanokuna's troops also need to be handed over. Kaido naturally handed this over to Jack, and Jack handed it over to Lim. Nonsense. Why would you work hard if you can be lazy? Didn't Kaido recruit so many capable subordinates just to allow himself to be lazy? I am just learning from him. Boom! After throwing the headless body of Kurozumi the snake together with the bodies of several people, Jack spit out flames at them. Ah! Boom! Looking at the Kurozumi snake that had grown a new head, Jack subconsciously spit out another flame. No. What's going on? Can someone be resurrected with a shattered head? A person with special abilities. Let me see if he can still be alive after being burned to ashes. After guarding the ashes of several people for an entire afternoon, Jack still left disappointed. The Marine World recruitment has come to an end. The new 3rd Admiral Fujitora? Green Bull? Kizaru? Jack handed the newspaper to Kuzan, looked at him with a playful expression and said, Red Dog broke one of your legs, and you became a Marine Marshal who was busy all day long, and you were reduced to being with us pirates. From a career-based Marine Admiral to a Somali pirate. Kizaru is the only one who has not participated in the power struggle and is still enjoying various benefits. Advertisement, compared to him, neither you nor Red Dog are smart enough. Humph. I don't know why you joined the Beast's pirates, but the Beast's pirates are not the Marines. You can't just join or leave at will. Jack pointed 2 fingers at his eyes, then at Kuzan. Remember, I'm always watching you, Ice Disaster. Era, don't worry. Kuzan, wearing swimming trunks and sunglasses, tilted his head to admire a group of mermaids playing on the beach, and replied lazily. I see more now than I did in the Marine, and I know more. Even though Kuzan was wearing sunglasses, Jack could still feel the obscene gaze behind the sunglasses, as if it was going to penetrate the mermaid's limited clothes. Damn. Has this guy been in the Marine for too long and gone crazy due to depression? Or did he really let himself go after leaving Marine? While Jack was still thinking, Lim came over with a serious face and whispered something in Jack's ear. Jack stood up and whispered to Kuzan. If you like any of them, tell me. Although my people admire the strong, they are all quite aggressive. You have to be able to handle it. Haha, thank you very much, I'm just admiring it for now. Just go do what you need to do. After returning to his residence on Onigashima by sea train, Lim turned on the video Denmushi that he had prepared long ago, and soon a complaining voice came from it. Hey, you guy, do you know that we are all waiting for you? Stinky little brat, do you know that I earn hundreds of thousands of Baileys a minute? Jack the Drow, do you know how much time you've wasted on me? Jack looked at the dozen or so figures of the video Denmushi and said coldly. If you dare to talk to Lousy again, say a word. I'm going to fly over to you right now and kill you idiots. Smoker Vice Admiral. A bunch of dirty rats, do you really think you are the emperors of the underground? Geisa quickly interrupted the argument and switched the screen quickly, then everyone fell silent. Sir Tashigi, Jack, do you still remember the promise you made to me? Advertisement, brother, although we have a good relationship, how about this, I introduce Master to you. Shish. Dear distinguished guests. Doflamingo. You be asterisk 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 D. Looking at the video Denmushi that went black, Jack and Lim looked at each other in confusion and whispered. Hello. Bang. After Denmushi was silent for a while, Jack's somewhat helpless voice came. Katakuri, I heard that something unpleasant happened between the big man pirates and Jack in Ryugu Castle. Is that the end of it? After thinking for a long time, Doflamingo took out Denmushi and dialed a number. Punk hazard, Doflamingo's forehead was twisted into a kawa shape, and he grabbed Smoker who was lying on the ground hard, and Smoker's body was immediately turned into pieces. It was not until the slime kept splitting and gathering together, and Jack looked at the fate of those who were unable to dodge and recovered by it, that he nodded with satisfaction. Okay. Shut up, now that everyone is here, let's get started, guy. Swish, swish, you, Stussy, I'm very interested in your happy street. I'll find time to visit, but I don't know if you can accommodate me. Jack, no kidding, let me tell you something, your personal secretary Monet is dead. That thing got into the lab and exploded with Guy? If you are satisfied with this power. After the killing, Doflamingo stood in a pool of blood, his heart gradually calming down. Ha ha ha. Dear distinguished guests, now that everyone is here, let me show you the power of the Kingdom of Death. Jack smiled slightly and said softly, you. Jack frowned as he looked at the purple jelly in the Denmushi. Is this a slime? A powerful weapon? That's it? What did you say? Chapter 254. You have to be reasonable. 7 warlords of the sea. Doflamingo resigned as Shichibukai? Using observation hockey to observe the masked CP-0s in the city, Jack turned around and said playfully. The secrets you know are a real threat to the world government. I am a little curious, what is the secret? Ouch 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 ouch. Doflamingo chuckled a few times and said to Jack. You can't tell others about this kind of thing easily. Oh, I'm so sad. Am I someone else? After all, together. Master Jack, your tea is here, do you need anything else? Looking at the excited Baby 5, Jack said helplessly. Oh, I wish you'd stay away from me. Am I needed? This feels so good. After Baby 5 left, Doflamingo asked curiously, Baby 5's figure isn't bad compared to Monet, why do you have to choose Monet? I'm afraid that after she becomes my personal secretary, my blonde hair will be dyed green. If you want a woman with Baby 5's personality, you have to go to a city where there are no men except you. After a long silence, Jack asked Doflamingo. They're just 2 so-called supernovas, do you really need to call me here at this time? First killed the Marine G5 branch members, and then the Marines Vice Admiral Garp and the newly appointed Admiral Fujitora rushed to me. Plus Geisa also fell into their hands. I called you over here, but just to be safe. After all, the Marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp, doesn't follow the rules that well. But unless it's a critical moment, you don't need to take action. Letting you come here now is just to help you build a better relationship with those life secretaries who miss you so much. After Doflamingo finished speaking, he turned and left. A dozen young ladies dressed in unique styles walked in. Oh, by the way, I've sent someone to take Yamato to the casino. Don't worry, it's safe. Bang. After Doflamingo closed the door, he walked to the rooftop and looked down at Dressrosa. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. Ouch, 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 ouch. Pirates supernova? Marine admiral? Marine hero? Foo 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 foo. What would their expressions be like if they defeated me and found out they had to face the strongest person in the world? It's really exciting. According to the time, they will be here soon. Let me see what this little brat Luo wants to do. Advertisement: Yamato had bad luck today. No, it should be said that his luck was very bad. Although he knew that the money he lost was not his, this feeling still made Yamato feel extremely uncomfortable. After losing to his opponent again, Yamato slammed the table with red face. All in. Black. Ha 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 ha, then I'll continue following you. Gladius hooked his finger at the dealer, who nodded and pressed his finger under the table. Soon, Yamato shouted excitedly. Ha 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 ha. I win. Go on, damn it. With the help of the dealer, Yamato won a lot and couldn't stop smiling. Although Yamato knew from his perception of Kenban hockey that it was the dealer who was helping him, he could take away any winnings, and there was no telling how much delicious food and fun things he could buy with them. You can win money and satisfy your competitive spirit at the same time. Who would refuse such a good thing? What? You mean cheating? Cheating is also a sign of strength. Oh, it's so lively. Can I join in? Gladius looked at the blind man leaning on his sword, observed him carefully, and did not stop him. Oh, blind man? Yamato glanced at the dealer and said word by word. A blind man wants to gamble too? Then come up and try it. I must defeat you with my real ability. After more than a dozen rounds, Yamato's eyes turned red as he looked at the remaining 10,000 Baileys. Ha ha ha, this old man is pretty lucky. With so much money, I don't know how much wine I can buy. Bang. Stop being so arrogant. Yamato slammed the remaining 10,000 Baileys onto the table and shouted. Go on, I'm going all in on this one. I don't believe you can guess it right. Ha ha ha. Since you are willing to give me money for free, why shouldn't I take it? Looking at Yamato, who kept waving at him, the dealer fell silent. Ha 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 ha. You lose. Ha ha ha. I win again. Ha 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 ha. You have bad luck. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, I win again. You've already lost everything. You can leave now. Wait a moment. The blind man touched the empty table in front of him, raised the sword in his hand and pulled it lightly. Crack. Advertisement? A group of Marines came in, causing Gladius to stop attacking. You have to be reasonable. It's right there. It's right there. I don't think you know her. And that lady, you can't cheat in gambling. It's okay, I just met two unreasonable bastards. What's there to explain? I've seen it all. There's no trap here. Hey, what do you want to do to this beautiful lady, you blind man? Why help her? Buzz. Chopper couldn't stop crying, and Gladius' face turned green under the mask. Boom. Get out. Bang. Fujitora Admiral, what happened? I clearly felt it. There is a mechanism there. Sanji and Barry, with nosebleeds flowing, looked at the mechanism that was cut open by the blind man, and then looked at Yamato, whose weapon was almost bigger than his head, and shook his head firmly. Boom. No. There's nothing there, you guys. Sanji floated to Yamato's side with a red heart, and Barry, who was holding a cigarette, also jumped over with a red face, tore off the tablecloth on the gambling table and wrapped it around Yamato's legs. Yamato stretched out his palm and waved it vigorously at the blind man's eyes. The blind man said in a deep voice. An inexplicable pressure suddenly came, and Sanji and Barry were instantly pinned to the ground. Yamato was stunned for a moment, and Chopper in Yamato's arms was so scared that tears came out of his eyes. Looking at Luffy and Zoro chasing after the bag, and then looking at his two companions who were attracted by the beauty, Chopper suddenly felt inexplicably lonely. Can you explain to me what this mechanism is? When Yamato saw Chopper, he ran over excitedly. But my heart can see, you guys. No, you are wrong. Even if you are blind, you can't slander others. You need to be reasonable. Little UXXX, thunderous 8 trigrams. Help. Hey, what are you wearing? It's immoral. Don't try again. I'm really blind. I wonder if you can give me an explanation. Chapter 255. I didn't mean it. This move, Ghost Princess Yamato? I didn't expect to meet someone from the Beast's Pirates here, so I have no choice but to arrest you. Arrest me? Do you have the ability to do that? What Admiral? Is Admiral great? I'm fighting Admiral, thundering 8 trigrams. Boom. Seeing that the aftermath of the fight between the two was about to destroy the casino, Gladius shouted. Wait, Admiral Fujitora, Your Excellency the Ghost Princess, this is the territory of the Don Quixote family. Gladius looked at Fujitora and said, as the 7 warlords of the sea, our young master has established a casino that is popular with guests from all over the world. We have no right to stop guests from coming, right? After saying this, Gladius turned to look at Yamato. My Lord Ghost Princess, if I remember correctly, this place seems to have your. Upon hearing what Gladius said, Yamato's face turned green. Looking at the floor he had smashed, he cried out in pain. My floor. Fujitora was silent for a moment, then turned and walked away with Marine. Barry and Sanji on the ground saw Fujitora leave, and looked at Chopper who was held in Yamato's arms with jealousy. But, Ghost Princess, where have you heard this name before? The look in Sanji's eyes when he looked at Yamato changed from lustful to full of fear. The life secretaries, who had not seen each other for a long time, missed Jack too much. This strong longing turned into action, which made Jack dare not stay for a moment. Suddenly Jack stopped and held the little hand that was pushing his butt. Master Jack? What's wrong? I seem to feel something falling from the sky, like a meteorite? Haha, Master Jack, are you too tired? Are you hallucinating? Too tired? Are you underestimating me? Look at my power as a human pile driver. Thump, thump, thump. Garp was picking his nose as he walked on the avenue. He looked at the sad-looking Bear, patted him on the shoulder and said, Bellameb, the dead will not be resurrected, advertisement. Don't be so sad. Cheer up. Garp's expression suddenly became serious, and his tone became heavy. Whether it was Koby or Smoker, they all sacrificed themselves for the justice in their hearts. We have nothing to be sad about, but I can't let them die in vain. Garp closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, a big part of Koby's death was caused by my excessive distraction, so he died at the hands of that monster. But so many lives of G5 Marine led by Smoker were lost inexplicably. This time I ignored the orders of the headquarters and came here privately to investigate the cause of Smoker's death. Although the battlefield was cleaned up, they shouldn't have thrown the bodies into the sea. Only Doflamingo can make that kind of narrow wound, and with his ability, he can get there in a short time. Bellamere stopped grieving and asked curiously, but Vice Admiral Garp, the news that Doflamingo quit Shichibukai has been proven to be false. How are we going to catch him? That requires an opportunity, and I believe that Luffy and the others should be able to do it. Garp flicked the booger in his hand onto the ground, then pulled out a bag of senbei from his pocket, tore it open and threw it into his mouth. Now we just need to wait patiently. Vice Admiral Garp, I think you'd better wash your hands before eating. Boom. The sudden noise made Bellamere turn around and look over. That's Fujitora Admiral's ability. Ha ha ha, looks like Luffy and the others are here. Fujitora closed his eyes, slowly put away his staff sword, and said in surprise. Conqueror's Entanglement? Armament Haki Emission? By releasing these two kinds of Haki together through the string fruit, can it even split meteorites into pieces? What an amazing destructive power. Ouch 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 ouch. Thanks for the compliment. If everything is okay, I'll take him away. Seeing Yamato coming, Torpal was a little confused, and Gladius said quickly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that, hee hee hee. Sugar-sama was knocked unconscious by Anahime-sama's Conqueror's Haki. Advertisement, Sister Yamato, can you please beat this guy who has a runny nose all day away? That time, if Monet hadn't begged hard, Sucrose might have been killed by Jack. Torpal adjusted his glasses and said happily, Get away, you, stay away from me. I'm here to protect you. Let's go to the factory and check on those villains later. Sugar. Looking at the birdcage that suddenly appeared in the sky, Garp threw the bag in his hand to the ground and laughed loudly. After offending Jack, Sucrose tried her best to please Yamato. Her ability to turn people into toys also made Yamato very curious, so he took the initiative to catch a lot of pirates to turn into toys for Sucrose. Doflamingo was about to leave carrying the half-dead Luo, but Fujitora hesitated and did not stop him. After waiting for Doflamingo to bring Law back to the palace, Yamato was also led by Gladius to the room where Sucrose was in the arena. Let's go, Master, all the toys have returned to their human form. In addition, Sucrose also supervises the dwarf people and often lets Yamato into play without permission, which leads to a very close relationship between the two. Baloo, why did you faint all of a sudden? In the underground factory, Robin and his companions, who had returned to their human form, looked at Yamato who was holding Sucrose and apologizing loudly, and silently retreated. What? Where's the sugar? At this time, many enemies had infiltrated the underground factory. Sugar. Doflamingo was still laughing at Luo when he heard cries and noises coming from the city. Sucrose's ability was exposed when she was impatient and wanted to use it on Jack. Because an enemy came to our Dressrosa, the demon princess took the initiative to ask to protect Sugar. That's good too, with me. The protection of Sugar will be foolproof. At this time, Jack was still fighting hard. After knocking Torpal out, Yamato raised the mace again when he saw several losers of the duel being sent over for treatment. After dealing with the defeated pirates, Yamato picked up Sucrose and ran to the underground factory impatiently. Ha 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 ha, here's the opportunity, let go of my face. Thundering 8 trigrams, Chapter 256 Innocence will bury you. As Sugar falls into a coma, all of Dressrosa's secrets are revealed to the world. Seeing the people hugging their family members and crying, the Marines were stunned in surprise. Ah-Jen, I'm back, Ah-Chang. After Ah-Jen and Ah-Chang kissed each other vigorously, they looked at the man with the child beside them and finally realized. Ah-Chang, but I'm married, I have a child. What, it's you, you be asterisk 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 D. Bang. Doflamingo, Don Quixote family, I'm going to kill you. The Marines collectively observed a moment of silence for Ah-Chang, and human tragedies like this happen everywhere. There was also a woman who was surrounded by 7 or 8 men, and no one knew how many touching love stories had happened to her. Doflamingo felt sad and relieved at the same time. The sad thing is that Sucrose was knocked unconscious by Yamato's Haki. Fortunately, Jack is here, so things won't get out of control. At worst, after dealing with these enemies, Sucrose will have to work hard and then turn them into toys one by one. Young Master. Oh no. The Mara fruit has been snatched by Sabo of the Revolutionary Army, and now many pirates have gathered together and are attacking us. Many residents also attacked us under the leadership of King Riku. Hearing the pirates' shouts, Doflamingo's brows were knitted into a kawa shape. Ouch. Can a group of weak people, if they gather together, resist the strong? How naive. I'll teach them a lesson. No matter how many sheep there are, they can never be a match for a lion. Notify all cadres to move out immediately. Jack was stunned for a moment when he saw the birdcage suddenly appearing outside the window of the castle, but he quickly continued to fight. Anyway, when the critical moment comes, someone will naturally come to call you. Moreover, after Ming Ji's own training, not only has his physique been greatly enhanced, but he has also mastered Conqueror's Entanglement and Armament Hockey emission. A few little pirates alone should not be his match, right? As for Garp, I would be able to feel it as soon as he makes a move. Dressrosa was filled with wailing and crying, mixed with the sound of gunfire, and the whole city seemed to have come to doomsday in an instant. Thousands of men and women with ferocious faces followed King Liku and attacked the members of Don Quixote's family, while more people chose to pick up their children and drag their families back to their rooms and lock the doors. For them, staying alive is their only hope. The power of the Don Quixote family has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Under the leadership of Doflamingo, the lives of the civilians have been many times better than when the Riku family controlled the country. Advertisement: since none of their family members had been turned into toys, they had no reason to be hostile to the Don Quixote family. On the contrary, many people secretly hope that the Don Quixote family can quickly quell the turmoil and restore Dressrosa to its former beauty and peace. Boom! Thundering 8 trigrams. With one blow, several pirates were knocked away. Yamato looked at the hundreds of pirates who were looking at him with hatred, and shouted angrily. You bastards, get out of my way, damn it, you vicious woman. If you hadn't caught us, we wouldn't have been turned into toys. A-hole. Do you know how we have been living for the past 3 years? I was playing basketball on the boat when he caught me and turned me into a toy for 2.5 years. My year. Facing the pirates' accusations, Yamato said impatiently. You are all extremely vicious pirates who have committed all kinds of evil. I just caught you and let sugar turn you into toys. I was very merciful not to kill you. A-hole. You are a pirate too, why are you doing this to us? You beasts pirates have a much greater reputation than us, why are you trying to capture us? Why? Yamato raised his mace high and said sternly. Because I'm better than you losers. Boom. Not long after Yamato finished dealing with them, he was about to rush to the royal city with Sucrose on his back, when Geisa came over under the escort of Sanji. After seeing Yamato, Geisa excitedly shouted. My dear ghost princess, save me, save me, who gave you the courage to challenge me? After the two men held on in Doflamingo's hands for most of the day, they finally lay on the ground panting. Pirates like you who turn everyone into toys and occupy other people's countries, I will definitely defeat you today. Justice will prevail? Of course, only the winner can be just. You still don't understand the gap between us. Help, someone's killing me. Advertisement Law and Luffy rushed towards Doflamingo without fear, but Doflamingo, after being carefully trained by Jack, had already unleashed all his potential, and even now he was not much worse than King. Seeing Luffy's serious expression, Doflamingo couldn't help but smiled while covering his forehead. Weak. Too weak. Before Doflamingo finished speaking, he instantly appeared in front of the two men. With one kick, Law flew away. Just as Luffy reacted, Doflamingo punched him again, and Luffy also fell to his knees. I'm going to beat you up. Even though I'm a pirate, I'm different from you. You evil and cruel guy, and good and evil. Only those who stand at the top can use these two words to define others. A-hole. Brother Ming. With the help of his companions, Luffy rescued Law and met Doflamingo. Foo, you naive little devil, swish. And you little brats who have never experienced war, stop talking nonsense in front of me. Grandfather. Luffy stretched out his hand to stop the furious Law, adjusted his hat and shouted. I'm Geisa. Geisa. Robin-chan. Ouch, 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 ouch. Sanji looked at Yamato with lustful eyes, but when he saw Yamato's mace, the hearts in Sanji's eyes quickly disappeared. After the two were silent for a while, Sanji pulled Guy and ran away. Different from me? Do you think you represent justice? Let this innocence bury you. If you are a weak guy and still obsessed with the suffering of others, you will only bring about your own destruction. Bang! A figure appeared and knocked Doflamingo away with a punch. The dying Luffy suddenly widened his eyes. Doflamingo said, and stomped down hard, you know, this is very annoying. After the battle became intense for a while, the Straw Hat crew, which had many experts, gained an absolute advantage. Bang! Ignorant brat. Ming, I want revenge for Corazon. Advertisement chapter 257. Are you seeking death? Ouch, 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 ouch. Doflamingo stood up, wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Garp arrogantly. Marine's hero Garp? You wanted to save your grandson, so you couldn't help but attack me? You know, I'm still a Shichibukai now? Shichibukai? Garp picked his nose and said nonchalantly, soon it won't be. If everything you did to Dressrosa is exposed, you will be stripped of your position as Shichibukai. You can't fool me about this kind of thing. No matter what leverage you have over the world government, they won't dare to protect you from such a big incident. And on the contrary, they want to kill you, right? You may even need to seek Marine's protection at that time. Ouch, 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 ouch. Although Doflamingo was laughing, his laughter was filled with uncontrollable anger, and he rushed towards Garp. Then I will see what kind of strength you, who are called marine heroes, have. Doflamingo, whose strength has greatly improved, is full of confidence when facing Garp. In his opinion, during the Summer War, even if Garp attacked, he could not cause any harm to Jack. Even if he could not defeat him, at least he could hold on for a while. But what he never expected was that within 3 rounds, Garp punched Doflamingo in the stomach, almost making Doflamingo vomit his breakfast. Ahem, you are truly a marine hero, but I'm not that easily defeated. The surrounding buildings slowly turned into white threads as Doflamingo spoke. After seeing this, Garp said in surprise. The awakening of the devil fruit? I didn't expect you to have such talent, but this alone can't stop me. Garp bumped his fists together and shouted, Doflamingo, you killed Marine and Smoker from G5. No need to deny it. You were able to kill Smoker and the others so easily in such a short time. It seems like you were the only one around who has the ability to do that. And you told me all about the injuries on the Marines and the wreckage of the Smoker. You used the power of the fruit to kill them, right, Doflamingo? Ouch, 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 ouch. Doflamingo looked at the furious Garp and laughed wildly. Vice Admiral Garp, please don't say such things. How could I, as 7 warlords of the sea, kill my allies? You can't force such a serious crime on me based on your speculation. Advertisement, stop talking nonsense, watch my fight. Shield White Line. Yamato carried Sugar on his back and Sanji pulled Guy. After the 4 of them ran for most of the day, Sanji finally spied Robin and his group and hurried over. And Sugar said with difficulty, put me down, I'm going to puke. Sugar, are you awake? Great, you need to train more. You fainted when my Conqueror's Haki was activated. Your physique is too weak. Looking at Sato's eyes, Yamato couldn't help but turn his head away, not daring to look her in the eye. That's right, that's him, the guy with the long nose. Yamato's eyes lit up, and he pointed at Robin and his group who were fighting Lao Ji in the distance, and shouted. And that woman, I'll capture them both right now. Looking at Yamato who left her and ran towards the enemy, Sucrose glanced around, then quickly ran towards the palace with her short legs. Wow! Robin-chan! Help! Bang! Sanji kicked Lao Ji, who was about to launch a surprise attack, aside and pulled Guy towards Robin with a lewd look in his eyes. Hey, Sanji! Don't come over here, we can't beat him either. Chopper lay on Usopp's head, crying anxiously. Robin, who was standing next to him, turned pale when he saw Yamato. When they were in the underground factory, it was Yamato who discovered them and hit her with a stick. If it weren't for Yamato's Conqueror's Haki that knocked Sucrose unconscious, they would have been killed long ago. At this moment a voice came. Seniors, I'll stop her, you guys run away. Coxcomb. Usopp and Chopper looked at Bartolomeo with a touched look on their faces. Sanji pulled Guy past him, patted his shoulder and said softly. Oh, thank you very much. Yamato saw Bartolomeo standing in front of him, raised his mace and smashed it down. Thundering 8 trigrams. Clang, bang, what? The powerful rebound force caught Yamato off guard and sent him flying backwards. Yamato stood up, holding the mace and walked to Bartolomeo, tapping him lightly a few times and shouting angrily. You think you can stop me with these things? Look, I'm going to smash you to pieces. Father Lei Ming's 64 hexagrams, boom. Sugar was running as fast as she could with her short legs, when she suddenly felt a black screen in front of her eyes, and she quickly looked up. Advertisement Doflamingo lay on the ground, looking up at the sky with unwilling eyes. If you surrender now and remove the birdcage, I can arrange a better cell for you. Sugar. Sugar. Do you really think that I didn't have any preparation when I knew you were coming to Dressrosa? Are you looking for death? You coxcomb-headed guy, you made me knock out Sugar again, I won't let you off. Huh? Why are you cursing? Sugar pointed at Yamato, uttered a few words forcefully, then rolled her eyes and fainted. Ouch, 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 ouch. Garp slowly walked towards Doflamingo and said with a serious face, while Law, who was supported by Luffy in the distance, looked at Doflamingo lying on the ground with a complicated expression. Boom. Following Doflamingo's gaze, Garp had a bad feeling, and when he saw Doflamingo suddenly running towards that place, Garp hurriedly chased after him. Vice Admiral Garp, do you really think that everything is over? Cough cough cough, boom. Yamato sat up and scratched his head, then he jumped up quickly when he felt something strange under his butt. Ouch, 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 ouch. Wow. Don't come over here. From this moment, Doflamingo realized that his talent was far inferior to those monsters. Although he didn't know who was there, seeing Doflamingo's wild laughter, Garp frowned, stopped where he was, and swung his right fist in the direction of Doflamingo. Ouch, 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 ouch. Sugar. Sugar. The smoke cleared, and the royal city was shattered into pieces. Doflamingo was knocked flying by Garp's punch, and he lay on the ground, spitting blood. However, he was still laughing wildly. He was trained hard by Jack, and as a special ability user, he was directly immersed in the seawater for 3 days and 3 nights. He was beaten to death by Jack's mace countless times. He suffered a lot in order to increase his strength, but he didn't expect that he was no match for Garp. It may be a little troublesome, but if all of you die here, I will still be the king of Dressrosa after tomorrow. What do you mean, Galaxy Shock, this guy? You are so. Bang, Doflamingo, accept your defeat. Stay away from me from now on, this is. Jack stopped fighting, looked at Doflamingo lying on the ground, stood up and looked around, and set his sights on Garp. Ouch, 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 ouch. Chapter 258. Escape, escape, escape. Jack looked at Doflamingo, whose sunglasses were broken, and said softly. Why didn't you call me earlier, Brother Ming? I wasted so much time training you, and you got beaten like this. What a loser. I told you, thin dogs have no future. Bang. Jack exerted force with his feet and jumped into the air. When he landed on the ground again, he was already a giant elephant burning with flames. After seeing this scene, Law couldn't help but shout to Luffy. Let's run away. Run away. Your grandfather will never be his match. Is it that amazing? Luffy looked at Jack, who had transformed into a giant elephant with stars in his eyes, and said. But it's really cool, so big. Let's go, Straw Hat Master. Jack lowered his head, took a look, then quickly took a few steps back, then he saw Garp. Until Jack showed up, Garp had been keeping silent with his fists clenched. Even when Jack's huge elephant hoof was about to step on him, Garp did not react at all. Only then did Garp look up at Jack and shout loudly. You also had a part in Smoker's death. Who is Smoker? If you say Stockholm Syndrome, I know what it means. Stop joking, Jack. Koby died at your hands, and now you're involved here too. Let's resolve the new and old grudges together. Bang. After Garp finished shouting, he took the lead in hitting Jack's elephant leg with his iron fist. However, after one punch, Garp felt something was wrong. If the previous attacks could make Jack feel pain, now with this punch, Garp felt like a child fighting with an adult. This is an absolute gap in every aspect of the body. Boom. A sense of danger made the hairs on his skin stand up. Garp quickly dodged to the side, and then saw Jack's trunk quickly hit the place where he had just left. This speed, how is that possible? Boom, boom. After swinging his trunk several times, but failing to hit Garp, Jack's body slowly shrank and returned to human form. It seems that its huge size has a huge impact on its speed. I'd better turn into a human form and play with you. Garp's hair was wet with sweat. He had already used all his strength to dodge those attacks. Although he didn't know how Jack's huge body became so flexible, this was not good news for him. Although Jack was extremely strong before, I could at least use my body's flexibility to get rid of him easily. Now facing Doflamingo's birdcage, I have nowhere to retreat. If I don't defeat Jack. Advertisement. Bang. Puff. The heavy punch sent Garp flying, holding his stomach, but Jack suddenly appeared behind Garp and punched him again. Boom. After the intense attack, Garp stood up with difficulty and looked at Jack in shock. Tisk, tisk, old man. What's that expression on your face? Jack stood in front of Garp and said with a hint of sarcasm. Why don't you retire at such an old age? Whitebeard is dead now. Old guys like you from the old times should make way for the young people. Bang, falling to the bottom of the sea. Boom. Boom. After knocking Jack into the air with a punch, Garp grabbed Jack's body and slammed him hard to the ground. After this blow, countless huge rocks collapsed and the hill where the castle was located was completely destroyed. Bang. Garp also fell heavily to the ground, and the people who were still fighting around him looked over in surprise. Vice Admiral Garp. Watch out. Bang. Thundering 8 trigrams. Puff. Jack's mace hit Garp's waist and abdomen heavily. The huge force made Garp embedded directly into the stone. Jack walked towards Garp with an expressionless face, and lifted Garp into the air with a light pull. Garp was already somewhat unconscious. The force was too strong, causing not only several of Garp's ribs to be broken, but also some of his organs to be severely damaged. He kept spitting blood from his mouth. Seeing Garp in such a miserable state, Jack gently shook his head, threw Garp up, turned around and flew into the sky. Bang. Doflamingo, lying on the ground, looked at Garp who fell beside him, stood up desperately, and walked towards Garp, who also opened his eyes at this moment. Vice Admiral Garp. Vice Admiral Garp is defeated. Is that Marine's hero Garp? How could he be defeated so easily? Escape. 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 After seeing this scene, countless pirates fled desperately, and Jack flew into the air and soon saw Guy Saw and the people who were taking Guy Saw away. Master Jack. Save me. Bang. As Jack approached, Guy and his companions also spotted Jack. Guy immediately shouted happily, but was kicked by Sanji and shut up obediently. Hey, Usopp, Robin, Chopper, keep him going. Barry, let's go. Advertisement. Demon Wind Kick. Beef Explosion. 28-knot fancy rope fist. Bang. 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 As soon as Jack landed on the ground, he was attacked by Sanji and Barry. After a while, the attacks ended, and Sanji and Barry looked at Jack seriously. Swish. Bang. Barry. After stepping on Barry to death, Jack said expressionlessly. I have no objection to you playing rope art as a grown man. But you can't choose the wrong person, and you hit me so hard. What? Bang. Sanji. Sanji was knocked unconscious by a stick. Looking at Sanji who was caught by his arm, Jack opened his mouth and rushed towards Robin who was holding Guy in the distance with a broken tooth. Puff. After pushing Robin away, Usopp sat on the ground, holding his chest. Ahem. Usopp. Boom. With a push of his feet, Jack instantly appeared beside the few people. Looking at Usopp who was vomiting blood, Jack said coldly. Give me the guy, Usopp, rubber, puff. Ah. A broken tooth successfully made Luffy fall from midair. Jack looked at Luffy's rapidly shrinking fist and praised. You did get a very good devil fruit. With this, I won't be afraid of finding a girlfriend who is a giant anymore. Swish. Before Guy knew what was going on, he appeared next to Jack. Seeing Jack raising his mace to hit him, Usopp quickly took out a still beating heart and said, "Stop it, or I'll pinch you, Luffy, everyone, run. Escape, 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 there's no way we can defeat this monster." Chapter 259 This is Bond, Usopp. Bang. When the Straw Hat crew was still hesitating, Jack slapped Guy's heart in his hand and threw it to Guy. "Ha ha ha ha. My heart, how is that possible, why is it so fast?" Jack threw the heart in his hand to Guy and then suddenly looked up at the sky. The birdcage in the sky slowly dissipated, and countless excited shouts were heard. Seeing this, Luo shouted loudly. "Run! Run before the birdcage disbands! Run! Where to?" Three Swords styled Yuki Brave Claw, swish, Zoro. How is that possible? Seeing Jack unharmed, Zoro was unconvinced and was about to chop him again, but Jack took one look at Zoro and instantly appeared in front of him, and then Zoro was knocked away by Jack. Zoro. Robin and the others looked at the unconscious Zoro in disbelief, while Chopper and Usopp never stopped crying. Zoro. Barry died tragically, Luffy was seriously injured, Sanji and Zoro were unconscious, Usopp felt his body weakened, and took out his slingshot and aimed it at Jack. Sure kill. Exploding sleeping star, everyone, run away. Usopp. Seeing that his moves had no effect on Jack, Usopp shot at Jack again. Must kill Vine Star. Boom. Countless vines quickly expanded in the air and wrapped around Jack in the blink of an eye. At this time, Jack opened his mouth and a broken tooth pierced Usopp's body again. Usopp. Chopper eats the rumble ball, turns into a monster and rushes towards Jack, but is grabbed by Usopp. Ahem. I'm fine. I am a brave sea warrior, so let me be the last one for you. I can't live anymore, just let me be a hero for once. Everyone, run. Usopp, Chopper, Robin, you have to protect Luffy and the others, it's up to you. Usopp. Luo. Go. Advertisement, room. After a flash of light, everyone disappeared, and Usopp attacked Jack madly with a slingshot. Green Star. Skull Explosion Grass. Sure kill. Assault Meteor Swarm. The Fatal Green Star. The Sycamore Leaf Shuriken. Must kill. Bang. Looking at Jack who walked out of the flames unharmed, Usopp fell to the ground weakly. Jack glanced at him and was about to walk over. A pair of hands tightly held Jack's feet. Jack looked at Usopp, who was weak but had a determined look on his face, and said softly. Why bother? Your lungs are broken and you've lost so much blood, you're dead for sure. Ahem, Usopp shouted with tears in his eyes. As long as I'm alive, I will never let you hunt down my companions. I, Usopp, am a brave sea warrior, I will become a hero like Rolando. Luffy is destined to become the king of pirates, he will avenge me. I am a brave sea warrior, I am not afraid of death. I'm the son of pirates, I will never bring shame to my father. I'm Usopp, I'm a hero, I'm a sea warrior. Looking at Usopp, who was lifeless but still hugging him tightly, Jack had to exert some effort to break free from Usopp's body. It was only then that Guy, who was hiding nearby, came over. Seeing Jack struggling to break free, he asked in confusion. Master Jack, why don't you chop this idiot's hands off? Jack glanced at Guy and said expressionlessly. Because he earned my respect, despite his weak strength, he still managed to carve out a way for his companions to survive. You will never understand how much courage this so-called idiot has. You, find a place to dig a hole for him and bury him properly. I'll check. If you don't dig well, I'll bury you with it. Jack flew into the air for a short while before falling back down. Yamato was attacking with a crazy look on his face, a green-haired non-mainstream guy with a coxcomb hairstyle. But there seemed to be a layer of glass covering the guy. No matter how Yamato attacked, non-mainstream hid inside, picking his ears lazily, expressing his contempt for Yamato. After seeing this, Yamato became even angrier and shouted angrily. A-hole. You be asterisk 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 D, I will definitely kill you. Bartolomeo was a little nervous after seeing Jack, but he quickly calmed down after looking at the barrier in front of him. Anyway, no one could break through his barrier, so there was nothing to be afraid of. After watching with interest for a while, Jack grabbed the furious Yamato and clenched his fist against the barrier. Advertisement, it's no use, you. A strange red color flashed across Jack's fist, and just when Bartolomeo was about to say something, Jack raised his fist and smashed it down. Boom. Crack. Bang. Bartolomeo's barrier froze for a while under Jack's fist, and soon turned into pieces. Then Yamato grabbed Bartolomeo and grinned. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, how is this possible, why did my barrier break? Seeing Bartolomeo's unbelievable expression, Jack couldn't help but praise him. The defensive power of this fruit is very strong. Besides me, even Kaido or Garp can't break your defense. But unfortunately, except for me, of course, I am not included. So, I'm sorry, you can only die. After hearing Jack's words, Bartolomeo said nonchalantly. I'll die if I want. As long as Luffy Senpai and the others escape, it doesn't matter if I die. And I protected Usopp Senpai, Robin Senpai, and Sanji Senpai, Chopper Senpai, Barry Senpai. It's worth exchanging my life for theirs, Luffy? Usopp? Jack looked at Bartolomeo and said apologetically. I'm sorry, 2 of the people you protected have already died in my hands. That guy with the long nose is called Usopp, right? Compared to most pirates, he is indeed a brave seaman. What? Damn it. You be asterisk 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 D. I'm going to kill you, to avenge Usopp Senpai. Even though he was controlled by Yamato and pinned to the ground, Bartolomeo stared at Jack with murderous eyes and struggled desperately. Well, since you are so fearless, I will give you a ride. Don't worry, I will bury your body next to that Usopp. Crack. After twisting Bartolomeo's neck hard, Bartolomeo suddenly became quiet. Yamato stood up and said with a puzzled look on his face. Are these guys really not afraid of death? Afraid of death? Of course they are. But to them, there are things more important than death. What is that? Bond. Lousy is talking about bonds. Bonds, what are you thinking about all day long? Looking at Geisa floating over, Jack pointed at Bartolomeo's body and said loudly. Take this too and bury it. Bury it next to that Usopp. It won't be buried properly, you know what I mean. Chapter 260 We retreat. Damn it, ahem. After Doflamingo was helped up by Sokka and others, he learned that Garp had been rescued, and his whole body began to tremble with anger. This is really hard to deal with. Master. Marine support is coming. They've already boarded Dressrosa, in addition to Admiral Fujitora who's still on Dressrosa, former Marine Marshal Sengoku, Chief of Staff Suru, and Admiral candidates Chaton and Momonosuke have also arrived. Ahem. Damn it. You got here so quickly. Dressrosa was in ruins at the moment, with ruins everywhere and cries of despair everywhere. Many civilians joined forces with the pirates to fight against the members of the Don Quixote family. As soon as Sengoku and his group walked out of the port and entered the city, they saw scenes of human tragedy and their mood instantly became depressed. As they continued to move forward, more and more corpses appeared, making Sengoku and his crew feel even more depressed. A-hole. King Riku, it's all because of you, you guys. Why don't you die peacefully, if it weren't for you? My child will not die. An excited old woman grabbed King Riku's body and shouted desperately. Many people did not step forward, but when they looked at King Riku, their eyes were also full of hatred. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. The arrival of Marine caused the members of Don Quixote family to panic. Many of them turned around and ran away. Seeing this, Momonosuke led a team of Marines to chase after them. Great. Marine is here. Marine still holds a very high status in the hearts of ordinary people, and most of the people scream with excitement when they see Marine led by Sengoku. Many people were very disgusted with the Marine's arrival, and many people whose family members died in the war cursed Sengoku and others. Damn Marine. What kind of justice are you upholding? Come only when everyone is dead. Is justice delayed still justice? Faced with these people's crazy insults, Sengoku did not get angry. Just as he was about to say something to them, Sengoku suddenly looked into the distance. Doflamingo. All the Don Quixote family cadres, led by Doflamingo, led a group of men to surround Momonosuke and others. After seeing Sengoku, the leader Doflamingo laughed loudly. Ouch, 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 ouch. Sengoku. What do you want to do by bringing these people to my country? Doflamingo. Sengoku slowly walked towards Doflamingo and shouted angrily. What do you mean your country? Your conspiracy has been exposed. I'm here to arrest you. Fu. Don't forget, I'm still a Shichibukai. Advertisement. Doflamingo looked at Sengoku seriously and said. You want to arrest me? Do you want to betray the world government? Stop it. Sengoku waved his hand, and Marine surrounded all the Don Quixote family members. Then Sengoku said sternly. What you have done has broken the agreement with the world government. You are no longer a Shichibukai. Snort. Seeing that this excuse did not make Sengoku retreat, Doflamingo lowered his head and pondered for a while, then suddenly shouted. Jack. What are you still doing? With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with them, right? Bang. As soon as Doflamingo finished speaking, Jack and Yamato jumped down from the clouds in the sky. Draught. Jack. You be asterisk 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 D again. Looking at the flustered Marine, Jack turned to Doflamingo and said. Brother Ming, it seems that I have fulfilled my promise to you. Garp, I defeated him for you, and I got Geisa back too. So, I have no obligation to take action against these people again. Doflamingo frowned, looked at Jack in disbelief and asked. What do you mean by that? You're so smart, you should understand. Doflamingo glanced at Yamato next to Jack, then looked at the palace that had become a ruin, and said with sudden realization. You two did this on purpose. Hey, there are some things you can't say casually, Brother Ming. Noticing the argument between the two, Sengoku quickly shouted. Jack the Drow. What do you want to do now? Do you want to protect Doflamingo? Ah. Jack scratched his ears, looked at Doflamingo who was gritting his teeth and said. Then I have to see what this guy says. Aren't we going up? Admiral Fujitora, even though he is alone, we are no match for him. Advertisement. No need to persuade me, for us, of course, joining Beast's Pirates is the best option. I've already lost 2 of my family members, Virgo and Monet. I can't lose you again. Jack hugged Doflamingo, then turned around and looked at Sengoku expressionlessly. If we join the Beast's Pirates, you will never become the king of pirates in this lifetime. Brother Ming, how about we help you break out? Looking at Garp covered in blood, Sengoku gritted his teeth and shouted unwillingly. A-hole. Stop looking down on me. Go, retreat. Looking at the angry Marines, a voice suddenly came from behind Sengoku. Doflamingo suddenly shouted, "So, Jack, I now declare that Dressrosa has been occupied by us beasts pirates." And Kaido also knows that Doflamingo holds a big secret of the celestial dragons. Kaido naturally wanted to know this secret, but he had beaten Doflamingo countless times before, and Doflamingo refused to reveal it. In addition, Doflamingo was indeed a talent and had many connections in the world above. After the cooperation between the two sides gradually deepened, Kaido did not force Doflamingo anymore. "My choice is to join. From today on, the Don Quixote family is disbanded. Everyone joins the beasts pirates." Doflamingo opened his eyes when he heard the words, "Pirates King. If you don't leave, I will regard you Marines as waging war against us beasts pirates. The two ways to stop the world government are, first, I am captured by the Marines, and second, I join the beasts pirates. Compared to these monsters, I am still far behind." Afterwards, whether it was Sucrose being knocked unconscious by Yamato, or the seriously injured Garp being thrown in front of Ming who was also seriously injured by Jack, it was naturally intentional by the two of them. Kaido had approached Jack before coming to Dressrosa. Vice Admiral Garp. This guy, Garp, a wise choice. Kaido was of course aware of Doflamingo's former celestial dragon's identity. However, Kaido still wanted to know the secret. After learning that Doflamingo asked Jack for help, he told Jack about it. "Even if Sengoku and his Marines leave now, I will definitely not be a Shichibukai after that. If I can't become the Pirates King, then becoming the Pirates King's partner is also a good choice. Since the world government cannot protect me, then the world government will definitely send someone to kill me and silence me. Go, let's retreat, then I will have to kill you too. Welcome, my brother. As for whether Mingo will be killed by Garp, if it is Red Dog, Doflamingo may die. A Marine like Garp." Chapter 261 The Master of the Throne and Uranus, "Marine, you guys." Seeing the Marine about to leave, King Riku and his group's faces changed drastically, but at Garp's command, all the Marines, although very angry, still left quickly. Doflamingo. Several figures rushed towards Doflamingo angrily, and Derringer and his men quickly went up to them, and the two sides immediately started fighting. Thundering 8 trigrams. Bang, Rebecca. Seeing Yamato's vicious eyes, Jack raised his head. "What a waste. I was planning to find you a stepmother." Birdcage. Countless threads enveloped Dressrosa again, and the wailing sounded again. A few days later, Dressrosa returned to her usual calm. Although some places were still emitting black smoke and some people's tears were still wet, the sounds of resistance and crying had all disappeared. The talking, running and jumping toys reappeared in various places in Dressrosa, and many women danced in the street again. With the arrival of Enel's group, the flag of Beasts Pirates has been hoisted over the port. The decoration team leader of Guidao was directing his men with a bulging belly. Since he stopped being a combatant and became logistics staff, his figure has become rounder every year. The captain of the renovation team gave a lecture to several of his men, then left on the pirate's ship. The reconstruction of a Dressrosa was not enough for him to supervise personally. Lord Jack is about to return to Onigashima, so going back in advance to reinforce the battlefields between Yoko and Tianshangrenjian is the top priority. Transferring Enel to garrison in Dressrosa was also the result of discussion between Jack and Kaido. Wano-kuni has now fallen into the hands of the Beasts Pirates, and Kaido has become the new general of Wano-kuni. Both the military and civilians have shown great support. Those remnants who supported the Kazuki family have been killed almost all over the years, so even if there are still 2 or 3 kins left, it doesn't matter. Besides, Wano-kuni has always been in a policy of isolation and has no communication with the outside world. The terrain of Wano-kuni is dangerous and it is difficult for ordinary people to enter. But the Dressrosa Beasts Pirates will not give up. In addition to being a factory that produces artificial devil fruit, Dressrosa is also a trading point that connects to the underground world. Advertisement without the title of Shichibukai, it means that the Marine and the world government can send people to lurk here at will. To deal with them, Enel, who can use the power of the fruit plus observation hockey to monitor the entire island, is the best candidate. If they really encountered any danger, it would be very easy for Enel to take a group of people and fly away using Yunbei. Kaido was very generous to the Don Quixote family. He retained the Don Quixote family name but did not place too many people there. On the one hand, as Doflamingo is the middleman in the underground world, all kinds of transactions really cannot do without him. On the other hand, after being trained by Jack, Doflamingo can be regarded as a pretty good player. Moreover, Doflamingo has been very obedient over the years. Apart from the fact that the Beasts Pirates have to pay some fees during transactions, Doflamingo always tries his best to find other information or materials as long as the Beasts Pirates need them. Therefore, Kaido not only allowed Doflamingo to continue to manage Dressrosa as the king, but also did not withdraw the cadres of their family. But in return, Doflamingo has to tell Kaido all the secrets he knows. After escorting Doflamingo to Onigashima, Doflamingo and his group followed Jack silently and headed towards Kaido's palace. As for Don Quixote's other cadres and Geisa, they also followed. Since they had joined the Beasts Pirates, they had to go through the proper surrender ceremony. Kaido's palace has changed again. When Jack and Doflamingo arrived at the central courtyard, they found that it had turned into a steaming hot spring. Jack waved his hand, and everyone except Doflamingo stopped. Jack led Doflamingo to change into a bath towel and walked in with a curious look on his face. Kaido was surrounded by his personal secretaries, closing his eyes and looking very comfortable. After Jack shifted his gaze, he looked at Ming Jie who was already sweating from the heat, and shouted to Kaido. "That's enough. If you keep us waiting any longer, he'll be cooked. Hum. Snort. Doflamingo took off the towel that had fallen on his head and looked up. Kaido sat by the pool, looked at Doflamingo, who was sweating, and said softly. Joker. No, I should call you Brother Ming now. Your body still needs some exercise, can you handle this little bit of heat? Doflamingo looked at the fat chicken in Kaido's mouth. If he was not mistaken, the chicken was still raw. And at this temperature, Doflamingo looked at Jack, who had turned into a fireman beside him and didn't know what to say. Advertisement. Okay. Now that you're here, you should know what I want to know. Speak. Doflamingo wiped the sweat off his face, and after a moment of silence, he said softly. There are 2 secrets I know. First of all, the Void Throne has a master. Seeing Kaido's surprised expression, Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses and said word by word. That's right, the Void Throne, which never allows anyone to sit on it and symbolizes the oath that all kings of all countries are equal and never harbor the desire for dictatorship, has a master. And the 5 elders who represent the pinnacle of power in this world are all his subordinates, kneel at his feet. If this gets out, I think the whole world will be shaken. Another one is the ancient weapon, Uranus, also hidden in the Holy Land Mariajoy. And it is also controlled by the master of the Void Throne. What did you say? Even with Kaido's shrewdness and knowledge, he was still stunned by the 2 secrets Doflamingo told him. The Void Throne is more than just a symbol. The oath made by the 20 kings who founded the world government 800 years ago, not sitting on it means peace, which means that there is no king, with only one person in this world. Just like the 5 elders, the supreme leader of the world government, who divides power into 5 parts. Now that the Void Throne has a master, it means that there is a dictator in this world. Not only will all the countries in the world oppose it, but even the celestial dragons will never allow it. Moreover, he also controlled the ancient weapons Uranus. The most important thing is, no one knows how many years the guy has survived. Why didn't the celestial dragons find out? But what if he has been alive for 800 years and has completely controlled all celestial dragons? Having ruled the entire world for such a long time, I wonder how powerful he will be given how many resources he has obtained. Haha, Kaido looked at Jack, who had turned into a fireman to warm up the courtyard, and suddenly felt a lot more at ease. No matter how strong he is, he can't be as strong as Jack, right? Chapter 262. The destruction of Dressrosa. Enel was inspecting Dressrosa with several of his real fighters. Enel is naturally very happy to be stationed in Dressrosa. Not only can he stay away from Jack and Jin, who left a psychological trauma on him, but he doesn't even have to go back during the fire festival. I only need to monitor everyone entering this country, and drop a bomb from time to show my majesty. This feeling of being feared is really great. Lord Enel, at this rate, it will only take 2 months for Dressrosa to be rebuilt. However, the fleeing pirates injured our men and escaped again. Should we still catch him? Drake came over with a group of people. Enel looked at his most proud subordinate and said softly. Forget about it today. Even if it's a cat catching a mouse, it still needs some fun. Otherwise, how are we going to spend these boring days? What is that? Enel looked up at the sky, and Drake also looked over there in confusion, but he didn't see anything with his sight and observation hockey. Master Enel, what is going on? Buzz, that is. Boom. A pirate ship full of murlocs was coming here from a distance. When they saw the dazzling light above Dressrosa, they couldn't bear it and jumped into the sea and dived to the bottom of the sea. When they floated to the surface again, they were shaking violently. Where's Dressrosa? Such a big city, such a big island. Why did it disappear? Where is Lord Enel? After Jack received the news that Dressrosa was in trouble, he immediately ended his training with Black Maria and Yamato and flew into the air amid the complaints of the 2. At Jack's current speed, if he flies at full speed, it will only take half a month to reach Dressrosa. However, even though he already knew about the disappearance of Dressrosa, when he saw with his own eyes that Dressrosa, which was supposed to be under reconstruction and home to hundreds of thousands of people, was completely gone, Jack still rubbed his eyes. Even if he wanted to destroy Dressrosa, it would at least take some effort and leave some traces. However, the calm sea in front of him seemed as if there had never been any islands or countries on it. Advertisement, no. Where are they? There should be another ship, didn't they find Enel? Jack quickly took out his Den Mushi and dialed the number. But after a long wait, the call was not connected. Jack pondered for a moment and flew in the direction he came from. After flying for 3 days and 3 nights, Jack finally found the pirate's ship flying the flag of the Beast's pirates. However, when he was using the observation hockey to observe in the air, the breath feedback from the ship made Jack's heart sink. Bang! As soon as we landed on the boat, a disgusting stench came over us. Jack looked at the fisherman's corpse on the deck, which was covered with scratches and tumors, and his anger grew even greater. Boom! After walking straight into the cabin and looking at the fishmen staggering with despair on their faces, Jack could no longer bear it, and spit out a flame, burning their bodies. Amid the burning flames, Jack walked towards the only room from which he could sense the presence of living beings and kicked the room. Boom! Willie. Enel. Even Jack, who had experienced countless killings, couldn't bear to close his eyes when he saw the miserable state of the 2. Their bodies were covered with scratches, bubbles of pus and blood, and some maggots were rolling in the wounds. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of their chests, they would be no different from the corpses outside. Jack. Adult. Ah. After seeing Jack appear, a glimmer of hope flashed in the eyes of the 2 men, and they quickly sat up. However, even this action made them scream in pain. A strong stench came from the two people. Jack quickly opened the water gourd on his body and poured the water into the two people. After carefully using the observation hockey and observing that there were no other living people on the ship, Jack transformed into a giant elephant, threw the two men behind his back, flew into the air, and breathed out a stream of fire. Judging from the tragic situation on the ship and the lack of any signs of fighting, Jack could guess what had happened even if Willy and Enel didn't have the energy to explain. It's nothing more than a virus transmission, but we don't know whether it is through weapons or disease. But as long as the two can hold on and let themselves be brought back to Onigashima, there will be salvation. Master's purification fruit can definitely solve this problem. When Jack flew back to Wano-kuni, Master, who had received the news long ago, had already dispersed all the people nearby. As soon as Jack landed, countless white lights flew from Master's body towards the three people. Huff, after being treated by Bai Guang, Enel and Willy's physical condition has improved a lot. At least their wounds are not so hideous and their strength has been restored. However, after operating the instrument for most of the day, Master shook his head seriously. Advertisement: there is a very strong source of infection in the bodies of the two of them. Even though I have temporarily dispelled it, it is still continuously produced. This germ only targets humans of all races, and after leaving the human body, the bacteria will die quickly. This means that the germs will disappear only after the two of them die. I think we should inform Master Quinn. Seeing Master's serious expression, Jack couldn't help but sigh. It's hopeless, right? I understand. I'll inform Mr. Kaido. I didn't say there's no hope. Master looked at Jack and scratched his head in confusion, then said innocently. My ability has awakened, and my purification ability has been greatly enhanced. I just need to purify it a few more times. And I can also give you a purification aura, so that even if you fall into the sea, you can temporarily move for a few minutes. Notify Lord Quinn because he is an expert on viruses. Master, I think if you keep panting while talking, I'd better castrate Lim. A few days later, Enel, who had recovered, carefully recounted to several people what had happened that day. It looks like a castle floating in the sky, emitting countless lasers. Even though I'm elemental and not hurt, I still feel like my body is being inexplicably eroded. Then it became like that. After Willy and the others rescued me, all the fishmen on the boat slowly died within a few days. If it weren't for Willy and I's strong physique, we might not have survived until Master Jack arrived. After listening to Enel's story, the room fell into silence. After a long while, Kaido said softly, Destroy, death, spread the virus. This is the power of the ancient weapon, Uranus. I'm here, Lord Kaido. What's wrong? Looking at Willy with a serious face, Kaido said softly. Get out. Chapter 263. The Sea Emperor is getting worse. The destruction of Dressrosa made Kaido realize the power of ancient weapon Uranus. At the same time, Kaido also knew that this was the world government. No, perhaps it was a warning from the Master of the Void Throne. He didn't care about the secret being revealed by Doflamingo and let Kaido know. But if Kaido dares to reveal this news to other people, Wano-kuni might become the second Dressrosa. In order to prevent Wano-kuni from suffering the same fate as Dressrosa, Enel once again expanded his perception range to cover the entire sky above Wano-kuni. Jack was ordered to stay in Wano-kuni for a long time, and if Uranus took action, Jack would go and eliminate him. A weapon is a weapon. Even if it is an ancient weapon, Jack does not think that he cannot destroy it. Jack has one more person to train, that is the half-merman Derringer. Being a half-fishman, Derringer's speed and strength far surpass those of ordinary people. Moreover, at the age of 16, Derringer has already achieved very good attainments in armament hockey. With this kind of talent, with more training, it may not be long before the Beast's pirates will have another senior cadre. And Doflamingo became the sixth disaster of Beast's pirates, the Line Disaster. Although the name Line Disaster sounds a little less loud than other disasters, it is also in line with Doflamingo's fruit ability. After becoming a disaster, Kaido did not assign any other tasks to Doflamingo. The destruction of Dressrosa caused many files to be lost and needed to be retrieved from other places. And completely joining the Beast's pirates means that Doflamingo no longer has to serve the world government and can concentrate on serving the Beast's pirates from now on. Some transactions between underground forces still require Doflamingo to appear in person, so a manor was specially built for Doflamingo on Ghost Island. The other cadres of Don Quixote were temporarily placed in paradise on Earth, where they spent their days eating, drinking and having fun in Wano-kuni, and were quite happy and carefree. Doflamingo would come over when he was free, and he did not feel lost by the destruction of Dressrosa. Kaido's mood was very unstable during this period, and he often dragged Jack out and beat him up. Although Dressrosa has disappeared and the raw materials for making artificial devil fruit have all been destroyed, the power of artificial demon fruit of the Beast's pirates has exceeded tens of thousands. This power is enough, and Kaido will definitely not be troubled by this. As for why, Jack knew it very well, but he found it very funny. Will Kaido be defeated by Joy Boy? If we go by the records in the diary, it will be this year or next year? Regardless of whether the prophecy is true or not, even if it is true, with the current strength of the Beast's pirates. Not to mention Joy Boy, even if Ultraman came he would not have enough energy to be dismantled, right? If it doesn't work, there's still myself. Joey Boy, just give him a slap and he'll scream. Besides, who the hell would write a diary? No one would believe it. Jack and Doflamingo were lying on lounge chairs on the beach, wearing sunglasses, admiring a group of mermaids playing in the water, when Finder arrived on the sea train. Master Jack, this is a new newspaper. Findle took a few newspapers and handed them to Jack. Because Wano Kuni had a closed-door policy, even the newsbirds would not fly over, but would only fly to Onigashima. So if there were any newspapers, Findle would always accumulate them for a period of time and send them to Jack. Looking at Jack opening the newspaper, Fender hesitated for a moment and said with some concern. Master Jack, I'm telling you something, don't be angry. Advertisement, it's Jinbei. Jinbei, what happened to Jinbei? Jack frowned, looked at Fender who looked worried, glanced at the newspaper, and then said softly. I've seen it, it's none of your business. Remember, this is Jinbei's choice. Notify everyone, Jinbei is the enemy from now on. Don't hold back if you see him, it's Master Jack. After Findle left, Doflamingo picked up the newspaper that Jack had thrown on the ground with a curious look on his face. Former Shichibukai Jinbei, joining the Straw Hat Pirates? Ouch, 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 ouch. I really can't understand Jinbei's choice. You hold a high position in the Beast's Pirates, and the Fishman Island is under the protection of the Beast's Pirates. Why doesn't he join the Beast's Pirates? And he joined the Innocent Kids Pirates group? It's really ridiculous. What's so different about that little brat? Jack sat up and waved to the mermaid who was waiting with a drink. After finishing the drink, Jack whispered to Doflamingo. In this world, there are always many people who stick to their choices. Whether it's because of their noble character or their inner self-esteem, they feel that following the general trend is somewhat burying their talents. Or maybe they just can't stand our actions, so they choose to follow others to resist us. But no matter what their original idea was, since they are unwilling to join in the conversation, then they are the enemy. My tolerance has its limits, I will personally make him realize the error of his ways. Straw Hat Pirates. That little rubber devil? If he were to be a duck, he might be a good one. Being pirates. Ha ha ha, naive little kid. As for the Straw Hat Boy, Jack admitted that he had made a lot of news in the past 2 years, but it was impossible for him to become the Emperor of the Sea in just a few years, right? Very moist. The Cross Guild was established? A bounty was offered on Marine? Master Jack. Something happened again. Don't just shout for revenge after being saved by Usopp, and come to Wano Kuni to die. Advertisement, Whitebeard's successor? The new Emperor of the Sea? The 5th Emperor of the Sea. Between Mihawk and the guy playing with sand, which one is not better than him? How can such a clown become the Emperor of the Sea? After putting down the newspaper, Jack looked confused. What a big deal. Is there another Sea Emperor, FK? Buggy. Today's Sea Emperors are getting worse and worse. Looking at Fender who had just left, Jack said with an unhappy look. Captains led by Marco and 12 large fleets have chosen to join the Straw Hat Pirates? Hancock is known as the most beautiful woman in the world. Never mind, but it's better not to mess with me, be smart. Can't his name be read backwards? When the new newspaper was placed in front of Jack, he stood up in surprise. However, after a while, Jack realized that he had underestimated the rubber devil. But Buggy, can this guy also become the Emperor of the Sea? Even though there's a sea train, you don't have to deliver newspapers twice a day, do you? What impressed me the most was his partner, or his secret admirer. World government abolishes Shichibukai. Looking at the arrogant Buggy dressed as a clown in the newspaper, Jack thought of the clown trembling in front of him and was filled with doubts. Just based on his strength, the Straw Hat crew had a war with Big Mom, and they managed to come out alive? Looking at Fender nodding frantically, Jack's face turned green soon after he opened the newspaper. Whitebeard Pirates, split? Luffy became the Emperor of the Sea, and had the support of Marco and his group. Why? Jack frowned and thought for a long time, but still couldn't remember what his strength was. Chapter 264. Team up to fight the boss. No matter how many Sea Emperors there are on the sea, it will not affect the progress of time. The new year has passed, and in 2 months it will be the annual Fire Festival. This Fire Festival is of special significance because it is the first Fire Festival after Kaido became the general. Wano Kuni was filled with joyful laughter. Many pirates had already returned to Onigashima early. Jack even turned on the meeting mode, talking non-stop all day long. New World, more than 20 pirate ships gathered at the port of a small island, and thousands of pirates were happily attending the banquet. At the table in the middle, Marco, Joes and others stood up in surprise. What did you say? A declaration of war? That's the Beast's Pirates. Besides Kaido, there's also that monster Jack. Faced with the doubts of several people, Luffy did not say anything, but grabbed the barbecue on the table and took a big bite. No need to panic. Luo. Marco adjusted his glasses, looked at Luo who was sitting on the stool holding a long sword, and said in a deep voice. You are just our ally, but you have no right to interfere in such matters. As an ally, I have naturally discussed this matter with the Straw Hat leader and have already made a decision. You, just be patient, Marco. Luo looked at Yi Zhang's empty sleeves and said bluntly. If I remember correctly, Captain Yi Zhang's arm was cut off during the war with the Beast's Pirates, and several captains of large fleets also died in that war. There is one more thing. I heard that during that war, Senior Whitebeard used all his strength, causing his old injuries to flare up again and again. If that were the case, Whitebeard might not have died in the Summit War if that war hadn't happened. And you actually have a huge hatred with the Beast's Pirates. After listening to Luo's words, Chao Zi didn't say anything. Yi Zhang touched his empty sleeves, with a hint of hatred in his eyes. Marco was silent for a while, then said softly, even so, we are no match for them. If we attack Wano Kuni, we will simply die. Of course it's not just us. Luo stood up, walked to Marco with a somewhat excited look and said. Dressrosa has completely disappeared. Although I don't know how she disappeared, I know that there is no other force that could have done this except the world government. In the battle with the Don Quixote family, I learned a lot of things, and also learned that Doflamingo holds a secret of the world government. I don't know what the secret is, but Dressrosa must have been destroyed because of it. Now Doflamingo has become the sixth disaster of the Beast's pirates. The world government definitely wants to get rid of him. If we attack Wano Kuni, the world government will definitely take this opportunity to send troops. Marco shook his head and said softly, don't you know how powerful that monster Jack is? Advertisement, not only Luffy, but even the so-called emperors of the sea may not be able to defeat that monster. Besides, although the world government is powerful, how can you guarantee that they will send people to deal with the Beast's pirates? I can't guarantee it, but someone can. Marco looked at Law in confusion, but Law looked at Luffy who was standing beside him. Captain Luffy. Luffy wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth, raised his head and looked at Marco with burning eyes and said. It's Shanks. I met Shanks a while ago. After Shanks knows my idea, he will support me too. And Usopp's father is also Shanks's companion, so I must avenge Usopp and Barry. Luffy stretched his hand forward, looked around, and shouted. So everyone, will you support me? What nonsense are you talking about? You are the captain, so of course we have to obey the captain's orders. Zoro stood up and walked over to Luffy, placing his hand on him. Sanji put his hand on it, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and then said softly. Ah, of course. If we can't avenge our comrades, what's the point of living? Yo-ho-ho-ho, I've already died once and lost a companion once, so please be sure to take me with you this time. Brook also walked over to Luffy and gently covered him with his hand. Usopp. Barry. Nami and Robin, who was holding Chopper, also came over. They looked at each other firmly, put their hands together, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Well, since Luffy has been identified as my captain, I have no choice but to become the enemy of my compatriots. After Jinbei blew out a puff of smoke, he walked up to Luffy and put his hand on him. Straw Hat Master, as allies, we will of course stand together until Kaido is defeated. And me, in a blink of an eye, among all the leaders of the Straw Hat Pirates, only Marco remained in place. Josie, Izang. Marco looked at his close companion, shook his head helplessly, and then jumped lightly into the air. Since there's no room for people, I'll just stand on it. Ha 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 ha. Luffy straightened his straw hat and jumped onto the table with a big laugh. Advertisement, such young ones, were at war with the Beast's pirates. Roar. The news that Monkey D. Luffy, who had just become the Emperor of the Sea, had issued a declaration of war to the Beast's pirates spread across the entire ocean in an instant. After seeing the news in the newspaper, Crocodile was silent for a while, then looked at Mihawk who had his eyes closed, and Gecko Moria who looked excited. Call. If that's the case, then let's go together. No, don't, I don't want to meet that monster again. Buggy, who was tied to the side, looked at the three men's vicious eyes and silently turned his head away. Former G1 branch, now naval headquarters. Sakazuki was silent for a moment, then said softly. Vice Admiral Garp, although our philosophies may differ, we share the same determination to uphold justice. You will lead the team this time. Fujitora and Green Bull will go together. You must eliminate the Beast's pirates. Garp put on his dog head hat, turned around and walked out the door. Sakazuki, it's not easy to be a marshal. From now on, I'll leave the justice of the Marines to you. Vice Admiral Garp. Baldigo, Long looked at the two newspapers in silence, and Ivikov on the side said with a frown. Sabo's life or death is unknown, but the Straw Hat Boy is going to challenge that monster. Dragon, what should we do? You follow me, go to Wano Kuni. Wan Guo, after seeing the news in the newspaper, Big Mom opened her mouth wide. Mama, did the Straw Hat Boy go challenge that brat Kaido? Katakuri, tell them to go. Get ready to go, target Wano Kuni. As various parties made changes, reports came one after another in front of Kaido. Marine, Straw Hat Pirates, Red Hair Pirates, Cross Guild, Big Mom Pirates. Supernova, oh la 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 la, it's finally here? Will Joy Boy be among these people? Unlike Kaido who was excited, Jack frowned and said after reading the newspaper. So many people? Are you here to fight the boss together? Brother Kaido, I always tell you to keep a low profile, but you don't listen. Look, I've made so many enemies without realizing it. Roll. Chapter 265. The Cross Guild is annihilated. Master Jack, this time it's the Marines' ship. They haven't launched an attack on Allen Continent. The target is clearly Wano Kuni. New. After hanging up the Den Den Mushi, Jack looked at Kaido and said. Don't we really need to fly over and take out a group of them right now? You see we have an absolute advantage in the air battle. Get rid of them, so we won't be late for the fire festival. Need not. Kaido confidently rejected Jack's proposal, stood up, walked to the windowsill and said softly. Wouldn't it be a waste of the battlefield I prepared for them? Joey boy, oh la 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 la, let's get started. Jack. Let's start a world war. Looking down from the sky, Kaido and Jack were not far from Onigashima, on an island comparable to Wano Kuni. This was the battlefield specially prepared by Kaido after Tranth threw it over using the power of the poop pop fruit and Jack caught it with the flame cloud. After all, both Wano Kuni and Onigashima are now so prosperous, and Kaido is unwilling to be easily destroyed by war. As for the buildings on the island, some were built in the past and some were built during this period. At least they provide a place for the main forces of the beast's pirates to eat and live. The 6 plagues and 12 evils quickly gathered together, and according to Kaido's instructions, everyone quickly walked towards the area they were to be stationed in. But Kaido discovered that Jack, Black Maria and his daughter Yamato were missing. Enel. Wait. Where are Jack and the others? After hearing Kaido's call, Enel raised his head and looked towards the sky. Kaido used his observation haki to observe for a while, then with a gloomy face, he took out the 8 precepts from his waist and tried to rush forward. Enel knelt down immediately upon seeing this. Mr. Kaido. Please let me go. Drinking wine and eating snacks with Yamato and Maria, sitting leisurely on the flame cloud. After eating and drinking, Jack felt a little excited and couldn't help looking at the 2 people with blushing faces. My dears, have you ever heard of 1,000 miles a day? Since they haven't arrived yet, I'll show you around. A huge cloud of flames floated in the wind, and after a while, dozens of pirates' ships appeared right in front of the island. Looking at this island that should not have appeared on the map, Luffy was stunned for a moment, then he immediately understood and took the lead in using his ability to jump onto the unmanned port. Little ones. Charge. As soon as the pirate ship docked, thousands of pirates jumped off one after another. They followed Luffy and headed towards the depths of the island. In the direction they were heading, Enel and Shiryu opened their eyes at the same time. Soon after, more than a dozen pirate ships arrived from another direction. Shanks jumped onto the beach and said to Usopp, who looked indifferent. This time, we're going to make it clear with Jack. After finishing speaking, Shanks raised his right hand and shouted. Boys, the war has begun. Roar, advertisement. Shanks and his group walked out not far before they saw Jin, who looked indifferent, as well as Lim and Master. Behind them, dozens of tall and strong men opened their eyes at the same time. Seeing the faces of those men similar to Kaido, Shanks' heart suddenly became heavy. Vice Admiral Garp, the Red Hair Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates have all arrived. Are we going up now? Garp clenched his fists and said firmly. We'll go up from the east side of the island, Vice Admiral Garp. Lucci, who was wearing a white suit, said sternly. If we go up now, we will face the might of the beast's pirates. Why don't we wait until they are both defeated before we take action? I won't allow you Marine to do this, bang, well. Garp grabbed Lucci's head and lifted him up high. Don't forget, I am the commander-in-chief of this war. Even if you are CP0, you must obey my orders, both sides lose? Bang. Garp threw Lucci heavily to the ground and said disdainfully. Do you think Shanks and Luffy alone can be a match for the beast's pirates? Although they are all sea emperors, the beast's pirates and other pirates groups develop in a different way. Besides, there's that monster Jack. Take these seraphim with you now. Get ready for battle. Now, let's go. At the easternmost part of the island, Kuzan was boredly watching Runti and his brother playing around, with a dozen big men who looked like Jack behind them. When they saw the arrival of a row of warships, thousands of half-human, half-animal gift-givers rushed out excitedly from the jungle nearby. Big Mom jumped off the boat with dozens of her children and shouted. Kaido. Where are you? Quinn was sweating and walking back and forth nervously. Shiryu and the others beside him were also a little hesitant. After Quinn turned around a few times, he said in a panic. Why? Big Mom would choose this direction. This is the same Sea Emperor as Lord Kaido, and there are so many cadres here. Can we stop them with the people we have? Mr. Kaido. Mr. Kaido walked over with a gloomy face, and rushed out with the 8 precepts in hand, in front of Quinn and the others' surprised eyes. Lin, I told you, never show up in front of me. The flame cloud drifting in the wind suddenly shook violently. Well, Jack sat up and observed with his observation haki. Advertisement, Everyone get dressed. I think I saw an old acquaintance. They should also be going to Wano Kuni. I'll discuss with them and see if they can give us a ride. Mihawk stood on the deck with his arms folded across his chest, staring at the sea. Crocodile was also smoking a cigar, standing next to Mihawk, looking at the sea with a serious face. Moria kept walking back and forth on the deck, stopping from time to shout and curse, saying things like, Kaido, I'm back for revenge, I must kill you, and so on. Buggy huddled in the corner, tears streaming down his face. Thinking of Summit Warjack's performance, Buggy felt that the Cross Guild's move to follow others in attacking the beast's pirates was like lighting a light in the toilet to look for shit. Behind the ship they were on, dozens of pirate ships flying the flags of the Cross Guild followed closely, and the pirates on them were excited about going to war with the Emperor of the Sea. Mihawk looked up at the sky in confusion, and then his expression suddenly turned grim. Crocodile and Moria also looked up warily. This is Jack the Drow, a-hole, damn it. Mihawk. Wait. Crocodile turned his head and tried to stop Mihawk, but a sword light had already slashed straight towards Jack in the air. Bang. I was going to ask, but it looks like you guys won't welcome me to go to Wano Kuni with you. Goodbye then. Hot breath. Boom. Help. Buggy looked left and right, then quickly jumped into the sea. After a while, Jack looked at the burning sea and said helplessly. Why bother? I just want to take a ride on the wind. You have to make me use violence. No other way. I'd better fly back by myself. Not long after Jack flew away, several people suddenly emerged from the bottom of the sea and grabbed the wooden board floating on the sea. Captain Buggy, are you okay? Puff. After spitting out a mouthful of seawater, Buggy regained consciousness, looked around, and wailed.
My Bailey, everything we gained by exchanging Captain York's treasure is gone. I told you not to mess with him, but you didn't listen to me.
The Cross Guild was completely wiped out before they even reached Wano-kuni.
Crash. Captain Buggy, that looks like a luxury underwater canoe custom made by Lord Mahawk. I remember there were about a dozen of them. Chapter 266. Stop Jack.
Bang. Hateful. What are these people? Usopp looked at the muscular men who looked like Kaido and yelled angrily. Facing Usopp's bullets covered with armament hockey, these people seemed to feel no pain. The red hair pirates mobilized thousands of elites this time, but were stopped by just a few dozen men. God avoid. Boom. After knocking one of them down again, Shanks and Beckman looked at each other and rushed over as they saw a flash of white light from Master, and the tough guy recovered quickly. But soon Lim and Tran stood in front of them, and Hold'em also came with thousands of artificial demon fruit powers, and Master didn't know where he went. Shanks saw this, thought for a moment, and then shouted. I'm going to find Jack, I'm going to find Kaido, I'm relying on you guys here. Don't worry, Captain, then I'll leave it to you. Shanks looked back at his companions, then clenched the fennel in his hand and chopped down hard at Hold'em and his group of people who were rushing over. God avoid. Boom. Following the direction from which Hold'em and his group came, Shanks dodged Lim's attack and disappeared from Lim's sight in a few flashes. Kuzan. Are you really going to betray a Marine? Garp asked seriously, looking at Kuzan who was standing in front of him. Kuzan was silent for a moment, then said to Garp in a deep voice. I can't go back now. If I want to uphold justice, I can kill ordinary people at will. What's the difference between this kind of justice and pirates? Many years ago, this doubt had already sprouted in my heart. Especially after becoming a Marine Admiral, the more I came into contact with, the deeper my doubts became.
A few years ago, I also wanted to become a Marine Marshal and change this situation, but unfortunately I failed. And I found that even if first became a Marine Marshal, I couldn't change the current situation of the Marines. Since I can't change it, why don't I join a force that can change the status quo? Anyway, this world can't get any worse, right? Speaking of which, I have always envied you for doing whatever you want.
And now I am doing the same thing as you, Vice Admiral Garp, it's you instead. Do you really want to kill your eldest disciple?
Kuzan. Looking at the Marines suppressed by a dozen clones and some Marines frozen by Kuzan, Garp clenched his fists and rushed towards Kuzan. Puck. A burst of cold air gushed out from Kuzan's hand, and Garp's body was instantly surrounded by ice. However, in less than a second, Garp broke free from the ice and jumped towards Kuzan. After holding Kuzan tightly with one hand, Garp's armament hockey suppressed Kuzan's elementalization, and smashed him to the ground like a chicken.
Kuzan. Listen up, a hesitant person, weak and fragile.
Falling to the bottom of the sea. Advertisement. Boom. Enel's mouth dropped open and he looked at Luffy again. My current strength has greatly increased. I can use some powerful moves without the thunder drum. My lightning can now reach up to 500 million Ford. What does this mean? Ordinary people will even be evaporated by my lightning. But Luffy actually ignored his lightning and took all his attacks without any harm.
Aside from Jack, this was the first person Enel had seen ignore his lightning.
Even if it was Mr. Kaido, it would be impossible for him to remain unscathed after taking my attack. After looking at the people who were beaten to pieces by his electric shock, Enel looked at Luffy in confusion. You little rubber devil, what the hell is going on? Rubber Ape King shoots with his gun. Covering his hands with armament hockey, Enel fiercely met Luffy's fist. Boom. Enel adult. A cloud of fire floated across the sky. After seeing so many people coming, Yamato couldn't help but jump down with her mace in hand. Seeing this, Jack grabbed her.
What? Let me go. I want to fight. What are you fighting? There are so many people here, you should just take a rest here. Learn from your sister Maria. Why does a girl always fight? Why waste your energy on something like this? Now that you've rested, can't we have a good sparring match? Snort. Yamato turned his head away with disdain and said angrily. What's wrong with being a girl? Besides, so many people are coming to fight my father. As a daughter, is it reasonable for me not to help him fight?
Jack nodded and praised. You are quite filial. But don't worry, since they've come to my doorstep, as his son-in-law, I have to help Kaido. This group of traitors, these worthless people, I will go and deal with them for my elder brother. Just take a good rest and give your father a brother in 2 years. Give me a hot glass of wine. Watch me beat the crowd with warm wine. After he finished speaking, the flame cloud beneath his feet turned into the shape of a ship, and Jack jumped down with both feet. Pull the boat over. Boom. Shanks, who was being entangled by Shiryu and the others, saw Jack falling in front of him and stood still with a serious look on his face.
Jack. Hi. Diamao. Hello, but it's time to see you again. Bang. In an instant, Shanks didn't even have time to take a defensive stance before he was knocked away by Jack's punch. Puff. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Shanks asked in disbelief. Why? This is impossible. Advertisement, how could your speed and strength be so strong? Nothing is impossible. So bye. Who told you to come and seek death? Kaido and Big Mom sat in the hall in the middle of the island, constantly reminiscing about the past. You are the 4 emperors, but you can't even block a punch? Didn't you receive the information? I want to see who Joy Boy is.
Yes, Master Jack. Kaido stood up and shouted angrily.
Kaido B asterisk 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 D. Where are you? Where's Marine? Where's the red-haired guy? And where's that straw hat guy? Understood. Mr. Kaido, I will ask Master Jack to speed up and eliminate the enemy. Looking at the shocked Shanks, Jack raised his fist and was about to hit him, but Shanks' next words made Jack freeze in place. Lafayette. Lafitte walked in from the door and responded quickly. Master Jack seems to be almost done with them. After eating and drinking, Kaido shouted in confusion. Bang. Mr. Kaido. What's wrong? Bang. Where are all these enemies that are attacking us? Call Kaido-san. Sister, stop it, Jack. Let the enemy in. Keep an eye on him. Once I've dealt with the others, I'll have a good talk with him. Could it be that they can't even break through Jin's and the others' defenses? Shiryu and the others looked at the unconscious Shanks and broke out in cold sweats. Well, Mr. Kaido. Lafitte pointed at Shiryu and others who had just rushed over from outside and said softly. Runti walked in carelessly, and Peggy Wan followed behind with a helpless look on her face. A chill came over, and Kaido saw the garp on Kuzan and pointed at it excitedly. After knocking Shanks unconscious with one punch, Jack said to Shiryu and the others in a deep voice. Could it be that you, a fellow, have actually become a god? Looking at Shanks in Shiryu's hand, Kaido didn't know what to say for a moment. After slapping Lafitte away, Kaido roared angrily. Lafayette. You be asterisk 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 D. Quick, quick, swish. Chapter 267. Joey boy. Look at you. Bang. After pinching Usopp, Jack looked behind him in confusion. Huff, Master Jack. Mr. Kaido said. Stop it, Lafitte shouted breathlessly. Seeing Jack looking at him as if he were a fool, Lafitte had no doubt that if he didn't give Jack a perfect explanation, Jack would hit him to death with a stick in the next second. It's Joy Boy. Mr. Kaido said he wants to see who Joy Boy is. Ask him if he wants to find Jordan, I'm convinced too. After complaining a few words, Jack looked at Usopp who was still looking at him with hatred, frowned and said. You said that Usopp was your son? He mentioned you before he died. Say he didn't bring shame on you, he's a brave man of the sea. After hearing Jack's words, tears flowed from Usopp's eyes, but soon Usopp felt a huge pressure on his neck. Jack looked at Usopp expressionlessly and said, I have always believed in a saying, if you don't uproot the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. So I'm sorry, I can only kill you, besides, to be honest, you're a little unworthy of your son. You have a wife and kids at home, but you still want to go out to sea as a pirate? Humph. Pursuing freedom? Pursuing dreams? This will cost you a price, and the price is your life? Go apologize to your son yourself, Jack, no. Crack. Usopp. Seeing Usopp's relieved face, Beckman quickly stopped his companions from rushing towards Jack. He looked at the varying degrees of injuries on his companions' bodies, then looked at Jack's expressionless face. Beckman said in a deep voice. Pirates have no hatred. Death is the fate of pirates. Usopp died for his dream, we don't have to, Beckman. Humph. There's another smart guy, then just follow me. Jack glanced at Beckman and said to Master beside him. Keep an eye on them. If they make any unusual movements, kill them all. When Jack rushed to the center of the island, Fujitora and Green Bull, who had just been injured by Jack, were also escorted over by a group of people. Marco and his group were also escorted over by Jin, Quinn and others. Doflamingo also escorted the half-dead Law over. Kaido was fighting with a boy wearing a straw hat. Advertisement, Straw Hat Boy. Jack never expected that the one fighting Kaido would be Luffy. Jack couldn't think of what else this guy could do except handing in homework perfectly. Luffy's companions were carried up with their bodies covered in black. Facing Enel's lightning, they had no way of avoiding it and could only become living targets, even Jinbei was no exception. Jack looked at the two beauties and shook his head with a hint of regret. NN is burned out, I don't know if he can recover. After seeing Enel with a bruised face, Jack asked in surprise. Who hit me? Enel pointed at Luffy who was fighting Kaido and said. That guy ignored my lightning for some reason, and his armament haki and conquerors were also very strong. I didn't hit him. After hearing Enel's words, Jack quickly used his observation haki to observe Luffy who was fighting Kaido. For some reason, facing brother Kaido's fire and lightning, this guy's aura showed no signs of weakening. And why is this guy's aura so weird? After being hit by Kaido a few times, he was full of energy again in just a few seconds? This recovery ability is a bit of a pervert, and brother Kaido, what are you talking about? Teaching your child? What do you two have to talk about? Holy shit. You didn't know how to do Conqueror's Entanglement just now you know how to do it after these 3 hits. Holy shit, he can also use armament haki emission? Holy shit. Are you cheating here? Damn, that's a bit too many sit-ups. Damn it. Why is it getting more and more wrong? What the hell, brother Kaido, what are you doing? Are you letting me win? What's going on? Is this the son of luck? Could there really be a Joey boy? Thundering 8 trigrams. After being hit by Kaido again, Luffy lay on the ground and finally couldn't stand up. Seeing this, Jack immediately flew over. Brother Kaido, is this okay? I've said it before, who would keep a diary? You can't trust that stuff. What is this Joey boy? Hurry up and kill him. Hurry up and lock him up. As for the woman, we should separate. Roll. Kaido took a look at Luffy, who was lying on the ground and trying to stand up, and shook his head in extreme disappointment. You are not him, and you are not even Joy Boy. Then these guys are definitely not. It seems that the sound of the drum of liberation will never sound again. Advertisement. Kaido was silent for a while, then whispered to Jack. Kill all of this brat's companions. As for the others, HMPH. Submit to me and I will spare his life, then he shouldn't be killed by me so easily. Jack looked at Luffy who was struggling desperately in his hands, and said with a grim face. Brother Kaido, you have a strong ability to endure. Ha 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 ha. Is this Joey boy? Look at how pitiful you are. Looking at Luffy, whose hair and clothes turned white and white flames burned on his head, Jack said to himself. Swish. You be asterisk 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 D. Oh la 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 la. This guy, but if the diary is true, Joy Boy will be victorious, defeat all of us. Jack's face darkened as he watched Kaido, who had transformed into a blue dragon, being swung back and forth by Luffy like a real rope. Puff. Jack nodded and was about to leave, but he stood there. Kaido looked at Luffy lying on the ground excitedly. Rubber giant. A strange red light lit up from Jack's hand, and then Jack squeezed it hard, and the white flame on Luffy's head went out instantly. Boom. Is that the drum of liberation? Joy Boy turns out to be real? Wow. Looking at Luffy who was laughing, Kaido also laughed excitedly. Joey boy. Don't go too far. The sound of heartbeats like drums rang in everyone's ears, and then slowly drifted away. Everyone's eyes turned to Luffy who stood up wearing a straw hat. Brother Kaido, I don't know why you believe everything recorded in that damn diary so much. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Kaido's swollen belly, Jack's face turned green. Is it really Joy Boy? Jack punched Luffy, and his body shrank rapidly as if the air was deflated, floating back and forth in the air. Before he landed on the ground, Jack appeared beside him in an instant and grabbed Luffy. Rubber skipping rope. Bang. Boom. Boom. Rubber balloon. After a mouthful of blood spit out from Luffy's mouth, Luffy immediately lost consciousness. Rubber escape rocket. Kaido transformed into a blue dragon and rushed towards Luffy, but Luffy suddenly rushed into Kaido's mouth. Chapter 268. The hidden secret of the final island. Stop. Don't want. A faint shout was heard from a distance, and then Jack saw two figures rushing towards him. Garp and Shanks broke free and ran to Jack, but suddenly stopped. Jack. Let go of my grandson, grandson. Jack glanced at Garp, then said disdainfully. I'm a pirate, you're a marine, there's no friendship between us. If I don't kill this arrogant kid, how can Kaido save his face? You all saw it just now, brother Kaido was used as a rope by him. Shut up, you be asterisk 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 D Jack. Didn't I tell you that no one is allowed to interfere with my fight? That's not fighting, that's exercise. Roll. Shanks shook his head at the anxious Garp, then looked at Jack and said.
Jack, I knew it from the fact that you didn't kill me just now. I was right.
Your physique has become a divine body. God's body. What is that? Not only was Garp confused, but even Guy looked bewildered after hearing what Shanks said. Shanks looked directly at Jack and continued. Have you noticed a problem? No matter how strong our individual strength is, at our current level, there is not much difference. Not only us, but also Captain Roger and even the former Rocks, they are the same. When an individual's strength reaches this level, although it is easy to destroy a country, it is difficult for us to determine the winner in a short period of time when facing masters of the same level. Maybe there are strong people like Kaido and Big Mom who are born with strange physiques, or there are strong people like Captain Roger who have magical abilities, but they can't improve their own strength much. If you want to decide the winner, unless one side makes a mistake, it will be a test of physical quality. Whoever runs out of energy first loses. Since 800 years ago, all the strong ones have been like this. After taking a look at Big Mom who had arrived at some point in time, Shanks continued. It's like there's a shackle that's holding us back from growing stronger. At this level, no matter what method you use to train or how many battles you go through, the increase in strength will be minimal. I think everyone here has discovered it, you must have suspected it before. Advertisement. Kaido and the others looked thoughtful, which made Jack feel helpless. If you say that, don't you want me to give you an explanation? My ability was gained by borrowing the system. How can you let me explain it? Are you saying that you are not talented enough?
That's also a reason. Hey, stop talking nonsense. Even if it's like this, what does it have to do with this idiot?
I'm a little tired of holding him, let's kill him first. Call. Etc. I'll trade the last historical text signpost for his life.
Kaido looked at the dragon falling from the sky, waved his hand to let Jin and the others retreat, then signaled to Jack, who frowned and threw Luffy to the dragon. The dragon stretched out his hand, and Ivankov landed holding a red historical text signpost.
After seeing Ivankov, Lim excitedly pulled Master over, and then the three of them walked down carrying the historical text. Ahem, Shanks, did you find out about this too? You can keep talking? Shanks nodded, glanced at Luffy in the dragon's arms, and continued. However, 800 years ago, there was a person who broke through to this realm. That person was Joy Boy. At that time, he ruled the world with unrivaled strength. Just like a god. So this physique is called the body of God. But because of betrayal and some other reasons we don't know, Joy Boy was defeated.
And his divine body was also obtained by others through some means.
Looking at everyone's puzzled eyes, Shanks smiled and said. Don't forget, although I haven't been to Raftel because I had to take care of the sick buggy, I have a mouth to ask. I can tell you what secrets Raftel has, that's a fruit. But it's not a devil fruit. It's a strange fruit that can turn a person into a god after eating it. Seeing Kaido and Big Mom's greedy faces, Shanks shook his head helplessly and said, "But I'm sorry to disappoint you. This fruit has an owner." The captain learned the news from Raftel's historical inscriptions at the time. It's waiting for Joy Boy. So, apart from learning some news on the final island, we didn't get anything. And the fruit that Luffy ate was the fruit of Joy Boy 800 years ago. Jack glanced at Shanks, then looked at the curious people, and said softly, "I didn't feel any shackles, just eating, sleeping, and training. Human fruit mythical beast Nika form, advertisement." Hearing this, Jack quickly interrupted Shanks. Snort. "You should be very clear about this matter. They must have sent someone to look for you. Let's put this question aside for now. Although I don't know how you obtained the body of God, you are not the only one who has the body of God. Maybe it has something to do with talent. I am the descendant of the celestial dragons that died during the God Valley incident. You guys are aware of this. And she is in the holy place of Mariajoy in this world. So I was able to go to Mariajoy and confirm that the records in those historical inscriptions were all true." Seeing Jack's impatient look, Shanks quickly said. Several people looked at Kaido, who nodded and said to Shanks sarcastically, "Her name is I Am. She doesn't allow her existence to be known to the world. Not only are the celestial dragons controlled by her, but even the world government has long been controlled by her." "What do you mean, this weakling? You mean the fruit is meant for him to grow? 800 years ago, the guy who obtained the body of God Joy Boy through some means has survived to this day. My philosophy is different from theirs because I look forward to Joy Boy, while they look forward to powerful forces." After thinking for a while, Shanks said softly, "You can say that." Shanks looked at Jack and asked, "Can you tell me how you broke through to this level? All the wiped out countries in this world are related to her. How did you break through? But among the 5 elders, there are also those who want to rebel against her. And the blank 100 years that were wiped out were all the news about her, all the records. So they gave up on me, and you were their best choice." "Kaido, that's because a monster like Jack appeared. You broke through without realizing it. Maybe this kind of physique isn't that difficult, but you just don't have the talent." Shanks looked at Kaido and said loudly, "That means they have a much better vision than you do." Advertisement Chapter 269 Alliance and Rewards. After a short silence, Shanks looked at Kaido and Big Mom and said seriously, "It looks like you two have teamed up, but even if you want to rule the whole world, your first enemy is the world government, that is I Am. We don't know how much power the world government has hidden. Kaido, the reason you've accumulated so much military power is because you're worried about this, right? I have a suggestion. Why don't all of us here unite together?" "Jack, damn it, I'm going to kill you, swish." After seeing Mihawk and his group coming out from nowhere and being knocked unconscious by Jack, Shanks said helplessly, "See, this is the power of the divine body. I'll go on. I have a suggestion. How about we all unite and fight against the world government?" At this point, Shanks looked at Garp. "Vice Admiral Garp, from what I understand, there are many people in the Marine Corps who are dissatisfied with the world government, right? Marshal Sengoku has been working hard for so many years to free Marine from the control of the world government and give it a stronger voice, but after Sakazuki became the Marine Marshal through the 5 elders, even though he wanted to resist, the world government's control over the Marines has become even stronger. And they control all of the Marines' finances, so the Marine is so constrained. If I can solve this problem, Vice Admiral Garp, I wonder if the Marines can join as pirates in resisting the world government." Seeing Garp's stunned expression, Shanks continued, "Don't be confused. I can't do it with such huge financial resources, but celestial dragons can do it. Among the celestial dragons of Mariajoy, there are also those who are very dissatisfied with I Am for betraying the oath of his ancestors. The reason why celestial dragons became like that is because of I Am. Of course, there are some celestial dragons who can't stand the actions of their own kind. And I am their representative." Advertisement. "So, Mr. Kaido, Ms. Big Mom, and Vice Admiral Garp, Mr. Dragon, oh, and Buggy. Can you agree with us to form this alliance to resist the world government? If the rebellion is successful, how about we discuss how to rule the world? Let's put aside all hatred for a while. How about this?" Buggy, who was trembling in Jack's hands, was the first to speak out. "I absolutely agree." Kaido exchanged a glance with Big Mom, then they all looked at Garp. Garp was silent for a moment, then raised his head, glanced at a few people, his eyes fell on Jack, and then he nodded heavily. Since his father agreed, Long also nodded quickly. Kaido and Big Mom also said in unison, "Okay, we agree. Very good. Then our alliance is established. First, there is one most important thing that needs to be confirmed." Shanks looked at Luffy in the dragon's hand and said softly, "Although Jack is powerful, it is too dangerous to rely on Jack alone. After all, Yimu has ruled this world for so many years, we don't know what special abilities she has. So I want Luffy to take Raftel, the fruit that should have belonged to him, to become a divine body, and fight against I Am together with Jack. What do you think? Why don't we vote?" Shanks UB ******** D. Kaido naturally knew about the relationship between Garp, Dragon and Luffy. There was no need to guess that they would agree. After knowing the power of the divine body, Kaido naturally did not want Luffy to become a divine body as well. Moreover, Kaido did not believe at all that the so-called divine body only worked on Luffy. "I won't agree to it, otherwise the alliance will be disbanded." Don't forget, you are alive now only because of my mercy. Kaido looked at them and said coldly, without you, I believe that with the power of the beast's pirates, we can defeat the so-called I Am. Kaido. I can guarantee it. Shanks looked at Kaido and shouted. You can go to the final island first and try to see if you can get the fruit. You can even take Luffy with you to get the fruit and see if you can eat it yourself. You all can try it. Don't you really understand the power of the world government? What will happen to Yamato if Jack dies? Advertisement, you. After hearing what Shanks said, Kaido looked at Jack with an embarrassed expression. Jack walked up to Kaido, held Kaido's hand, and made an okay gesture to Kaido. In Kaido's puzzled eyes, Jack glanced at a few people and said softly. I agree to this. What, Jack? Shanks is right. One more helper will make us more powerful. Not to mention the fact that I Am has ruled for 800 years, if her own power has grown again during these 800 years. So I won't object, but this guy seems to have a very deep hatred for us, so you have to try to persuade him. After seeing Jack speak, Garp and the others quickly said. Don't worry. Leave it to us. Looking at Luffy who was still in a coma, and Garp and the others, Jack had a look of disdain on his face. Damn. No wonder he became the king of the sea in just a few years, it turns out he has connections. The reason why he agreed to Shanks' proposal was not only because he didn't know what kind of power the world government was hiding, but also because Jack was confident that even if Luffy ate the same divine body as himself, he would definitely not be his opponent. Besides, he couldn't guarantee that the fruit that could make a person become a divine body would not disappear. If I obtain this fruit, how strong will I be? Thinking of this, Jack looked at the prompt on his panel. Congratulations to the host for docking successfully. Because no extraction was chosen for a long time, the system has now automatically extracted. It is detected that the host participated in a battle with more than 50,000 people. The number of UR level people has reached the final limit, and 3 flash rewards will be obtained. Congratulations host for receiving the shining reward, and the devil fruit proficiency level will increase by 1. Congratulations to the host for receiving the shining reward, the special skill listen to the voice of all things, advanced. Congratulations to the host for winning the shining reward, the son of fortune, only 1. Devil fruit, devour. Completely devours the soul of the devil fruit, allowing the devil fruit to contain its own will and be able to reincarnate continuously. Listen to the voices of all things. You can listen to the voices of all things and control creatures of varying strengths as your skills grow. The only skill of the son of luck. Everything in this world is destined to be yours. Everyone you see will cheer for you. No matter how powerful the enemy is, you will not die, and you will definitely be the final winner. Not to mention the other 2 skills. The son of luck is the reason why Jack is confident that he can obtain the fruit. It is the only skill, which means that apart from himself, no one else in the world has this skill. And Jack knew who got it from. But why, despite having such a terrible skill, Luffy is still no match for me. Is this what it means to have worse luck than Hanging Bee? Chapter 270. Ancient Weapon Collision in the Final Island. That is, a group of people were still discussing and raised their heads at the same time. Several of them were masters of observation hockey and were extremely sensitive to signs of danger. From their perception of observation hockey, they could tell that a strange-looking machine was heading towards the top of the island at an extremely fast speed. This is, ooh-oh-oh-oh. Although the alliance has been established, there must be a leader. And I will show you the true strength of the beast's pirates. Jin. Send Pluton to attack. What, Pluton? Then this is. That's right. Kaido looked up at the sky with some excitement and said word by word. This is the ancient weapon that made Dressrosa disappear, Uranus Uranus. In the blink of an eye, Uranus Uranus flew above the crowd. At the same time, the sign of danger became stronger and stronger. At this moment, Uranus Uranus suddenly changed direction. Residents of Wano Kuni all ran out of their rooms after a violent shaking. A huge warship emerged from the bottom of the sea, floating between Wano Kuni and Onigashima, and then hundreds of gun barrels on the entire ship were aimed at the sky. Buzz, bang. Strong lasers shot out from the ship, and at the same time countless lasers fell from the sky, and the lasers collided violently. You can't look, close your eyes, boom, my eyes. In the blink of an eye, the laser disappeared instantly, and only the huge battleship emitting black smoke remained on the sea. Many pirates' eyes had turned into 2 holes because they had just stared directly at the collision of the lasers, and the surrounding trees also caught fire. Is this the power of ancient weapon? The strength of Shanks and his companions is naturally not comparable to that of ordinary pirates. Seeing the collision of ancient weapons with their own eyes, a huge wave of emotion surged in their hearts. Then I will find someone to translate these historical text signposts as soon as possible. You guys, tell your men to go back and just stay here. Gather at Onigashima in a week. Set off for the final island. Kaido looked at Garp and the dragon and said, as for you Marines and the Revolutionary Army, you guys have to figure this out on yourselves. But no matter what the outcome, when we return from the final island, it will be time to gather our forces for a decisive battle with the world government. Jack took a few steps slowly, then suddenly turned to Shanks and said, oh, I forgot to tell you, I sent that guy named Usopp to see his son. I hope you don't mind. Advertisement. Shanks raised his head, looked at Jack deeply, said nothing, but smiled helplessly. Jack also smiled when he saw this, and turned and left. Haha, no hatred? You're counting on others to become gods and then take revenge, right? What an unrealistic dream. There are so many pirates like this. Oh shit. Wait. Where are Yamato and Black Maria? My drink must be cold by now. Watching Jack hurriedly fly into the sky, Kaido shook his head in disappointment. Jack is no good, being so reckless. It seems that the only way is for him and Yamato to give me a grandson to inherit my position as general of Wano Kuni. Kazuki Sukiyaki's translation was very fast, and when Jack pretended to stab Kazuki Hiyori to death, Kazuki Sukiori cried and begged, which made Kaido believe Kazuki Sukiyaki's translation. A week passed quickly, and Big Mom, who was visiting Onigashima, arrived first. After a while, Shanks also came with the silent Luffy. Then let's go. Jin, I'll leave this to you. Don't worry, Mr. Kaido. Wait a minute. A burly, dark, and strong man, who was half a head taller than Kaido, ran by. While Jack was still wondering who this man was, he noticed that Lim, who was standing next to him, began to tremble in his legs. Lim, are you okay? You're so weak, why don't you just not go? Lim, bang. Please miss me when you leave. What? Come, I'll give you a purification circle, so you won't get sick on the road again. Looking at the handsome man in front of him, who looked as handsome as Li Kui and as handsome as Zhang Fei, pouting his mouth as if he wanted to swallow Lim, Jack shouted in horror. You are Moss, Stir, Master Jack? What's wrong? Looking at Master's sturdy body, his thick leg hair even under the printed dress, and Lim's desperate face due to being pricked by his beard, Jack shouted angrily. Where is the Demon King? What's going on? I asked you to restore Master, not to turn him into this. Come here, advertisement, bang. I will definitely overturn this world, I will surpass you. This is what I really look like, am I not beautiful? Hate. Kaido couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Master return to his original state. It also has the largest amount of materials that can be stored. After all, with so much ivory sold every year, how can one make money without enough warehouses? Lousy will be the first to land on the island. That's outrageous, he even has a beard. Jack looked at Lim, then at Ivankov who had just arrived. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision. Pointing at Master, Jack shouted to Ivankov. You can't handle it. Ivankov was stunned for a moment, then he extended his fingernails and walked towards Master. Oh la 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 la. I became the king of pirates too. But becoming the king of pirates in this way is not my style, Kaido. After Lim nodded painfully, Master leaned his head on Lim's shoulder shyly and said. Call. I've reached the final island. Damn, I want to kill someone. Kaido flew over first, and when he landed on the final island, he shouted loudly. Roger, I've arrived here too. Lim, listen to me. You, now, immediately, continue to turn Master into a man. After sailing for more than half a year, Kaido picked up the map and looked at the island in front of him excitedly and said with a smile. After the Lil episode, everyone set off for the final island on Jack's mammoth. But, Master Jack. Everyone looked at Jack who had a bad look on his face beside Kaido, and no one refuted. With Shanks' guidance, they encountered countless extreme weather conditions along the way. Neither glaciers nor heavy rains could stop these strong men from moving forward. Become a true pirate's king, then Lousy is the king of pirates. Why? Of course, Jack Mammoth is the best and fastest of all the ships. The Mammoth accelerated towards the island. Chapter 271 History and Fruits. Bring out the Sukiyaki. Jack shouted loudly towards the cabin, and soon Sukiyaki was brought out by Lim and his men. Jack closed his eyes, listened carefully to the voice entering his mind, and said in a deep voice. I have sensed the location of the historical text, follow me. The final island, named Raftel by Roger, looks no different from other islands. In fact, compared with other islands, the environment here looks more desolate. Listening to the sounds of all things allows Jack to hear the sounds made by all things, among which the sounds of historical texts have a unique sense of vicissitudes. Following the direction of the sound, Jack led a group of people and moved forward quickly. After running for most of the day, Lim put down the Sukiyaki. A towering giant tree is surrounded by many huge stone tablets, and there are several stone houses next to it, as if giants live there. These inscriptions, they are all historical inscriptions. Sukiyaki, come and translate, what is written on it? Sukiyaki took a few shaky steps and looked very excited. Since it was absolutely impossible to translate it in such a short time, many pirates began to set up tents and prepare to make a fire to cook. Jack walked into the house and observed the room full of traces of time. He came out and carefully looked at the giant tree that seemed to block the sky. It's very strange. When you look at it from a distance, it seems invisible. Only when you get closer can you discover its existence. Seeing everyone's confusion, Shanks said softly, this is the giant tree that bears the fruit of God. The last time Captain Roger came here, this giant tree hadn't appeared yet. Although Captain Roger sensed it, he couldn't find it. It's amazing. Now that we can all see it, it means the fruit of God is ripe. Oh, mature? And what about the fruit? Glancing at the puzzled crowd, the red-haired man laughed loudly. The fruit is in this tree. It's up to you whether you can get it. Snort. Kaido glanced at the giant tree, transformed into a blue dragon and flew into the sky. He opened his mouth and spit flames upwards. Hot breath. This. Bad wind. What's going on? It's clearly real. Kaido touched the giant tree and fell down in disbelief. Advertisement, mama, then let me try, Napoleon. Mom, I'm here, mother's visit cannon 3,000 miles away. Big Mom swung the Minguang sword vigorously, and a human-shaped sword energy appeared and flew towards the giant tree. However, after a moment, the sword energy dissipated, and the giant tree was still unharmed. Fire light cannon. Seeing that Big Mom's attack was ineffective, Long also tried it out of curiosity. However, no matter whether it was the dragon or anyone else, no matter how powerful their attacks were, they seemed to have no effect on the giant tree. Not even a trace of power was leaked out. Sukiyaki, who was still staring at the stone tablet obsessively under the giant tree, was proof of this. Jack did not attack the giant tree because Jack knew that the stone tablet must have records on how to obtain the fruit of God, otherwise Shanks would not know. Kaido and his companions soon understood what was going on. They kept silent and continued to wait for Sukiyaki to translate the historical text while sending people to search the entire island. The island is not very big, and it took more than half a month to check everything on the island, but apart from this strange giant tree and these historical texts, nothing was found. Oh, and a stone tablet saying Roger had been here was found, so everyone followed suit, saying Kaido had been here, the dragon had stayed here, and Lim had tasted the river water here. Jack thought for a moment and also left a message on the stone wall. If anyone can eat watermelon here in the future, don't forget to thank me, Jack. As one of the producers of historical texts, Sukiyaki's proficiency in historical texts is naturally top-notch. Jack urinated in front of him from time to time to remind him of what would happen to his granddaughter if he dared to cheat, so he didn't dare to lie. Moreover, Sukiyaki didn't know what Shanks said, and from the things he could translate that were the same as what Shanks said, he knew that both of them were probably not lying. But there are many things Shanks is not very clear about. Red Line God's Kingdom? Clan D? A tribe that yearns for happiness and freedom? Joey Boy, the leader of the D tribe, rides on the Elephant Lord and sails across the sea to free slaves? The person from outer space? Yimu is the person who came down from the moon.
Countless countries have been saved, and the 20 royal families have united to worship Joy Boy as their leader.
Uranus was brought by I.M. Betrayal? With Joy Boy's bloodline, the child is on the verge of death. Let Joy Boy give the fruit of God to the fetus in the belly, and then digest the fetus in the belly, and thus obtain Joy Boy's divine body? Disappear. Exiled. Hide. Destroy. World government established. I am unwilling to give up. I will transform myself into a divine fruit tree and wait for reincarnation. 800 years later, Joy Boy reappears in the world, inheriting the fruit of God. I bet right, Shanks. Let's try it together. Advertisement. Only you can save this world, because you are the Joy Boy of this era. When Kaido and Big Mom saw it, they rushed over to grab it, but they couldn't touch it at all. Even if they stood in front of it, it passed through their bodies and continued to float towards Luffy, as if it had no substance. Although there are not many written records, and even the pain of the person who carved the steel can be seen from the damaged scratches on it, everyone still has a general understanding of what happened in the blank 100 years. Boom. Later, I.M. became pregnant with Joy Boy's child, and Joy Boy actively transferred the fruit of God to the fetus in his belly. I.M. then digested the fetus and obtained the body of God. Joy Boy is the king of God's kingdom, the leader of the D clan, who lives in Red Line. This woman is really cruel, and these inscriptions were carved by Joy Boy, right? And the God's fruit tree was also transformed from Joy Boy's body? Then according to the agreement, you can't get the fruit, so let Luffy try. As for how to obtain it, you're happy too early. Boom. After hearing the voice, the giant tree suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and then turned into a golden fruit, floating straight towards Luffy. And because of the loss of Joy Boy, the 20 kings established the world government on the Red Line. Bang. After seeing this scene, Kaido and Big Mom could only shake their heads helplessly and give up. That is the fruit of God that belongs only to you. You are the future of this world. Luffy. Did you see that? Boom. Luffy, who had been silent the whole time, put his hand on his hat, and his whole body turned into a form surrounded by white flames. At the same time, the drum sound like a beating heart appeared again. I am so happy, however, she concealed these things, trapped Joy Boy here, and destroyed the kingdom of God. This race yearns for freedom and happiness, so Joy Boy rides on his elephant to liberate slaves everywhere. I see. Watch me. Luffy. Awaken the fruit. The so-called 20 kings were probably the slaves of the time. After they established their country, they worshipped Joy Boy as their master. During this period, Yim became his partner and may have also participated in these things. That is, Shanks looked at the golden fruit floating towards Luffy with excitement. After everyone had read the content, Shanks took a few steps forward and said loudly. At the command of the two people, everyone showed their magical powers, but no one could touch the fruit of God, and it still floated straight towards Luffy. Seeing the fruit of God being grasped in Jack's hand, Shanks' expression froze. After knowing everything, Jack felt a chill down his spine. Chapter 272 Target Mary Chow. How is that possible? How is it impossible? Seeing Shanks' look of disbelief, Jack tossed the fruit of God in his hands a few times and swallowed it without hesitation. Jack. You. Give it back to me. Luffy, who saw this scene, roared in despair and was about to rush over, but was stopped by Shanks. You want to die? Shanks saw that Jack had the intention to kill, and said in a panic. Jack. You can't kill Luffy. You saw just now that only Luffy can obtain this fruit. Mariojoy might be hiding some secrets. Who knows what's there, and Luffy needs to get it, and none of us knows how powerful I am is. If you kill Luffy now, our alliance will be broken. Kaido shook his head at Jack, and Jack said nothing more. The dragon also floated over, and under the constant comfort of the two people, Luffy returned to his silent and taciturn self. Check if there's anything else. If not, let's go. Brother Kaido, come here. Feeling the heat in his body, Jack waved to Kaido and flew towards the boat. Kaido followed him immediately after seeing him. As soon as he landed on the bed, Jack collapsed weakly. Jack. What's wrong? Brother Kaido, I might have an upset stomach. I wanted to vomit it out for you to try, but I didn't expect it to be digested by me. If it doesn't work, I'll go to the toilet and see if I can poop you. Get out of here, thundering 8 trigrams, boom. After Kaido hit Jack with the stick, he found that Jack had already fainted with his eyes closed. Kaido was so angry that he wanted to throw Jack into the sea, but after all, he was his son-in-law, so Kaido grabbed Jack's hair and pulled him into the cabin. Soon Big Mom and her group returned to the boat. Everything on the island had been checked by everyone, except for the fruit tree of God and the historical texts. There was nothing else and there was no need to search any further. If we continue forward from here, we should be able to reach Sahai. Then according to the agreement, when I return to Wano Kuni, 2 months later is the day to attack Mariajoy, don't forget it. Mariajoy, looking at the 5 elders kneeling at his feet, Yim waved his hand gently. I know everything. All of you, get off. After everyone left, Yimu slowly walked into a room, looked at the huge straw hat inside and said. Even if the Nika fruit is awakened, it is defeated. When I exiled you, I didn't expect you to be able to escape. Advertisement, but why would you come back after you die? Do you hate me that much? I am only seeking revenge for my people? Joey boy. That man has already been defeated, which means he is not you, you can't come back. I've been bored for too long and I'm tired, let's see if these people can defeat me. When Jack woke up again, the mammoth was almost reaching the continent of Allen. After seeing Jack wake up, Kaido left the room relieved. After not eating for a long time, Jack did not feel weak at all. After feeling his own strength, Jack quickly looked at the panel. Congratulations host, you have successfully swallowed the fruit of God. Because host has become a divine body, the divine body has been strengthened. Body of God. You are God, no one in this world can be your opponent. Without any complicated introduction, a simple sentence can show how strong Jack's body is now. As the mammoth returned to Wano Kuni, the news that Kaido had become the king of pirates was spread early, and Kaido began to issue the first order of the king of pirates, summoning all the pirates to attack Mariajoy 2 months later. The Big Man pirates and the Red Hair pirates did not object to this, let alone the other pirates. The intention of Kaido's order was very simple, which was to end the Celestial Dragon's 800 years of rule over this world. The world government did not seem to take any action, and the whole world fell into panic. When Sabo contacted Long, after listening to Long's story, he said in confusion. What? You mean you all know the news we risked our lives to find out? How about this, Chief? Wait for me, I'll go see Luffy right away. Naval Headquarters, after listening to what Garp said, Sengoku and Suru both looked at Sakazuki. Sakazuki, with smoke coming out of his body, looked directly at Garp and said word by word. You mean for me to compromise with the pirates, or even form an alliance? In that case, are we worthy of the justice behind us? Then is it right to continue being a dog of celestial dragons and upholding the so-called justice? Sakazuki? You, Vice Admiral Garp, I have all the information you requested. But there are too many of them, so this room doesn't seem to be able to hold them. Boom. Garp walked out the door. Not long after, there was a loud bang and the wall collapsed. Hundreds of carts carrying documents filled the entire corridor. Sakazuki. Take a look, these are just a few decades of crimes committed by celestial dragons. Advertisement, I knew I couldn't change my old self, so I didn't want to be an admiral. And now that we have the opportunity, to borrow Kuzan's words. Since the world can't get any worse, why not give it a try? Garp walked up to Sakazuki aggressively, looked directly at Sakazuki and said.
I declare that you are no longer a Marine Marshal.
If you agree, you are still Admiral Akainu. If you disagree, quit the Marine. Garp. Sakazuki stared at Garp without showing any weakness and asked. Why? Just because of this. Bang. Garp broke the roof with his fist and jumped on it. Then a voice like thunder sounded. Hero Garp. Hero Garp. Sakazuki and his companions slowly walked to the door and looked down. Countless Marines were crowded in the square, raising their right hands in the heavy rain and shouting Garp's name frantically. As this Marine's hero, Sakazuki slowly closed his eyes and smiled. Then Marshal Garp, please give the order. Garp looked at the enthusiastic Marines and shouted. Let's go. Target Mariajoy. Yes. Shanks and Luffy stood together, looked at their serious companions, and shouted in unison. Young ones. Let's go. Target Mariajoy. Countless newsbirds are flying among the kingdoms, bringing world-shocking news one after another, leaving many people numb. Rayleigh put down the newspaper in his hand and looked up at the sky. Did Marine betray you too? Roger, it seems like someone has done what you can't do. But the person who got the fruit was not your son. You are wrong sometimes. At Amazon Lily's harbor, Hancock, holding a baby, shouted. Set off. The target is Mariajoy. Chapter 273 I am God, God is me. Master I am. Marine has betrayed us too. What shall we do? Garp has proclaimed himself the Marine Marshal and is following the Marines to attack here. Lord I am. We have discovered the whereabouts of the Revolutionary Army. Lord Yim, there are more than 50,000 people aboard the Red Line. They're the elite among the elite. They're coming towards Mariajoy. What should we do? How? Yim stood up from the void throne, walked down the steps gently, came in front of the few people, and placed his hands on the blonde 5 elders and the bald 5 elders. There is even a traitor among you. What can I do? What? Swish. Bang. Bang. As the bodies of the 2 men fell, Lim looked at the remaining 3 and said nonchalantly. But they are just like mortals. They don't understand that the majesty of God cannot be violated. You guys go down. It's time for the hidden strength of the world government to be revealed to the world. If you can't stop them, don't come to see me again. Yes. Lord Yim. Countless pirates and marines, through various means, climbed onto the unreachable Red Line, and they all rushed towards Mariajoy. However, countless bird-like machines appeared in the sky and attacked them. Buzz. Boom. Ah. Faced with these lasers that can easily penetrate the human body, even these human elites could not withstand it, and many died tragically on the spot. Thor slash. Boom. How scary. Kizaru looked at Enel floating in the air and slowly lowered his finger. Garp led countless marines to charge at the front, and Shanks, Luffy and others followed closely behind. When they arrived at Mariajoy, the gate that was open in the past was closed, and dozens of human heads were hung above the gate. After seeing the faces of those heads, Garp and his group suddenly fell silent. 2 of the 5 elders and those celestial dragons. It seems like they have been exposed a long time ago. However, today either we go with you or we send them down to accompany you. Go. Fist bone impact. Boom. Advertisement. After mercilessly smashing the city gate, countless soldiers in yellow uniforms appeared in front of everyone. The leader even released a special protective shield to block Garp's attack. A figure slowly walked out of the crowd, stood at the front, looked at them and said. Garp, Sengoku, do you really want to betray the world government? Marshal Kong. This is not betrayal, this is for justice. Huh, justice? Don't be stubborn, without world government, the world will only be worse. It can't get any worse than it is now, Marshal Sora. Garp glanced at Shanks and Kaido and the others who had come over, and shouted. You guys go in. We Marines will take care of this place. HMPH. Whatever. Kaido didn't even stop, and rushed straight in with his men past the group of soldiers, and Sora didn't give any orders to stop them, and after all the pirates were in, Garp and Sora rushed towards each other with anger on their faces. No passage here. Looking at the burly old man and the elites behind him in suits of various colors, Shanks said in a deep voice. CP department. Leave it to me, Luffy, you guys keep going. After Luffy nodded to Shanks, everyone continued to run forward. After running for most of the day, a large group of people blocked the entrance to Pengu City again. Oh, that's the Seraph, and that's the army? Jin, Quinn, Kuzan, I leave it to you? At Kaido's command, tens of thousands of Beast's pirates elites slowly stopped, while the others continued to rush into Pengu City from both sides. Mamama, looks like it's my turn. Big Mam looked at the old man with white beard in front of him and the group of oppressive giants behind him. He waved his hand and all the members of the Big Mam pirates stopped. Kaido and Luffy and his group continued to move forward, but now there were only less than 10 people left in the army of tens of thousands. Oh, no more military power? So how are you going to deal with us? Looking at the men in front of him with fierce faces and the thousands of muscular men behind them whose muscles seemed to be about to burst their clothes, Kaido looked up at the sky. Leave it to us. Bang. After Long appeared with a group of Revolutionary Army cadres, he couldn't help but say to Kaido. I didn't expect that Betty actually gave birth to a child for your companion. I hope Jin can treat Betty well. Kaido thought about the mask that had been broken countless times by Betty, and without saying a word, he continued forward alone. Advertisement. Father. Go, Luffy, go with your companions. Yes. After running through the long passage, Kaido disappeared, and Luffy and his group slowly stopped. 5 elders, with several CP0s, appeared in front of Luffy and his friends. 5 elders? Straw Hat Boy, stop it, this is your grave. Jack sat on the flame cloud, using the observation hockey to carefully observe the area below, while Buggy sat beside him in fear. Bang! Kaido jumped onto the flame cloud and asked with some confusion. Where's Yamato? Why didn't she come with us? In order to prevent me from having no offspring, Yamato and Black Maria accidentally got pregnant, I didn't let them come. Ha ha ha. Really? You little brat, brother Kaido, don't get excited, we'll be happy after this battle. The power of the world government really should not be underestimated. There are so many masters hidden in Mariajoy. Kaido heard this and also observed with his observation hockey. Looking at the inseparable fighting scene below, Kaido asked softly. So when are you going to make your move? Of course it's when that so-called I Am appears. Of course, the only opponent of God is God. I really want to know if Luffy can still be a match for I Am if he doesn't become a god. Besides, as long as we can ensure that Brother Jin and the others are not in danger of death, what does it matter even if everyone here dies? It saves us the trouble. Oh la 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 la. Jack, you're a pretty good little brat. Brother Kaido, you're almost going to be a grandfather. Stop laughing like that, it really makes you look like a eunuch. Thundering 8 trigrams. With the help of his companions, Luffy opened the castle gate and walked in alone. Looking at the figure on the empty throne, Luffy shouted. Who are you? Are you that I am? The blood-red eyes looked at Luffy, and a majestic female voice sounded. I am God. God is me. Such a weak Joey boy? You are far inferior to him? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 274 Reincarnation, Finale, Puff, Marshal Kong. Garp looked at Kong, who was knocked to the ground by his punch. He was about to speak when he looked at his chest. A branch had pierced his body at some point. If the position of his heart had not just been moved, he would have been dead. Puff. Vice Admiral Garp, Green Bull Admiral, why did you betray Marine? Green Bull looked at Garp, who was seriously injured by him, and smiled triumphantly. Low-class humans who don't know how to obey are the real evil. So-called justice is just to protect the gods' rule over this world. You guys are absolutely ridiculous. If there is any betrayal, it's just that Marine betrayed the world government. Really? Then you're even more ridiculous? Bang? Vice Admiral Garp. After Jack noticed this scene using observation hockey on the flame cloud, he said with admiration. This old guy is really strong. At his age, I wonder how many square dance andies must be dreaming of him. It has to be said that I am has ruled the world for so long, and the foundation he possesses is indeed very powerful.
Whether it was Marine or Shanks, the fight was hard to decide, with both sides fighting back and forth.
Only the Beast's pirates, who are facing the largest number of enemies, still have an absolute advantage. After all, the strength of each of those clones is no weaker than Doflamingo. With their help, although the Beast's pirates faced the largest number of enemies, it was also the easiest. After all, as long as the top masters are stopped, with the Beast's pirates' huge artificial demon fruit power, they will definitely not be afraid of any elites, not to mention that Kuzan and his men are also strong. Blood and death are happening all the time in this city, and Jack is waiting silently. Bang! It was unknown who attacked, but the building in Mariajoy collapsed again, splashing up countless dust. But at this time Jack watched it with amusement. A slender figure emerged from the collapsed castle, holding the dead Luffy in her hands. Luffy! Luffy! Zoro and his companions, who were still fighting fiercely with the others, could not help but rush forward when they saw Luffy was silent. You guys! Who gave you the courage? How dare you challenge God? Bang! Bang! With just a few punches and kicks, Zoro and his companions vomited blood and died. Kaido, who was observing with his observation hockey, frowned. Advertisement: this person should be Imu, but judging from her current strength, she seems to be much stronger than Jack. Swish. After IM dealt with Zoro and the others, she moved forward like a ghost. Jack saw the direction she was heading and said to Buggy. Point the video Den Den Mushi at me. You're not taking a good photo, I'll kill you. After saying this, Jack was about to jump, but Kaido grabbed Jack. Are you sure? If not, don't worry, brother Kaido, you should think about how to celebrate. Seeing Jack's confident look, Kaido said nothing more, and Jack flew in the direction of the Beast's pirates. Boom. When Jack landed next to Jin, IM also appeared in front of Jack. Oh, it's so fast. After feeling the aura of the Revolutionary Army and the big man pirates dissipate, Jack couldn't help but praise. In just a few minutes, you took care of so many masters. When facing them, it's as if you were really a god. Yim didn't say anything, but looked at Jack curiously. Are you the Jack who defeated Joy Boy? Have you also reached this realm and become a divine body? What a pity. Even if you become a god, there is still a gap. Although my growth has been extremely slow over the past 800 years, it has added up to a rather exaggerated strength. Based on what you said, you are definitely no match for me. Jack shook his head and walked towards IM and said. No, I'm not at the level of God's body. Oh, then how did you defeat Joy Boy? Jack stopped in front of IM, glanced at IM, who was not much taller than him, and said jokingly. No wonder they can marry the giants. You be asterisk 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 D. What are you saying? Bang. Jack punched IM in the stomach and continued. Imu is dead. The alliance is over, let's just rely on our own abilities. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Advertisement: Boa Teach, will definitely be the new ruler of this world. Of course. In Sea Circle Calendar 1525, Kaido became the king of pirates and summoned all the pirates to launch a fierce attack on the world government. After a long time, Jack looked at the man who appeared in front of him, with several missing front teeth and exposed chest hair. He frowned and was thinking whether to punch him to death. At this time, the man looked at Jack on the throne and laughed loudly. Yim slowly straightened up and looked at Jack. He was incredulous at first, and then the corners of his mouth slowly rose. Swish. Can you kill me? And those descendants of who knows how many generations are really going too far. After the few people left, Jack stood up from the throne and said with emotion. Marine also suddenly rebelled against the world government. With the help of the Revolutionary Army, the Celestial Dragons, who had ruled the world for 800 years, were exterminated and the world government was destroyed. How is it possible? Puff, got it. Let's go down and prepare to meet those enemies. Master Jack. We will never betray the Celestial Clan. Even less will we betray you. Thief, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, interesting. Damn, immortality is such a boring thing. It turns out there really is someone with a divine body like me. And then there is no record of anything from that point on. Got it. Lim, Enel, you guys go down. After saying that, the man put his hands together to form a heart shape, and a pink light shot towards Jack. Jack looked at the group of people who had just arrived, his eyes full of cruelty. Thanks for watching, too bad, I'm not interested, you're too skinny. As for my realm, I am not some god-like body, I am God. In the year 2525 of the Sea Circle calendar, several warriors of different statures knelt before the huge throne, not daring to breathe. After a long while, a lazy voice came. But can you resist my charm? But fortunately, there are no undercover agents among you. Look who is rebelling against the world government this time. But I'm the villain this time. You're in trouble. End of article. I am looked at the hole in his chest, pointed at Jack, closed his eyes with a look of relief, and fell down. Ha 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 ha. Everything the Kazuki family recorded is true.